Chapter 1265. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed since Ning Fan entered the North Myrtle Palace. During the past few months, the ancient great cultivators of the myriad clans in the Realm River did not come to this place. It was as if they were not concerned about Ning Fan's whereabouts at all. Of course, Ning Fan did not know that all of this was because omniscient old man had turned the world upside down in the border river. He also didn't know that because of his actions, the Northern Heaven and the Northern Border River had signed a temporary truce agreement. The Lost World Palace's 6 Games chess tournament had been postponed indefinitely. The disciples of the Pure Yang sect had not been able to wait for the return of the Pure Yang Patriarch. The Water sect, which had lost the true monarch of North Sea, had been divided by the forces of the Northern Heaven. The 4C sect, which lacked the Thunder Lock old ancestor to monitor the movement of the stars in the sky, had caused a lot of trouble. They also didn't know how famous the ancient cultivator Zhao Jian had become in the Northern Sky and Northern Border River after a series of major events. The days suddenly calmed down. Time suddenly became abundant. Thus, Ning Fan gathered all the fragments of unparalleled rumors and began to repair it. Of course, Ji Fuyao, Nu Luo, and the others contributed a lot in finding the fragments. Unparalleled Rumors was one of the 4 divine artifacts of the Ziwei celestial realm. When the 4 divine artifacts were combined, it was comparable to splitting open the sky. There was no need to elaborate on its grade. Unfortunately, this artifact had been completely damaged. To repair it was no less difficult than forging a new artifact of the same grade. Even with Ning Fan's capabilities, he actually failed 5 times in a row and was still unable to repair it. Today was the 6th time Ning Fan went into seclusion to repair unparalleled learnings. After an unknown period of time, a loud explosion could be heard from within the stone chamber. The stone door of the chamber was blasted into smithereens. Then, black smoke billowed out from the stone chamber. After that, Ning Fan, who was covered in dust and dirt from the explosion, walked out of the chamber with a head full of messy black hair. I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to repair this thing. After the 6th failure, even with Ning Fan's strong will, he couldn't help but sigh. Not good. Could Brother Ning's restoration have failed again? The Pure Yang ancestral master, who had been waiting outside the stone pass for a long time, asked nervously. Why was the Pure Yang ancestral master waiting outside the stone gate? There was a reason for this. Noticing that the ancient cultivators in the Realm River did not follow them into this place, Ning Fan released old ancestor Lei Zhe, Pure Yang ancestral master and Lord Yu from Feng Bo's pouch, allowing them to recuperate peacefully in the Ziwei North Palace to heal their injuries. After all, this place was once an immortal emperor's abode. Even if it had been abandoned for countless years, the energy of the heavens and the earth here was still much denser than the outside world, so recuperating here was twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, with the help of Ning Fan's many heaven-defying healing methods, his injuries naturally recovered at an extremely fast speed. Let's not talk about how shocked these 3 were when they first entered the North Pole Palace. Then, after hearing that Ning Fan wanted to repair one of the 4 divine tools of the Ziwei immortal domain, the one who was most interested in this matter among the 3 of them was the Pure Yang ancestral master. I failed again. Ning Fan took a deep breath. His mental state regained its usual calmness as if he had never been affected by the failure of repairing the divine weapon for the 6th time. How much did the repairs cost? Pure Yang ancestral master asked. I still have 2 pieces of cold spirit stone, 9 tails of dragon blood sand and half of the scarlet water demonic candle. I've used up all the other materials. Ning Fan answered calmly. It was as if the materials used to repair the divine weapon were not precious treasures. However, in reality, each of these items could be sold for tens of gold coins in the heaven-reaching church. Ning Fan had bought them with real money. If they were placed in the illusory purple battle world which lacked resources, their prices would be a few times higher. Their value was enough to make quasi-saints fight for them. It's just a single repair, but so many immortal materials have been used. Pure Yang Ancestral Master's heart ached. He was feeling sorry for Ning Fan. 6 times. A total of 6 times. 6 times and 6 times of failure. The amount of immortal materials used in each failure was equivalent to the entire wealth of an ordinary quasi-saint. 6 times of failure was enough to make 6 quasi-saints go bankrupt. It's too expensive. It's really too expensive. If you have so much money, why don't you do something else? Why waste it like this? Sigh. Brother Ning, listen to my advice. This item is too heavily damaged and there's no hope of repairing it anymore. It's not worth wasting immortal materials on it. Pure Yang Ancestral Master said. Thank you for your kind advice, Brother Lu. However, I don't intend to change my mind and I will continue with this task. Luckily, I can find some clues every time I fail. I think I should be able to understand more if I try another 10 times or so. Ning Fan said. Huh? Do you plan to fail another 10 times or so? Even if you have money, you can't squander it like this, right? Unfortunately, no matter how Pure Yang Ancestral Master tried to persuade him, Ning Fan still did not change his mind. Thus, in the following days, Ning Fan continued to repair unparalleled knowledge. Then, he suffered the 7th failure, the 8th failure, the 9th failure, the 10th failure. Gradually, Pure Yang Ancestral Master got used to it and became numb to it. He had lived for a lifetime and it was not that he had never seen people who treated money like dirt. However, he had never seen someone who was as rich as Ning Fan. This young man was filthy rich and he was decisive in spending money. He was cold and heartless, but he was also extravagant and wasteful. He was stubborn and squandering money like water. He really could not change his mind no matter how he tried to persuade him. Speaking of which, he, Lu Chunyang, was the one who held the title of God of Fortune. However, compared to Ning Fan, he was nothing. Judging from Ning Fan's spending these days, it was obvious that Ning Fan was richer than him. Moreover, Ning Fan was much richer than him. From the way Ning Fan spent money, he, the dignified God of Fortune, was actually not as generous as Ning Fan. This matter dealt a heavy blow to Pure Yang Ancestral Master. After the blow, it also brought new insights to the Pure Yang Ancestral Master. What he cultivated in his life was the title of God of Fortune. What he cultivated was the Tao of money. In the past, he was too obsessed with money itself. He was passionate about making money and saving money. In his life, he had turned into a mortal and entered the world countless times. He learned the art of making money as a mortal merchant. He knew the Tao of making money. He also knew that it was not easy to make money. Because of this, he was born to be frugal. If he was to be like Ning Fan, spending money like water just for the possibility of repairing an illusory divine tool, he would probably never be able to do it. But why did Ning Fan's attitude of spending money like water and not being stingy bring him so much emotion? What I've cultivated in my life seems to be incomplete. The Tao of money doesn't only have the Tao of making money and the Tao of nurturing money. It should also include the Tao of dispersing money. I use 10% of my heart to make money and 12% of my heart to nurture money. However, when it comes to dispersing money, I'm too stingy and overcautious. Humans should be frugal. However, as the God of Fortune, I wasn't born to amass money. I shouldn't have too much obsession with money itself. After making money, I will nurture it. After nurturing it, I will disperse it. After I disperse it, I will be reborn. That's right. That's right. It should be like this. Day after day passed. Ning Fan's number of failures had already accumulated to 19 times. Pure Yang Ancestral Master actually gained great enlightenment from Ning Fan's failures. Inside his body, the cultivation base that was sealed by the heaven-avoiding coffin began to flow again. My magic power that had stagnated has actually grown again along with my enlightenment. This Pure Young Ancestral Master was pleasantly surprised. Ordinary people would not be able to continue improving their cultivation base after being sealed by the heaven-avoiding coffin. In the past, Pure Young Ancestral Master could only absorb the heavenly Tao's gold and silver power to continue improving his magic power. Today, however, he truly obtained an improvement in his cultivation base by relying on his own enlightenment. Perhaps it was because the heaven-avoiding coffin was too special that even the heaven-avoiding coffin could not completely seal it. Or perhaps it was because he was the creator of the heaven-avoiding coffin that he was able to achieve this. Because of the heaven-avoiding coffin, my cultivation base has stagnated for far too long. After countless years of accumulation, the stagnant water that turned into glaciers melted and resumed flowing. It's definitely not just a stream but a torrent. Pure Young Ancestral Master's enlightenment continued to deepen. At the same time, his cultivation base that was supposed to stagnate was also improving. In the following days, his magic power began to skyrocket. Even the power of the heaven-avoiding coffin could not suppress it. It was getting closer to the second-level quasi-saint realm at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, just as he was about to break through to the second-level quasi-saint realm, the feeling of the surging torrent slowed down. What's more, it stopped flowing. Is it because I can't break through to the second-level quasi-saint realm in one go? Is it because I haven't comprehended enough? Disperse wealth. Disperse wealth. I need to comprehend more Tao of disperse in order to break through to a deeper level. Pure Young Ancestral Master decided to break through to the second-level quasi-saint realm in one go. It was Ning Fan's 26th failure. As usual, Ning Fan walked out of the stone chamber with a gloomy face. As usual, Pure Young Ancestral Master was waiting outside the stone chamber. Pure Young Ancestral Master asked, "Brother Ning, did you fail again?" Ning Fan replied, "Yes. However, after this failure, I've found more clues." Pure Young asked, "Are you really not going to give up?" Ning Fan asked, "Why should I give up?" Pure Young answered, "Sure enough, you still want to continue, huh? Brother Ning is a person with a firm mind. It's admirable. Or perhaps, Brother Ning is purposely reminding me about this matter, to let me understand the true meaning of disperse wealth. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Brother Ning." Ning Fan, who did not quite understand what Pure Young Ancestral Master was saying. He kept feeling that Pure Young Ancestral Master was behaving strangely and strangely. However, he could not tell what exactly was wrong. Didn't Brother Ning want this item in the past? "I'll give it to you." While speaking, Pure Young Ancestral Master gave Ning Fan some jade slips. In the past, in order to increase the purity of his magic power, Ning Fan had bought an oracular chant called Pure Refinement Technique from Pure Young Ancestral Master. However, Ning Fan did not buy all of them. He only bought the 6 eternal tribulations. What the Pure Young Ancestral Master gave Ning Fan this time was the remaining mnemonic chant. "For me. Isn't this too precious?" Ning Fan did not want to take this item for free. He still remembered the price that the Pure Young Ancestral Master had offered for the refinement technique. The incantation for the purity of the 5th tribulation of the Immortal King realm was 500 gold, the 6th tribulation was 1,000 gold, the 7th tribulation was 1,500 gold, the 8th tribulation was 2,000 gold, the 9th tribulation was 2,500 gold, the 1st tribulation was 3,000 gold, the 2nd tribulation was 3,000 gold, the 3rd tribulation was another 3,000 gold. The follow-up mantra given by the Pure Young Ancestral Master was worth 15,000 heavenly Tao gold. How could Ning Fan take such a valuable item for free? Not to mention that he had received help from the Pure Young Ancestral Master some time ago. He should not take the Pure Young Patriarch's gift for nothing. Instead, he should be the one thanking the Pure Young Patriarch. "Brother Ning, you look hesitant. Don't tell me you want to give me money." Pure Young Ancestral Master joked when he saw Ning Fan not accepting the gift. "Of course not." Ning Fan sighed inwardly. After thanking the pure young ancestral master, he kept the gift. He had lied. This item was too valuable. While he was hesitating just now, he actually did have the intention to pay for it. But in the end, he did not do so. It was not that he was reluctant to pay 15,000 gold, but he was unwilling to measure the pure young ancestral master's sincerity with mere gold and silver. However, considering the great significance of gold and silver to the pure young ancestral master, Ning Fan would naturally remember this matter. In the future, there would be other returns, but he would not deliberately mention it at this moment. The pure young ancestral master seemed to have seen through Ning Fan's thoughts and said with a smile, "Brother Ning, you really don't need to be so polite. In the previous battle of life and death, I risked my life to come here. For the sake of righteousness, if I can sacrifice my life, why would I be stingy with gold and silver? It's just a mere mantra. I'll just give it to you. You don't need to mind it. Thank you." Ning Fan cupped his fists to express his gratitude with a serious expression. The pure young ancestral master waved his hand indifferently and continued awkwardly. "Besides, this pure refinement mantra actually isn't worth much money. To be honest, this mantra is actually something that I made up casually when I was extremely bored in the past. In terms of cost, it only took me 1 hour of my time and some empty jade slips. In the past, I actually asked Brother Ning for such a cheap item at a price of more than 10,000 gold and even cheated him of thousands of gold. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. In the past, I cherished gold and silver like my life. I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this matter. Every time I think about this matter, I would only feel complacent. Now that my Tao heart has improved, I realize that things have changed. When I think about this matter again, I feel so ashamed that I can't speak. What kind of treasure can be sold for more than 10,000 gold of heavenly Tao? As the god of wealth, I don't have any reverence for money at all. I only know how to ask for an exorbitant price and return the money while sitting on the ground. I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Ning Fan. Ning Fan. Ning Fan. The pure young ancestral master said, "Brother Ning's expression seems to be a little complicated." Ning Fan replied, "I just didn't expect that such an exquisite mantra was actually made up by Brother Lu." The pure young ancestral master said, "I also didn't expect that someone would really pay the price that I asked casually in the past." Ning Fan felt a little offended. "In other words, I was actually an idiot in your eyes in the past." It was a slip of the tongue. "I'm sorry." The pure young ancestral master said awkwardly. "It's all right. You and I have never met each other in the past. It's normal for us to plot against each other and criticize each other. No matter what, I have finally experienced how amazing fellow Taoist is today." Ning Fan sincerely praised him. He casually invented a heaven-defying item like the heaven-avoiding coffin. When he had nothing better to do, he wrote down a mysterious mantra like the pure refinement art. It was definitely not a lie to say that the pure young ancestral master was extremely talented. Such a person was trapped in the illusory dream world. Due to his bad luck, he was just a first-level quasi-saint. If he was born in the true world and became the disciple of a saint, it was unknown what kind of future he would have. Ning Fan firmly believed that the pure young ancestral master had the potential to become a saint. Speaking of which, Brother Lu's magic power has improved a lot recently. I'm afraid it won't take long for you to break through to the second-level quasi-saint realm, right? Ning Fan kept the jade slip of the pure refinement art and asked. You can see that my cultivation base has improved. The pure young ancestral master was shocked. He had used the power of the fortune god title to conceal his chi. Even an ancient great cultivator should not be able to see through the improvement of his cultivation base. How did Ning Fan see through it? This young man's senses are really at a monstrous level. When did you see through it? You should have spent some time to see through this kind of thing, right? It should be because I neglected to conceal my chi when I was close to breaking through to the second-level quasi-saint realm. That's how you saw through it, right? The pure young ancestral master was greatly shocked. Ning Fan did not know how to answer. Don't tell me that I have already seen some clues from the first day when your cultivation base improved. I just didn't have the chance to ask you about it. You are really a monster. The pure young ancestral master felt even more shocked after seeing through Ning Fan's thoughts. I heard that when a quasi-saint realm cultivator breaks through to the second level, they will often call their friends and ask for help. When Brother Lu is fully prepared and decides to break through, don't forget to inform me. Ning Fan said. Hee. If I really break through to the second level, of course, I will need Brother Ning's help. As the saying goes, friends born to be together. I have lived for too long. There are only a few Taoists who are from the same generation as me. Other than Brother Ning, I really don't know who else I should ask for help. The pure young ancestral master sighed. He felt that the world was full of vicissitudes. In this world, waiting for someone who can't return is really lonely. The day of fellow Taoists' breakthrough will definitely come. Hee. There's no need for that. If there's something important, it's fine if Brother Ning doesn't come. Even so, the pure young ancestral master knew that since the person in front of him said that he would definitely come even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames ahead. It's really good that I can still find a true Taoist in this lonely world of cultivation. Alright. You continue with your work. I should go and find you Jizi. The pure young ancestral master bid farewell. Jizi was the real name of the Yu clan lord. If that's the case, I will go with you. Ning Fan said. Don't. I am going to find Old Man Yu to distribute my wealth. Why are you going with me? Besides, Old Man Yu seems to still be angry. He might not want to see you. You better focus on repairing your divine weapon. The Yu clan lord was indeed angry at Ning Fan. However, he was just angry for a while when he found out about Zhou Xiaojiu's whereabouts. After he figured out the cause and effect, he naturally would not be angry at Ning Fan anymore. Instead, he felt a little apologetic towards Ning Fan. That's right. The Yu clan lord already knew that the reason why Jiu Yao, whom he regarded as his granddaughter, was missing was because she was captured by Ning Fan. How did the Yu clan lord know about this? It all started when Ning Fan invited the Yu clan lord to recuperate in the North Pole Palace. Returning to that day, the Yu clan lord bid farewell to Ning Fan, Pure Yang and Lei Zhe. Ning Fan said, "This place is the immortal sovereign realm abode. It's the most suitable place for recuperation. Brother Yu, why don't you stay here temporarily to recuperate? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The Yu clan lord said, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. I can't stay here for long." Pure Yang said, "If you have any difficulties, why don't you tell us? We might be able to help you." The Yu clan lord said, "Sigh. It's like this. I know a little fellow. I watched her grow up. She's just like my granddaughter. This little fellow has never left my side for too long. However, recently, I don't know where she is." Lei Zhe asked, "Missing? Do you have any clues?" The Yu clan lord answered, "No. I've planted an imprint on her body but I can't sense it at all. I don't know if she's trapped in some ancient ruins or she's involved in some kind of danger. Or maybe she's actually holding a grudge against me for always stealing her wine. Is she so angry that she's hiding on purpose? Everyone, please help me analyze it. Which possibility is the highest?" Ning Fan asked, "Do you have her life plate?" The Yu clan lord answered, "Yes. Her life plate is still intact." Ning Fan continued, "She has your quasi-saint realm imprint on her body. It's unlikely for ordinary people to attack her. However, if it's your enemies who seek revenge, As for the possibility of her being trapped in the ancient ruins, it's not impossible. The Yu clan lord answered, I don't think I have any enemies in the illusory world. Ning Fan asked, why are you so sure? The Yu clan lord answered, I've already killed all of my enemies who had karma with me. Ning Fan was speechless. The Yu clan lord continued, it's highly possible that she's trapped in a special space like the ancient ruins. This little girl is usually very active. She always likes to go to ancient ruins, Lei Zhe said, that's a little dangerous. Even though the northern heaven has the heavenly law to protect the law, there are also many devil cultivators. These devil cultivators love to build their abodes in the ancient ruins the most. I hope your granddaughter isn't captured by some greedy and lecherous devil cultivator when she's exploring some ruins and locked in the space of a cauldron. The Yu clan lord said, damn it. I'm going to search the ruins in the northern heaven right now. I must save Xiao Jiu. Chun Yang said, don't go. Old man Lei just said it casually. Do you really believe him? Those devil cultivators would never dare to capture someone related to a quasi-saint realm expert even if they want to capture a human cauldron. Didn't Brother Ning say this before? Lei Zhe said, Old man Lu, you're wrong. How can a lustful person be overcautious? What if there's really a lustful person who isn't afraid of death? Look at Brother Yu's majestic appearance. His granddaughter must be a beauty that outshines the moon and puts flowers to shame. Chun Yang said, they're not related by blood, Lei Zhe said, in short, Old man Yu's granddaughter is a beauty that outshines the moon and puts flowers to shame. Chun Yang said, but you've never seen her before. How can you be so sure? Lei Zhe said, intuition. I've been through life and death situations a few times in my life. Every time a calamity befalls me, I rely on my intuition to turn calamities into blessings. Master Yu said, hee hee. Old man Lei is right. That granddaughter of mine is indeed very beautiful. Brother Lei and Brother Lu might not have seen this granddaughter of mine before, but Brother Ning should have. At that time, this little girl was secretly waiting for Brother Ning to attack him. I told her a few words and she should have listened to me. While speaking, Master Yu took out Jiu Xiaojiu's portrait and showed it to everyone. After that, time returned to the present. Grandpa Master Yu. You don't know how despicable that Ning Fan is. After he captured me, he locked me up with his human cauldrons. Do you know how many human cauldrons he has raised? 100,000. No. It might be 1 million or 10 million. I didn't count them because I couldn't count them at all. The extent of his lust shocked me. I was really scared silly at that time. Jiu Xiaojiu said. Brother Ning's bone age is still young. He's still young and strong. It's normal for him to raise hundreds of thousands of human cauldrons. Master Yu said disapprovingly. Is this still normal? Jiu Xiaojiu was shocked. Do you know how many fish eggs our Yu clan can produce at a time? Even the ordinary grass carp can produce 400,000 eggs at a time. If it's some special fish, they can produce hundreds of millions of eggs at a time. Master Yu said. These are obviously two different things. Jiu Xiaojiu said. Then let's talk about the matter as it is. You attacked him first. Even though he locked you up, he didn't harm your life or touch you at all. It's already benevolent of him. If it's me, I'll kill anyone who doesn't have eyes to look for trouble at my door. There's no need to reason with him. So, be content. With this lesson, don't stir up trouble in the future. Master Yu said. But. Jiu Xiaojiu said. Find a chance to apologize to Brother Ning. Master Yu said. What? He captured me and I still have to apologize to him. Jiu Xiaojiu said. Hee hee. If you don't go, I won't ask him again if he captures you again. Master Yu said. Then I better find a chance to apologize to him. He's a magnanimous person. He certainly won't remember my wrongdoings. Jiu Xiaojiu said cowardly. While they were talking, the pure young ancestral master came to their door. As soon as he saw the pure young ancestral master, he came to give the fish clan a gift. This was what the pure young ancestral master meant by spreading his wealth. In his opinion, as long as he spreads his wealth and comprehends the Tao of wealth scattering, he would certainly be able to break through to the second-level quasi-saint realm. After giving the fish clan a gift, the pure young ancestral master went to Lei Zhe and also gave him a huge gift. That really gave the old ancestor a fright. Mysterious. This matter is really mysterious. The pure young ancestral master who was usually stingy had come to give a gift for the first time ever. Moreover, the gift he gave was extremely valuable. No matter how one looked at it, it was shocking. Jiu Xiaojiu decided to apologize to Ning Fan. She did not know if she could really learn from her mistakes. It was mainly because she was a coward. After being captured by Ning Fan this time, she was really scared. If she had the fish clan grandpa's support, she might still have some confidence to not be afraid of him. But now, in order to prevent Ning Fan from taking revenge on her, she had no choice but to personally come and settle this karma. Moreover, Ning Fan seemed to have something that the fish clan grandpa was searching for. She really wanted it. In order to show her sincerity, she certainly could not leave empty-handed. Excuse me. Where can I find the high-grade wine brewing ingredients here? Jiu Xiaojiu pulled a small demon from the North Pole Palace and asked. Go away. Go away. Grandpa still needs to patrol the mountain. I have no time to entertain you. The small demon said impatiently. Hey hey hey. Before I say that your tone is arrogant, look at the difference between our cultivation levels first. I am a dignified great expert at the true crossing realm. You are just a gold core realm small demon, alright? Jiu Xiaojiu was speechless. True crossing realm. You. The small demon stared at Jiu Xiaojiu as if she was looking at a retard. No matter how she looked at her, she did not feel that this silly girl in front of her was some kind of great expert. If you don't believe me, I will release some of my aura force to show you how terrifying a great expert of the true crossing realm is. In order to prove her identity as a true crossing realm expert, Jiu Xiaojiu decided to release some of her aura force to show the other party. However, just as she was about to release her aura force, there was a formless star force that scattered her aura force into the heaven and earth. It did not fall on the small demon's head at all. It could not fall. Because, the North Pole Palace did not allow it. This was the former immortal emperor's cave residence. A mere cultivator of the true crossing realm did not even have the qualifications to release her aura force here. How is it? Are you scared? Jiu Xiaojiu only released her aura force for a moment. The main reason was that she was afraid that if she released it for too long, she would directly suppress the small demon to death. She thought that she had already intimidated the other party and did not notice the fact that her aura force had been dispersed. The main reason was that the moment and the aura force was dispersed was too fast. So you really are a great expert of the true crossing realm. Io, you really scared me to death. Alright, alright. Aren't you looking for the wine brewing ingredients? Go over there and ask our commander for it. How pitiful. Such a good girl. Why did you injure your brain at such a young age? In the end, the small demon still pointed the way for Jiu Xiaojiu. It was probably sympathizing with this girl for not having a good brain. Jiu Xiaojiu did not mind the small demon's criticism. The main reason was that she did not hear the small demon saying that her brain was not good. After she left, the small demon looked up at the sky and the illusory dome of the North Pole Palace and muttered. At that moment, why did I feel like I was protected by heaven and earth? That feeling was like the Ziwei Dipper protection described in the book. It was warm and made me feel at ease and sleepy. It should just be an illusion. The old lord has passed away and the new lord has not arrived. It is impossible for the Ziwei Dipper protection to reappear. I really want to see how the North Pole Palace looks like when it has a master. Chapter 1266. After climbing over 10 mountains and crossing 9 rivers, Zhou Xiaojiu finally found the place that the patrolling demon had mentioned. There were countless tree holes and warehouses here. The Nighthawk clan had lived here for generations and were responsible for guarding the Xianpin Palace's resources. Sensing Zhou Xiaojiu's intrusion, a patrolling Nighthawk clan demon immediately flew over and landed on the ground. It held its weapon horizontally and asked in a deep voice. Password. What password? Zhou Xiaojiu was stunned. If you don't know the password, your identity is unknown. You are not allowed to enter the Thousand Trees treasure vault. Leave now. The demon of the Nighthawk clan said firmly. Wait, I heard the patrolling demon's advice and came here. I have something to ask your commander. Zhou Xiaojiu explained. Leave now. But, leave now. Zhou Xiaojiu could not enter the Thousand Trees treasure vault. Looking at the tightly shut door and the cold and emotionless guards around the door, Zhou Xiaojiu suddenly felt that she had been deceived. The patrolling demon had clearly said that she could find the materials to brew wine here. Could it be that he had lied to her? She could not even enter the door of this place. How could she find any materials? Or perhaps, the demon had forgotten to mention that this place was heavily guarded and needed a password to enter and exit. Do I need to hide myself and sneak into this place to find materials? Although I am only at the Crossing Truth realm, if I use the method that Grandpa Fish Lord taught me, ordinary people will definitely not be able to detect me. While Zhou Xiaojiu was thinking, she suddenly saw a demon riding a cloud in the distance. It was a female demon wearing wooden armor and apricot yellow clothes. Even with Zhou Xiaojiu's eyesight, she could not see through this woman's cultivation level. This woman's cultivation level is far higher than mine. She is at least at the thought-fragmenting realm or even higher. Zhou Xiaojiu thought to herself. The female demon landed outside the door of the Thousand Trees treasure vault. As soon as she landed, the guards came forward and bowed respectfully. Welcome, Senior Xine. So this female senior is called Xine. Zhou Xiaojiu thought to herself. Dispense with the formalities. I am here today to take some materials. I don't know if it's possible. As Xine explained, she turned her head and glanced at Zhou Xiaojiu in the distance. Then, she retracted her gaze. She did not seem to mind Zhou Xiaojiu spying on her. Who is this Xine girl? This lady was none other than the female general of the war chariot whom Ning Fan had saved when he was exterminating billions of locusts. Its original form was an ancient mutated Sini wood. His cultivation was at the immortal emperor stage of the eternal 6 tribulations. Zhou Xiaojiu, who was merely at the Crossing Truth realm, naturally could not see through the depth of her cultivation. On the other side, when they heard that Xine wanted to come to the Thousand Tree treasure vault to take immortal materials, all the guards revealed awkward expressions. We are only responsible for guarding the treasury. Whether or not Senior can use the materials is not up to us. It is up to Lord Commander to decide. Then I'll go see your commander. Xine said. That's great. There is only one thing that I need to report to Senior. If we want to enter the Thousand Trees treasury, we need to hand over the password. This is the rule set by Lady Luo. I hope that Senior will not make things difficult for us. Don't worry, I know the password. I persuaded Heaven Duke to bestow benevolence and righteousness upon me, and Heaven Duke bestowed upon me true Lord Ning. Is that so? Xine asked. Wrong, wrong. This is the password from last month. This month, the new password is the sun, moon, and stars. Mere gravel is not even half as good as Senior. I didn't know that this place had changed the password. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to enter this place. Xine Nu said disappointedly. It's alright. Although Senior did not say the correct password, when you talked about Senior Ning, the admiration in your eyes is not fake. So even if the password is wrong, you can still enter. So it can be like this. Xine Nu nodded happily. It can actually be like this. Jiu Xiaojiu, who was far away, did not know where to start ridiculing. If that's the case, we will open the door for Senior. The guard said respectfully. Thank you. By the way, can that wine demon enter this place with me? Xine Nu waved at Jiu Xiaojiu, who was far away. Jiu Xiaojiu was stunned. Although she did not know the reason, she still followed Xine Nu. If she could enter this place without any effort, she would naturally not spend so much effort to sneak in. The guards naturally did not dare to make things difficult for Xine Nu. Therefore, under Xine Nu's lead, Jiu Xiaojiu sneaked into the Thousand Trees treasury. Thank you for bringing me into this place, Senior. Jiu Xiaojiu thanked him. You don't have to thank me. The reason I helped you is because you are Senior Ning's junior. Naturally, I will give you more preferential treatment. Xine Nu explained. Senior, you misunderstood me. I am not that guy's junior. Jiu Xiaojiu waved her hand to deny. If you are not Senior Ning's junior, why would you have the rain imprint that he planted on your body? This imprint can fool others and even you, but it definitely cannot fool the existence above the broken thought realm. No, it would be better to say that Senior Ning intentionally displayed this mark for us to see, and it was for the sake of telling us not to act against you. This is a hidden protection. You are very fortunate to have such a senior to protect you. Xine Nu looked at Jiu Xiaojiu with envy. What? What? That guy actually planted his imprint in my body without me even knowing? And I didn't notice it at all. Jiu Xiaojiu was shocked. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. The more she thought about it, the colder she felt. She was actually planted by Ning Fan. What kind of imprint is this? This is an imprint that can be used to monitor me and hunt me down at any time. I'm doomed. I must be more careful in the future. I must not show any dissatisfaction towards that guy. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer from his revenge. You seem very scared. Xine Nu asked doubtfully. No. I'm not. Xine Nu nodded and said no more. The two of them did not speak a word along the way. They found the tree hole where the leader of the Yi Shao clan stayed and told him their purpose of coming. When he heard that Xine Nu wanted to use the immortal materials here, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he rejected her request. In terms of cultivation level, he was just an early thought fragmentation realm cultivator. He was far weaker than Xine Nu. However, he was confident that Xine Nu would not dare to act rashly in this place because he was the guardian of the Thousand Tree Treasure House appointed by old ancestor Nu Luo. So what if he is an immortal emperor? He is not a local demon of the Xianning Palace. I am the guardian of the Xianning Palace. How can I give the resources of my palace to another palace for no reason? If I really do that, it will be a great disaster. I'm afraid I will be severely punished by old ancestor Nu Luo. Commander, can't you make an exception? Xine Nu asked calmly. Sigh. To tell you the truth, old ancestor Noluo has given a strict order. Our palace's resources are not to be given to demons from the outer palace. Senior Xine, please don't make things difficult for me. Old ancestor Nigel pretended to be in a difficult position. Commander, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Take a closer look at this little friend beside me. What's so special about him? The Xine woman said with deep meaning. She's just a little demon who has reached the Ascension realm. What's so special about her? Commander Yi Shao scanned Jiu Xiaojiu with his divine senses. At first, his expression was one of contempt. Immediately, he seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. He stood up from his seat on the spot, rushed forward, and cupped his fists towards Xin Ino and Zhou Xiaojiu to apologize. My apologies, my apologies. So it turns out that the two of you are Senior Ning's close friends. I hope that the two of you can be magnanimous enough to forgive me for my negligence. Old Ancestor Nirua has ordered that if Senior Ning's disciples come here, they must fulfill all of their requests. What immortal materials do the two of you need? There's no harm in getting them yourself. In the end, Zhou Xiaojiu took away a large amount of brewing materials from the Thousand Trees treasure house. However, she wasn't happy. Instead, she felt a little depressed. She felt that, she had been used by someone. She had been treated as a tool. Senior Xianino, did you already know that as long as I followed you, Commander Yi Xiao would definitely give you what you want? Zhou Xiaojiu said with a hint of resentment. I did consider that it would be easier for Commander Yi Xiao to talk to you if you followed me. However, I didn't expect him to be 10 times or even 100 times more flexible than I imagined. Senior's reputation has actually shocked all the cultivators to this extent. It's really fascinating, Xin Ino said. Senior, your cultivation level is far higher than mine. Yet, you came to deceive and use a junior like me. Is this good? This is not good. Zhou Xiaojiu was even more resentful. There's a saying in the art of war. Those who are good at war seek power and don't blame people. Therefore, they can choose people and follow their power. As a weapon cultivator, I'm naturally proficient in this Tao. It's not surprising, Xin Ino said calmly. Senior is actually a weapon cultivator. This sect is very rare. Zhou Xiaojiu's interest was piqued by Xin Ino's words. Her annoyance at being treated as a tool was immediately thrown out of the window. It doesn't matter if it's a weapon cultivator or a Dao cultivator. Although the things they do are different, the Dao they seek is the same, Xin Ino said. What a profound statement. Speaking of which, Senior looks like a dull person, but I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. It's really surprising, Zhou Xiaojiu said. The art of war is the path of deceit. If you don't have shrewdness, you won't be able to cultivate the art of war. Although it's deceitful, you don't lose your original heart. You can be considered a true weapon cultivator. Compared to this, I'm more surprised. When a normal person meets a stranger for help, the first thing they should do is to consider the other party's motive. You don't seem to realize that I brought you into the treasure house because I want to cooperate with you. I thought you knew. Xin Ino looked at Zhou Xiaojiu with a surprised expression. She became even more resentful. Although I have the intention to cooperate with you, I actually have the intention to save your life. After all, you're Senior Ning's junior. It's impossible for me to not save you, Xin Ino explained. Save me? Am I in danger? Why do you say that, Senior? Zhou Xiaojiu was confused. If I don't bring you into the treasure house, are you planning to sneak into this place? Xin Ino asked. Are my intentions so obvious? Zhou Xiaojiu was shocked. Yes, it's all written on your face. Do you know that the Thousand Trees treasure house has a hidden killing formation that was personally set up by Ancestor Luo? Although you have some tricks, it's impossible for you to hide from the killing formation and sneak into this place. Once you activate the killing formation, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, I brought you along with me. It's not a win-win situation, but a win-win situation. Is this place really so scary? Zhou Xiaojiu was scared. Otherwise, why do you think that Commander Yi Xiao looked down on me? That's why the earth-killing formation is so tricky. Even I, an immortal emperor, can't resist it, let alone you, Xin Ino said. Senior is actually an immortal emperor. I actually talked to an immortal emperor as an equal for so long. Her resentment was swept away. Instead, she felt a little proud. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Of course, Zhou Xiaojiu still understood the basic gratitude. You don't have to thank me. I've already said that this is a win-win situation. You don't have to thank me. Oh. Zhou Xiaojiu looked at Xin Inyo with admiration. Although she didn't really understand what this senior said sometimes, she always felt that this senior was very powerful. As a female cultivator, if she could be like this senior and become a great empress, her life would definitely not be in vain. Oh right, have you found all the ingredients for the wine? Xin Inyo asked. No. Zhou Xiaojiu replied. Previously, when you took the immortal ingredients from the Thousand Trees treasure house, you had a troubled look on your face. Was it because you didn't have enough ingredients? Xin Inyo asked. Senior's eyes are really sharp. Zhou Xiaojiu replied. How many ingredients do you need? Xin Inyo asked. A lot. Zhou Xiaojiu replied. Then follow me. It just so happens that I also want to go to other places to find ingredients. Maybe you can find what you want in those places. Xin Inyo said. Thank you, wait. Senior, are you trying to make use of me again? Zhou Xiaojiu asked. Just from a win-win situation, this is a win-win situation. Xin Inyo said. Forget it. This North Pole Palace seems to be full of danger. If I follow Senior, I won't die carelessly. Zhou Xiaojiu said. Thus, Zhou Xiaojiu, who was afraid of death, agreed to continue being a tool. Speaking of which, why is Senior looking for immortal ingredients everywhere? Zhou Xiaojiu asked. My goal is the same as yours. Xin Inyo said. Senior knows my goal. Zhou Xiaojiu asked. I know. You are Senior Ning. However, I want to give Senior Ning a treasure. As for you, you probably want to give the wine to Senior Ning. Our goal is the same. Our goal here is to repay Senior Ning's great kindness and grace. This was Xin Inyo's thought. So Senior and I are in the same boat. Zhou Xiaojiu said with empathy. Our goal is to apologize to Senior Ning so that he won't come after us for revenge. This was Zhou Xiaojiu's thought. The two of them left the Black Pole Palace and entered the third palace, the third palace, the fourth palace, the fourth palace, the fourth palace, the fifth palace, the Great Liang Palace and the sixth. With Zhou Xiaojiu, who was a living signboard, the two women would be treated as distinguished guests by the owner of this place no matter where they went. All of their requests would be granted. Just like that, the two of them went to all the 11 palaces in the North Pole. Only the Star Order Palace was left. Along the way, Xin Inyo had already found all the ingredients she needed. However, Zhou Xiaojiu was still lacking one ingredient. What a pity. After going to so many places, I still couldn't find the last ingredient. Zhou Xiaojiu was very disappointed. What is the last thing you need? Xin Inyo asked. It's the Heavenly Tao Purple Qi. This item is too rare. It's not surprising that we can't find it. Zhou Xiaojiu said. If the last thing you need is the Heavenly Tao Purple Qi, I know where to find it. Where? The palace that we haven't gone to yet. The first palace of the North Pole Palace, the Star Order Palace. Didn't Senior say that the Star Order Palace is very dangerous? Even an immortal emperor like you wouldn't dare to enter. Zhou Xiaojiu said. It's indeed very dangerous. If it's not a native star devil, usually only quasi-saint realm cultivators would dare to enter this place. If an immortal emperor enters, they would most likely die. Xin Inyo said. It's actually so dangerous. Then we. Zhou Xiaojiu, who was very cowardly and afraid of death, did not want to take the risk of going to the Stellar Order Palace. However, she wanted to brew some good wine for Ning Fan even more. She wanted to end the karma between them and also exchange for what she wanted from Ning Fan and give it to her grandpa fish master. If you're just looking for the heavenly law violet chi in the outskirts of the Stellar Order Palace, I don't mind accompanying you, Xianinu said. Senior is willing to go with me. But didn't you already find what you needed? There's no need for us to work together anymore, right? Is there any special reason to take such a huge risk? Jiu Xiaojiu asked doubtfully. In terms of generality, I have no reason to continue helping you. However, there is a senior who used his own actions to teach me one thing. I can't just sit back and watch a fool who is seeking his own death. If I don't go with you, you'll go alone, right? Senior, you are so handsome. Jiu Xiaojiu was touched. The senior who taught me this is really handsome. Xine's cold face showed a trace of fascination. She was the senior that Jiu Xiaojiu longed for. However, Ning Fan was the senior that she looked up to. Thus, the two of them went all the way to the Stellar Order Palace. With Jiu Xiaojiu who carried the mark of rain accompanying them, the Star Devils of the Stellar Order Palace who had always been arrogant did not dare to stop the two of them from entering the palace. The Stellar Order Palace was the core of the 12 Arctic palaces. The environment of this palace was completely different from the other 11 palaces. In this place, there was no earth or sky. There was only primal chaos in the surroundings. Within that primal chaos, there were countless amounts of purple chi and yellow chi. The purple chi was called the heavenly law violet chi. It was the appearance of the heavenly law that had yet to take form. The yellow chi was called the earth pillar chi. It was the appearance of the earth pillar that had yet to take form. The purple and yellow chi were unusually violent and wild. If anyone gets close to it, they would be attacked by the boundless purple and yellow chi. It was extremely dangerous. If it was just this level of danger, Xianinu would not be so afraid. However, in the past, in order to resist the attack of the devils on the Devil Conferral Summit, Old Demon Duo Wen had detonated the lightning transformation pool of the Stellar Order Palace and released the Sea of Origin lightning within it. That was the true terror. It was something that could even severely injure the great devils on the Devil Conferral Summit. The Sea of Origin lightning was colorless and formless. It also had no chi. It was very difficult for one to sense where the Sea of Origin lightning was dissipating in the primal chaos of the Stellar Order Palace. It was very difficult for one to know when and where the formless Sea of Origin lightning would attack. It was said that one could only see how beautiful and dazzling the Sea of Origin lightning was at the moment of death. Is this the Stellar Order Palace? The heaven and earth spirit chi is actually so disorderly. Jiu Xiaojiu's face was filled with shock as she looked at the primal chaos in front of her. She had never seen such a disorderly place before. The spirit chi was disorderly. The flow of time and space was disorderly. The heavenly law violet chi that she needed was floating not far in front of her. However, she did not dare to reach out to collect it. Her hair stood on end. She did not dare to act recklessly. It was as if there was a formless danger threatening her. Once she reached out, she would die. You are right not to reach out recklessly. Just 3 steps in front of you, there is a wisp of origin lightning dissipating. Once you move forward, you will die instantly. Of course, you have the mark of rain in your body. Even if you die here, that mark should be able to protect a trace of your demon soul from being destroyed and give you a chance to reconstruct your body. Based on this alone, Senior Ning is really good to you. Xianinu said. So the mark in my body is actually so useful. Jiu Xiaojiu's eyes were filled with confusion. Initially, she thought that Ning Fan planted the mark on her to hunt her down and settle the scores with her later on. Now, it seemed like that was not the case. Did I misunderstand Ning Fan? Is that person not as bad as he seems to be on the surface? By the way, didn't Senior say that the Sea of Origin lightning that dissipates in this place is not visible? Why can you see it 3 steps away from here? Jiu Xiaojiu asked doubtfully. Even though the Sea of Origin lightning in this place is not visible, I can infer the layout of the Sea of Origin lightning through the flow of the spiritual qi. Xin Inu explained. It should be very difficult to infer this from the chaotic flow of spiritual qi, right? Jiu Xiaojiu asked. It's very difficult. Weapon cultivators like us are the best at the Tao of battle formations and force. What we cultivate is nothing more than formations and force. However, even I can only infer the layout of the Sea of Origin lightning within 10 steps from here. I can't do it any further. Besides, every time I make a deduction, I will need to spend a lot of time and effort. You must stay by my side. In this place, you can't simply take a single step. Remember this. Oh. Jiu Xiaojiu nodded. We will just move around the periphery of the Star Order Palace. Don't go any deeper. Unfortunately, most of the heavenly Tao purple qi in the periphery has been tainted by the Sea of Origin lightning. It can't be collected. If we want to find a trace of the tainted purple qi that we can collect, we will need to make countless calculations. Xin Inu said. Thus, the two of them moved at a speed that was countless times slower than the crawl of a tortoise. Occasionally, there would be some chaotic purple qi and yellow qi that attacked them, but they were all dispersed by Xin Inu. 2 hours later, the two of them had moved around 100 steps. Xin Inu had 3 more light injuries on her body while Jiu Xiaojiu was unscathed. 4 hours later, the two of them had moved around 70 steps. Xin Inu had 4 more light injuries while Jiu Xiaojiu was still safe. 6 hours later, the two of them had moved another 50 steps. Xin Inu had suffered another serious injury. At this moment, Jiu Xiaojiu felt guilty and blamed herself. How could she not see that Senior Xin Inu's mental state was greatly damaged? It was obvious that she had overcalculated. Due to the increasing frequency of the purple and yellow qi attacks, Senior Xin Inu was already finding it difficult to resist. If Xin Inu was alone, she would not be so hard to resist after moving such a distance. However, who asked Xin Inu to bring a burden into this place? With one more person, the danger would not be as simple as 1 + 1. Instead, it would increase exponentially. Wanting to calculate the safe route for 2 people at the same time was also countless times more difficult. I'm sorry. Jiu Xiaojiu said. Shoo, don't talk. Did you hear any strange sounds? Xin Inu asked. Did I? I didn't hear anything. Is it my misconception? Forget it. According to my calculations, if we move in this direction for another 5 steps, we will be able to collect a trace of pure purple qi. Once we get it, we will leave. Thank you. You're welcome. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. 5 steps. The two of them finally arrived in front of a trace of pure purple qi. Before Jiu Xiaojiu could collect the purple qi, a sudden change occurred. An invisible wind pressure suddenly swept out from the inside of the Star Order Palace. That wind pressure made the originally chaotic heavenly Tao purple qi even more chaotic. The pattern of the purple qi had undergone a huge change. Don't reach out your hand. The pattern of the purple qi has changed. Someone doesn't want us to take away the purple qi in this place. That's why they changed the pattern of this place. Xin Inu was shocked. Who could actually do such a terrifying thing? Asterisk buzz asterisk asterisk buzz asterisk asterisk buzz asterisk. After the wind pressure, an endless ear-piercing buzzing sound came from the depths of the Star Order Palace. That was the sound of the great Tao that surpassed the second step. There's a very terrifying thing in the depths of the Star Order Palace. It's the thing that doesn't allow us to take away the purple qi in this place. Xin Inu seemed to have sensed something and her face turned cold. How terrifying is it? Is it scarier than Ningfan? Jiu Xiaojiu asked timidly. What kind of analogy is this? Xin Inu was puzzled. It was because she felt that Ning Fan was not scary at all. Instead, he was very amiable and respectable. On the other hand, the terror of the thing in the depths of the Star Order Palace had already exceeded her understanding. Buzz 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 the sound of the great Tao became more intense. It was as if it was urging them to leave. That thing seems to want us to leave as soon as possible. Xin Inu said with an unpleasant expression. Can we do it? Zhou Xiaojiu really wanted to cry. She shouldn't have come to this place. She shouldn't have dragged Senior Xin Inu into danger. It's very difficult. That thing's rage has disrupted the pattern of this place. The route that we took to enter this place can no longer be used to leave. We have to calculate the route to leave again. And this is definitely not something that can be done in a short period of time. Xin Inu said. Then, what should we do now? I don't know. Not good. It's coming. Under Xin Inu's horrified gaze, a ray of black light dashed towards them from the deepest part of the Star Order Palace. It was not afraid of the lightning of the origin that was hidden in the surroundings. It was not afraid of the chaotic purple chi. It was rushing towards them in the shortest straight line between 2 points. Its imposing manner was unparalleled. Even the sea of lightning of the origin that could scare off the great ancient demons was disrupted by this thing. What kind of arrogant and terrifying existence was hiding in this place? Xin Inu looked at the direction where that thing was coming from as if it was facing a formidable enemy. It's getting closer. It's getting closer and closer. The closer that thing was, the calmer Xin Inu's expression became. In the face of life and death, she was indifferent. The only thing she was considering was not her own life but how to safely send Zhou Xiaojiu away from this place. Zhou Xiaojiu was protected by Senior Ning's imprint. In this case, she should be able to protect a wisp of Zhou Xiaojiu's demon soul and safely escape. This black shadow that was getting closer and closer, it seemed to be a little familiar. Under Xin Inu's astonished gaze, the mysterious and ferocious creature that she regarded as a dreadful beast had arrived in front of her. It was something very familiar. Xin Inu had seen this thing not long ago. It was a small black ball. What is this? Zhou Xiaojiu was scared silly by the small black ball. She saw with her own eyes that the small black ball crushed countless purple and yellow chi along its way. It even caused the origin of lightning to let out endless buzzing sounds. It was a kind of, almost indestructible and unstoppable approach. That kind of aura made one feel despair. It made one wonder if there was anyone in this world who could stop this thing and subdue it. It was 10,000 times more ferocious and terrifying than the aura of her grandfather when he kills people. Don't be afraid. We should be fine. Xin Inu said calmly. Senior, what do you mean? Zhou Xiaojiu asked in confusion. Because, this is Senior Ning's item. Therefore, it shouldn't hurt us. Senior, please don't joke around. That fellow, Ning Fan. How could Senior Ning subdue such a terrifying magic treasure? Zhou Xiaojiu expressed her disbelief. Subconsciously, she wanted to address Ning Fan disrespectfully. However, when she recalled the protection of the imprint of rain in her body, she unconsciously changed the way she addressed him. This isn't a magic treasure. I also don't know what it is exactly. This item originally belonged to a quasi-saint locust demon at the reincarnation realm. Or perhaps it was actually this black ball that possessed that locust demon. After that, that locust died and this ball was subdued by Senior Ning. In short, it shouldn't hurt us. Xin Inu said. Senior's words are so confusing. I don't understand. In short, we are safe now, right? Zhou Xiaojiu asked. Drip 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 the black ball revolved around the two of them. Even though it could not speak, Jiu Xiaojiu could faintly feel that this black ball had a human-like mind. It seemed like it was condemning the two of them for taking the purple qi without permission. Is it reprimanding us? Jiu Xiaojiu asked. Perhaps. I don't really understand its mind. However, Senior Ning seems to understand it very well. Senior's means are really profound. Xin Inu said admiringly. Asterisk drip drip asterisk. The small black ball revolved for a long time and finally stopped revolving around the two of them. It seemed to have calmed down. Or perhaps, it finally sensed the qi of Ning Fan's imprint from Jiu Xiaojiu's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of black great Tao fluctuations spread out from the small black ball's body. Under the fluctuations of the great Tao, the chaotic purple and yellow qi and the invisible origin lightning began to disperse into the distance. In the void of primal chaos, a path paved with black great Tao fluctuations appeared. It probably wants us to follow this path to the depths of the Star Order Palace. Xin Inu said. Should we go? I'm a little scared. Jiu Xiaojiu said timidly. I'm not scared. Instead, I'm looking forward to it. Xin Inu said. Looking forward to it? Did I hear it wrongly? You're looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? Since this ball is here, its owner might be here as well. What I'm looking forward to is naturally seeing Senior Ning in the depths of the Star Order Palace. Xin Inu said. Senior Ning is here. I heard that he has been busy repairing a magic treasure recently. I don't think he has the time to come here, right? Jiu Xiaojiu said. Or perhaps, Senior is here to repair a great treasure. We'll know once we get there. Xin Inu said. But I still think it's better not to enter this place recklessly. Senior, wait for me. Before Jiu Xiaojiu could stop her, Xin Inu had already flown towards the depths of the Star Order Palace along the path paved by the small black ball. Without any other choice, Jiu Xiaojiu could only brace herself and continue forward. Chapter 1267. Along the way, they went deeper. That road was created by the mysterious black ball, the divine pill. It was formed by interweaving Tao laws that surpassed the second step. Xin Inu and Jiu Xiaojiu went deeper into the Star Order Palace. Unlike Xin Inu, Jiu Xiaojiu's heart was filled with uneasiness and fear. The deeper they went into the Stellar Order Palace, the more intense the collision between the purple and yellow energies became. The degree of collision was like hundreds and thousands of immortal kings and immortal sovereigns fighting in the void. It was terrifying and no one dared to provoke them. Further ahead, there were floating corpses floating in the void from time to time. There were human corpses, demon corpses and devil corpses. There were corpses with low cultivation level and corpses of immortal emperors and quasi-saints. There were corpses as small as dust and corpses as huge as the sea of stars. There were corpses that were less than 100 years old and ancient corpses that had been dead for hundreds of millions of years. Every corpse more or less maintained the complex expression they had when they died: fear, amazement, joy and satisfaction. When Jiu Xiaojiu observed carefully, she realized that these floating corpses were not real. They were like mirages. These corpses are really horrifying. Jiu Xiaojiu said with a trembling voice. There was once a pool in the Star Order Palace called the Lightning Transformation Pool. It was used to reproduce the Origin Thunder Sea. Those who were killed by the Lightning Transformation Pool would be remembered by the pool. When the fated ones came, the corpses would appear and the lightning would welcome them. Now, although the Lightning Transformation Pool is no longer there, the Origin Thunder Sea is still here. That's why it looks like this, Xin Inu explained. What a special welcoming ceremony. Does that mean that Senior and I are being welcomed by this invisible Origin Thunder Sea? If I could choose this welcoming method, I would rather not. Jiu Xiaojiu said coldly. You're thinking too much. The Origin Thunder Sea is not welcoming us. The path of the corpses is a circle. The one at the center of the circle is the one who is welcomed by the lightning. Xin Inu raised her finger and pointed at the depths of the Star Order Palace. Senior Ning is indeed here, right? You're indeed worthy of being welcomed by the lightning. Xin Inu was full of admiration. After flying for a long time, the two finally reached the end of the road. A snowy mountain floated in the core of the Star Order Palace. There was snow that never melted in the mountain. The moment little Jiao and little Jiao Fong stepped onto the mountain, they felt endless sorrow. It was as if they were in mourning, as if they were in deep sorrow. Who dares to trespass on the little North Pole mountain? Almost as soon as the two women set foot on the mountain, several beams of starlight flew out from the mountain and landed on the ground, turning into star demon giants that were 1,000 feet tall. These star demon giants seemed to be the guards of the snow mountain. Seeing that there were strangers trespassing, they came out to stop them. The only strange thing was that when these star demon giants spoke, they did not dare to be too loud. Instead, they spoke softly and carefully, as if they were afraid that they would disturb something if they were too loud. One should know that the star demon giant's normal voice was comparable to thunder. It's you. Among the few star demon giants, an old star demon with a beard that reached the ground recognized Xin Inu. He was the leader of the star demons and his Taoist title was Dark Star Child. His cultivation level had already reached the half-step quasi-sage realm. The star demon clan was naturally arrogant. As the leader of the star demons in this place, Dark Star Child was even more arrogant. Even though he recognized Xin Inu, his eyes were still cold and arrogant. It's Senior Ning's mysterious black ball that brought us here. Xin Inu did not mind his tone and explained calmly. It's actually Lord Blackball who brought you here. Cough cough, I didn't know that an esteemed guest had come to visit. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. After hearing her words, Dark Star Child's heart skipped a beat. He was greatly frightened. His usual arrogance was gone and his tone instantly became extremely polite. Lord Blackball. Jiao Xiaojiao felt a little funny. He felt that the star demon's change from arrogance to deference was funny, and he also felt that the way the star demons addressed the mysterious black ball was funny. Little ball is not a human. What kind of lord is it? Shoo, esteemed guest, you mustn't speak loudly in this place. Senior Ning is currently comprehending the Tao in the mountain. You mustn't disturb him. Dark Star Child advised anxiously. It was as if disturbing Ning Fan's comprehension was a terrible thing. As expected, Senior is here. Xin Inu revealed a smile. Then, she felt a little regretful. Even though Senior is here, he is at a crucial moment in his comprehension. In that case, it's inconvenient for me to enter the mountain and meet Senior. Xin Inu sighed faintly. It's alright. It's alright. Senior didn't stop us star demons from observing him while he was comprehending the Tao. Since we star demons can enter the mountain to observe Senior's comprehension, an esteemed guest like fellow Taoist naturally can also go. Dark Star Child chuckled and led the two ladies into the mountain. The path to the mountain was filled with snow. In the deepest part of the snow, a snowy valley was formed. Ning Fan stood in the snowy valley for a long time. He raised his right hand and pressed it on a short stone tablet. His eyes were focused. There were no words on the front of the stone tablet or the back. However, when Ning Fan's eyes were filled with green light and he looked at the stone tablet, he actually saw words that ordinary people could not see. This tablet was actually personally erected by immortal sovereign Ziwei in the past. The words on it were also personally carved by immortal sovereign Ziwei. Each of the ancient words contained the chi of the Saint Defier realm. Devil Encounter Tablet, erected at the Devil Encounter, destroyed by a thought. When the tablet is destroyed, the person survives, when the tablet is destroyed, the person dies. Devil encounter time. What is the meaning of this stone tablet? Why did Polylore, who couldn't be repaired, guide me to this place? I've repaired Polylore, but I'm still lacking something. What exactly is it that I'm lacking? Recently, Ning Fan had been busy repairing unparalleled knowledge. The more times he failed, the more clues he gained. Ning Fan, who possessed the ability to communicate with all living things, once tried to communicate with the fragment directly. However, when it came to matters related to repairing it, he received no response. It was only until yesterday that he succeeded in communicating with the fragment. Ning Fan, may I know how I can truly repair you? Polylore, go to the Devil Encounter Tablet. Go to the Devil Encounter Tablet first. Ning Fan, where is the Devil Encounter Tablet located? Polylore, Star Order Palace. Little North Pole Mountain. Thus, Ning Fan came to this place and found the Devil Encounter Tablet. Even though he had found the tablet, he did not know what it was used for. He also did not understand the meaning of the words on the tablet. He tried to communicate with the Devil Encounter Tablet using the ability to communicate with all living things. However, the Devil Encounter Tablet refused to talk to him. It was not that the two of them could not communicate. It was just that the other party was unwilling. Brother Tablet, since you are unwilling to talk to me, I have no choice but to use this method. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Ning Fan placed his palm on the stone tablet and carefully sensed it. Wisps of mind power invaded the stone tablet in an attempt to establish a mental connection with it. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's mind power was bounced back again and again. It was not easy to enter the other party's heart. Suddenly, Ning Fan had an illusion that the Devil Encounter Tablet in front of him was like a depressed and autistic young man who did not want others to peek into his heart. However, the Devil Encounter Tablet did not use a forceful method to reject Ning Fan's mind power. It just bounced back gently. From the looks of it, the Devil Encounter Tablet also had some contradictions in its heart. While it was autistic, it probably also desired to be understood by others. Ning Fan had many guesses about the Devil Encounter Tablet's inner thoughts. Thus, even if the Devil Encounter Tablet rejected him time and time again, he still did not give up. Instead, he kept pestering it. Finally. There was a gap in the Devil Encounter Tablet's heart defense, allowing Ning Fan to enter it. Is this the inner world of the Devil Encounter Tablet? Ning Fan's mind entered a world that was also covered in white snow. The inner world of the Devil Encounter Tablet was a snowy mountain. It looked very similar to the Little North Pole Mountain in the Star Order Palace, but it was countless times bigger. On top of the snowy mountain, the sky was covered in snow. The snow was very cold. Even with Ning Fan's strong mental fortitude, he still felt a trace of coldness. Far away on the mountain path, there was a vague figure standing in the snow. When Ning Fan noticed the figure, he immediately chased after it. Sir, are you Brother Bei? Please stay and talk to me. However, the figure did not stop. It was not willing to talk to Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan chased after it while it ran further and further away as if it was escaping. Seeing this, Ning Fan naturally did not plan to give up so easily. He chased after it at an even faster speed. Everywhere he went, he left deep footprints on the snow. That vague figure was also running away on the snow. However, it did not leave any footprints on the snow. It was as if there was some kind of intrinsic difference between it and Ning Fan. Gradually, Ning Fan got closer to it. Only then did he see through the snow that the person he was chasing was actually not Brother Tablet. Instead, it was a young lady. It was a young lady who was wrapped in a fiery red cloak. So you are a lady. I apologize for my rudeness. Ning Fan said apologetically. Upon hearing his apology, the young lady stopped in her tracks as if she finally wanted to reply to Ning Fan. However, she soon let out a faint sigh as if she was worried about something. In the end, she did not turn her head back and continued to run towards the depths of the snow. It was an unintentional sigh from her. However, when it reached Ning Fan's ears, it was like a deafening sound. It made Ning Fan's mind agitated and he could not control himself. Strange. Just a casual sigh from the Devil Encounter tablet could actually affect his mental state. What was even stranger was that the closer Ning Fan got to the young lady, the more he felt a sense of unfamiliarity from her. It was normal for them to be unfamiliar with each other. After all, today was Ning Fan's first time seeing the Devil Encounter tablet. What puzzled Ning Fan was that this sense of unfamiliarity seemed to be an illusion that the young lady deliberately created. It was the first time they met. Why would she purposely create a sense of unfamiliarity between them? It seemed a little unnecessary. What are you trying to hide? What are you afraid of? Ning Fan frowned. The reason he came to this place was because of Polylore Wushuang's hint. However, at this moment, he was a little concerned about the Devil Encounter tablet itself. The young lady's footsteps paused again. Then, she ran even faster. At the same time, the snowstorm in the mental world of the stone tablet suddenly became countless times stronger. Ning Fan's mind was swept away by the snowstorm. It made it difficult for him to chase after the young lady. In the end, Ning Fan could only watch the young lady's figure disappear into the depths of the snow. Are you really unwilling to meet me? But if you are unwilling, why did you agree to let me enter with a trace of my mind? Ning Fan's frown deepened. He was even more puzzled about the strange behavior of the young lady. It was something that he could not ignore, even if it was not because of Polylore Wushuang, he still wanted to meet her. Otherwise, he would have a knot in his heart because of this matter. The sound of the wind was very loud but there was no reply from the young lady. Ning Fan pondered for a while and fell into deep thought. He did not withdraw his mind from the tablet even though the snowstorm was freezing his mind. He looked around, trying to find the slightest trace of the young lady's escape from the snowy sky. However, he could not find it. If the young lady was unwilling to meet him, it would be difficult for Ning Fan to find her no matter what. After all, this was the mental world of the young lady. Perhaps I can directly use the ability of all living things to make this mental world change its owner. Then, I can easily find that young lady. But if that's the case, Ning Fan sighed. In the end, he did not use the ability to destroy the judgment of this mental world. He did not want to do that. Perhaps, it's not that you are unwilling to meet me. You just don't want me to see you. Ning Fan looked around in the snowstorm and muttered to himself. The sound of the wind entered his ears. There was a moment of chaos. However, there was still no response from the young lady. You don't want me to see you, but you're hiding somewhere in the snowstorm, and looking at me? Why is that? Ning Fan was a person with sharp senses after all. Finally, he sensed a gaze from somewhere hidden in the snowstorm. It should be that young lady looking at him through the snowstorm. Fine, Ning Fan shook his head. Even though he had sensed the location of the young lady, he did not chase after her in the end. Since she was unwilling to meet him, he would not force her. He simply sat cross-legged in the mental world of the young lady and began to comprehend on his own. Seeing that Ning Fan no longer chased after her, the young lady seemed to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, she seemed to feel regret. The young lady's figure turned into snowflakes and returned to the mental world of the young lady. The snowflakes fell on Ning Fan's long hair, shoulders and palms. Then, they melted in his palms. It was like that young lady passing by Ning Fan's mental world. The young lady did not show up again. However, Ning Fan could feel her gaze from every single snowflake in this place. She deliberately kept a distance from him. It's really a pity. Ning Fan sighed. He did not know what he was feeling regretful about. He just felt that his heart had become empty in an instant. It was so empty that it made him feel lonely. As he sat cross-legged in the snow, he felt as if 1,000 lifetimes had passed in just an instant. When he regained his senses, he realized that the season in this mental world was no longer midwinter. Instead, it had become spring. Everything began to recover. Plants and trees began to grow. An ant crawled out of the soil and passed by Ning Fan's feet. It was so familiar yet so strange. When Ning Fan stretched out his hand to touch it, it turned into specks of light and disappeared like melting snow. You don't even want to let me come into contact with an ant here, huh? Ning Fan stood up and walked aimlessly on the mountain path of Spring Mountain. At the end of the mountain path was the ocean. Spring was warm and flowers were blooming. Everything was coming back to life. It was the mating season again. The male sea turtle lay on the body of the female sea turtle and let out a satisfied sound. However, as Ning Fan got closer to it, the male sea turtle seemed to have sensed something and let out a terrified shriek. Then, he abruptly released all of his sexual energy and escaped into the ocean. The female sea turtle was so angry that she kept cursing. That male sea turtle is really ugly. It's so ugly that it's comparable to old Wu. Ning Fan said inexplicably. He continued to walk aimlessly along the shore. All of a sudden, a scene of a sandpiper and a clam fighting against each other appeared in front of him. When he got closer, he realized that it was not a sandpiper and a clam fighting each other. Instead, it was a crane fighting against a clam. When the crane sensed Ning Fan's approach, it instantly became absent-minded. Then, it hurriedly left the mussel and flew far away. Ning Fan looked at the direction where the crane went and pondered. When he regained his senses, he did not even know where the mussel went. He continued to move forward. Ning Fan came to the end of the shore. There, a wild boar was fighting against a wild dog. Ning Fan did not care about it and chose to move forward in another direction. There was another mountain in front of him. On the mountain slope, there was a damaged ox cart. On top of the ox cart, there was an old wine gourd. It was clearly his first time seeing this ox cart and this wine gourd. However, Ning Fan strangely and skillfully jumped onto the ox cart. Then, he untied the wine gourd and gulped down a large mouthful of wine. When the spicy wine entered his throat, it felt like the sky was round and the earth was round. It was as if the endless great Tao was flowing through his mouth. The taste is not bad. Ning Fan praised. All of a sudden, the world in front of him spun. The trace of his consciousness that had entered the devil-meeting steel had finally reached its limit. It began to withdraw from the steel. His consciousness returned to his body. The scene returned to the Star Order Palace, the little Arctic mountain and the Snow Valley. Ning Fan's true body was still in the Snow Valley. However, he was not standing in front of the devil-meeting steel. His palm was also not pressed on the steel. The feeling in his hand was not the cold texture of the devil-meeting steel. It was softness. This is, when Ning Fan regained his senses, the scene in front of him made him extremely shocked. What exactly happened after his consciousness entered the devil-meeting steel? Why is he not standing in front of the devil-meeting steel right now? Instead, he is lying on the body of a strange girl and pinching her softness. It's really soft. Woo 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 woo. Jiu Xiaojiu really wanted to cry. She could not understand why Ning Fan, who was in the middle of comprehending the Tao, would suddenly press down on her and pinch her here, here and here. She wanted to ask Ning Fan if he was taking advantage of her on purpose. However, she did not have the chance to do so because her mouth was sealed. The kind that was sealed with his mouth. After being tasted by his mouth, he even praised that the taste was not bad. At the side, the crowd of Star Devil clan was dumbfounded. Besides that, there was also a slightly strange expression on her face. Niño. Senior, I know that you were in the middle of comprehending the Tao just now and everything you did was unintentional. So, you don't have to be too bothered by it. Niño comforted him indifferently. After being informed by the crowd, Ning Fan finally knew what had happened just now. When his consciousness entered the devil meeting steel, Zhang Xingzi and the others led Xin Yinyo and Zhou Xiaojiu to this place to observe Ning Fan comprehending the Tao. At first, Ning Fan's comprehension was still peaceful. His body stood upright like a statue and did not move at all. However, after a while, Ning Fan's body began to wander aimlessly. He walked around the little Arctic mountain in a disorderly manner. The crowd naturally did not dare to disturb Ning Fan, who was walking aimlessly. They just quietly followed Ning Fan and observed him in secret. After that, Ning Fan suddenly leaped onto Xin Yinyo's body and pressed her down on the ground. His actions were as rough as jumping onto an ox cart. Fortunately, even though Ning Fan's actions were crude, he did not do anything that was out of bounds to the Xine lady. On the contrary, Zhou Xiaojiu, who was at the side, suffered. After Ning Fan pushed the Xine lady down, Zhou Xiaojiu became extremely anxious. She wanted to pull Ning Fan away and save her beloved senior Xine lady. However, Ning Fan pushed her down and took her place instead. His hands moved up and down, pinching her softness. It infuriated Zhou Xiaojiu so much that she wanted to scold Ning Fan for acting like a hooligan. However, it was immediately sealed by his mouth and was ruthlessly tasted. Then, he was praised that the taste was not bad. This is actually a misunderstanding. Ning Fan did not know how to explain the misunderstanding. Zhou Xiaojiu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Unfortunately, she was timid. At this moment, Ning Fan had already sobered up and did not seal her mouth again. She calmed down and did not dare to blame Ning Fan for his rudeness. She pretended to be arrogant and said, "Senior, it was an unintentional action. This little girl doesn't mind at all." As a matter of fact, she had already determined that Ning Fan's behavior was definitely to humiliate and take revenge on her. Forget it, don't be angry. He couldn't beat him even if he was angry. Angering oneself to death would be a blood loss. A good woman does not fight with a devil. In short, with this, the karma between us can be considered even, right? This fellow has already treated me like that. Even if I don't give him the wine as an apology, I won't owe him anything. However, I am still so angry. Oh right. From what Fairy Xine said just now, you purposely came to the Star Order Palace to give me the wine. Ning Fan's tone was apologetic. He did not mean to be frivolous. Even though he did not like Zhou Xiaojiu, she had done something rude after all. Besides, he was concerned about the relationship between Zhou Xiaojiu and the fish master. Thus, he felt even more apologetic. He really did not want to hurt the relationship between him and the fish master because of this lady. He did not intend to accept any gift of apology from Zhou Xiaojiu in the first place. Now that something like this had happened, it was even more impossible for him to accept any gift. The reason why he asked this question was actually to reject her gift so that she would not continue to trouble herself with the wine. However, Zhou Xiaojiu was shocked. However, she misunderstood his intention. Zhou Xiaojiu only thought that Ning Fan's question was because he wanted to ask for the wine that she brewed on the spot. Therefore, she was very shocked. She thought to herself, "Great Senior Ning, you have already treated me like that, but you still don't plan to write off the karma between us. Isn't this enough? Isn't it enough to satisfy you? You still want me to brew wine for you? Wine. Compensation. Sin. Is this all right? This is not good. Even if I, Zhou Xiaojiu, am beaten to death by you and die by the roadside, I will never brew wine for you again. Wine." Thus, she wanted to bravely reject Ning Fan's shameless request. However, when the words reached her mouth, they actually turned into, "I am very willing to brew wine for Senior. Please don't reject me. I have no other choice." At this moment, Ning Fan was looking at her with an apologetic expression. His stare made her hair stand on end. She really did not dare to say anything that might anger him in front of his face. She was too cowardly. She was suffering from paranoia. This was a terminal illness that was incurable. In the end, with Ning Fan's help, Zhou Xiaojiu easily gathered a large amount of heavenly Dao violet qi from the Star Order Palace and used it to brew wine. Inwardly, she was frantically rejecting Ning Fan. She did not want to brew wine for Ning Fan as an apology. However, her body was acting like a lackey. Every time she opened her mouth, she would say, "Senior, please accept my apology." Why? Why am I the one apologizing to him? Why isn't he the one apologizing to me here and there? Zhou Xiaojiu fell into deep self-doubt and self-denial. Then, she left the Star Order Palace in a daze. The person who left with her was Senior Cini. "Thank you for sacrificing yourself to save me just now." Cini thanked her. She was thanking Zhou Xiaojiu for not caring about her own safety when Ning Fan was pressing her down on him. She was really brave. It was hard to imagine that such a cowardly little girl would have such a brave side. "Ah. You're welcome. Senior, please don't mind this. It's my honor to be able to help Senior. As long as Senior survives the disaster, my sacrifice will be worth it." Zhou Xiaojiu comforted herself. "Actually, it might be better if you didn't save me just now." "What a pity," Cini said with a hint of regret. Who knows what she is regretting? What is it? Could it be that it is a pity that I could not repay my benefactor with my body in one go? If that is the case, wouldn't my sacrifice be meaningless? Zhou Xiaojiu felt suffocated. "But I still thank you for your kindness. To repay you, I will accompany you to brew wine. You can order me whenever you need to use your magic power. This is my way of thanking you." Cini thanked her. "No. You really don't have to accompany me. It's not convenient for me to poison Ning Fan's wine if you stay by my side. Forget it. I don't have the courage to poison him anyway. I'll just be a happy coward. Thank you for your help, Senior." Zhou Xiaojiu said politely. Generally speaking, this is still a win-win situation." Cini smiled faintly. Hence, Zhou Xiaojiu knew that she was probably going to be used as a tool again. Alas! After Zhou Xiaojiu and Cini left, the little Arctic mountain returned to its usual silence. The Star Devils naturally did not dare to be as noisy as Zhou Xiaojiu. They only dared to watch quietly from the side. The small ball of divine pills circled above the snow valley, protecting Ning Fan from the beginning. Although I haven't figured out the reason why Polylore Wushuang asked me to enter the Devil-Seeking Steel, should I enter the Devil-Seeking Steel again? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He had made up his mind. He decided to enter the Devil-Seeking Steel with his consciousness again to find out what was going on. However, this time, he gave an additional order to the Star Devils. No one else was allowed to watch the steel anymore. What if someone was treated like this by him again while he was comprehending the Tao? However, when I think about it carefully, what I saw in the Devil-Seeking Girl's consciousness vaguely coincides with what is happening in the outside world. Why is that? That mysterious feeling is like something that I've been pursuing in the past but I couldn't succeed in the end. Open your eyes. When he thought about it carefully, what he saw and heard when his consciousness entered the Devil-Seeking Steel felt like he had just woken up from a dream. It was as if what he saw there was the real world after he had opened his eyes. The Tao comprehension, frivolity, and all the experiences he had were actually a dream. It was a very strange and mysterious feeling. Could this be the reason why Polylore Wushuang guided me to do this? Ning Fan guessed, but he could not verify it. After driving away the Star Devils, he finally took a light breath and pressed his palm on the Devil-Seeking Steel. Mind Invasion. Chapter 1268. The mental world would change according to the thoughts of the owner of the mental world. The first time Ning Fan entered the heart of the devil seeking steel, he experienced midwinter and spring. When he entered for the second time, everything he saw was the beginning of summer. There were mountains and seas in the heart of the devil meeting steel. Ning Fan walked on the mountain path. The soil was moist and the air was fresh, as if the mountain had just experienced a drizzle. The flowers on the mountain were in full bloom. Wild bees were flying around the flowers. A few butterflies inadvertently landed on Ning Fan's shoulder. They were not afraid of strangers, as if they had recognized Ning Fan's as one of their own. "I'm looking for the owner of this place. Do you know where she is?" Ning Fan asked the butterflies. The butterflies did not answer. However, it flew away from Ning Fan's shoulder and flew towards the other end of the mountain path. It was as if he was guiding the way. "Thank you very much." The butterflies weren't flying fast. Thus, Ning Fan moved forward slowly. The path into the mountain was getting deeper and deeper. Traces of wild beasts gradually appeared in the surroundings. A young red leopard was playing in the forest, chasing after butterflies, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not catch up. A black leopard was lying on a tree, sleeping soundly. It was indescribably lazy. Ning Fan looked at the black cat and the red leopard with a thoughtful expression. However, he didn't stay for long. They continued to move forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, a bamboo forest suddenly appeared in front of them. There was a winding path in the bamboo forest. At first glance, the road seemed to be paved with cobblestones. However, when Ning Fan took a closer look, he realized that those stones were not cobblestones but pieces of broken paths. The great Tao fragments lost all of their power, as if they were dead, destroyed, silent, no longer releasing any radiance, becoming like ordinary stones. Ning Fan squatted down and touched the fragments of the great Tao on the ground. The cold touch had a kind of coolness passing through his fingertips, crossing the long years and entering his heart. It was like a parting without a return date, like the cold light of a broken sword dissipating, like the distance between the past and the future. Inexplicably, Ning Fan's heart was filled with an indescribable emotion. That feeling left as quickly as it came. Before Ning Fan could investigate further, he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. When he came back to his senses, there was no stone path paved with fragments of the great Tao in front of him. The stone road had already disappeared. It was like a flash in the pan, as if it had never existed. That demon woman doesn't want me to investigate these grand Tao fragments. Could it be that these great Tao fragments are the secrets in her heart? That's why she doesn't want others to pry into them. I came uninvited, entered her inner world, and tried to pry into her secrets. This matter is my fault. With that in mind, Ning Fan turned towards the depths of the bamboo forest and apologized. "I'm sorry." He could feel a gaze from the depths of the bamboo forest looking at him. It should be the demonized woman. These words were directed at the demon woman. Unfortunately, the other party did not reply. There was only the sound of the wind, and the bamboo leaves in the forest began to rustle. "Can I enter this bamboo forest?" Ning Fan continued to ask. There was still no answer. There was neither an invitation nor a refusal. However, according to Ning Fan's understanding of the devil woman's character, her actions could be considered as acquiescence. The butterfly that had led the way was long gone. Thus, Ning Fan entered the bamboo forest alone. There was a spring in the forest. It was a spirit spring that was almost depleted of spiritual qi. The reason why the spirit qi in this spring was depleted was because there were traces of destruction at the spirit vein of the spring. There was a house next to the spring. It was a clean bamboo house surrounded by a sparse bamboo fence. Beside the fence was a small piece of spiritual field. However, this spiritual field seemed to have been barren for a long time. Other than that, the spiritual field itself had traces of destruction. There was no one in the house and there were almost no furnishings. However, there was a faint fragrance of a woman lingering in the air. It seemed to be because the other party had lived here for a long time. Outside the house, beside the spring, there was a stone table. On the stone table, there was an empty teapot and 2 old teacups. Time had left a mottled mark on the stone table. Although the teapot and teacups on the table were old, they were clean and spotless. That devil woman should have been here just now. However, she left when I came here. As expected, this woman still doesn't want to see me. Or perhaps, she doesn't want to see anyone. No, that's not right. There are 2 teacups on the stone table. If she doesn't want to see anyone, there is no need to specially prepare 2 teacups. The second teacup is obviously used to receive guests. Being alone in the secluded bamboo, he could not see the sky. However, there was always a second teacup on the table, as if it was waiting for someone to come. A gentle breeze blew past. Before Ning Fan's eyes could move away from the teapot and teacups, tea suddenly appeared in one of the 2 empty teacups. Traces of fragrance drifted out. It was tea leaves that Ning Fan had never tasted before. At first, the tea leaves were as white as snow. Gradually, the tea melted into the water as if it was real snow. Thus, there were no longer any tea leaves in the teacup. Only the clear tea water was left. It was like a snow mountain that had just melted and boiled. Ning Fan was startled. Then, he revealed a smile. This cup of tea could be considered as the devil woman's treat for him. It doesn't seem to be ordinary tea leaves. He had a feeling that the scene of the tea melting into the water was very similar to a legendary spiritual tea. This tea seems to be unusual. Ning Fan seemed to be talking to himself, but also to the devil woman who was hiding in the dark. There was still no answer. Is this tea prepared for me? There was still no answer, as if it was a tacit agreement. If that's the case, thank you for giving me this tea, master. Ning Fan thanked her and sat on the stone bench. Then, he lifted the teacup. He gently took a sip. Then, his indifferent eyes were filled with surprise. Just by taking a sip, Ning Fan's spirit sense had actually improved by 10,000 years. At this moment, Ning Fan felt that his ears and eyes were sharp and clear. His mind was refreshed and his comprehension of the Tao surged into his mind. It was difficult to calm down. Even versatile knowledge, which had troubled him for many days, had figured out many key points in just a split second. This tea is indeed the legendary Tao Enlightenment tea. Ning Fan clicked his tongue and praised. He had heard of Tao Enlightenment tea before, but he had never tasted it before. Today was the first time he had the fortune to taste it. According to the legends, the high-grade Tao Enlightenment tea was like gold, the mid-grade Tao Enlightenment tea was like blood jade, and the low-grade Tao Enlightenment tea was like snow. The tea he drank was as white as snow. It must be the low-grade Tao Enlightenment tea. However, even if it was just a low-grade Tao Enlightenment tea, it would be sold for dozens of gold taels in the heaven-piercing sect. Moreover, it had never been sold to the illusionary world. Even if Ning Fan wanted to buy it, there was no official channel for him to do so. This was a treasure that could not be bought even with money. Therefore, Ning Fan was not discontented to be able to drink a low-grade Tao Enlightenment tea. The one who felt that there was a flaw was not him but the woman who met the devil. The sound of the wind was faint and a sigh could be heard, as if it was regretful that she could not get what she wanted. No one knew that the demonic woman had prepared higher quality Tao comprehension tea leaves to entertain the guests who had come to visit. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, there was only a few low-grade tea leaves left to entertain Ning Fan. There was nothing he could do. Even though the woman invited Ning Fan to have a cup of tea, she did not show up until the end. She did not even say a word to Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not force her to do so. When Ning Fan was drinking the tea, there was a gentle breeze in the bamboo forest. It was as if the woman was staring at him. Strangely enough, Ning Fan, who hated being spied on the most in his life, did not seem to reject the woman's spying. When the tea was finished, Ning Fan still sat there for a long time. He sat there from noon to dusk. It felt like half a day had passed, but at the same time, it felt like he had spent his entire life here. Then, as the sky darkened and the gentle breeze subsided, the woman's gaze finally disappeared. She's gone. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense, but he could not sense the woman's whereabouts in this world. It was as if the woman had come and gone out of thin air. There was no trace of her at all. After all, this was the inner world of the devil seeking steel. The devil seeking steel should be able to come and go as it pleased in this place. Thus, Ning Fan did not stay any longer. He stood up and walked aimlessly in the bamboo forest. Even though Ning Fan was concerned about the woman, he did not forget his original intention. In the beginning, it was the multi-knowledge fragment that made him come to this place. Therefore, there must be a reason behind it. It was time to find out the answer. There are mountains and seas in this place. Will the answer that the multi-knowledge fragment leads me to be on this mountain? Ning Fan walked forward and gradually, he walked out of the bamboo forest. As he continued to move forward, the mountain path suddenly became more rugged. However, this rugged mountain path was actually filled with Shirlan and Duheng. The night gradually darkened. However, there were some fireflies dancing between Shirlan and Duheng. With the help of the fireflies, Ning Fan passed through the most rugged part of the mountain path and finally reached the top of the mountain. There doesn't seem to be what I'm looking for here, Ning Fan shook his head. However, he was not in a hurry to leave the mountain peak. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, facing the distant sea with his eyes closed. After drinking the Tao comprehension tea, Ning Fan's mind was filled with countless Tao thoughts. Now, he finally had the leisure to sort out these insights. Thus, as Ning Fan's comprehension deepened, strange phenomena began to manifest on the mountain peak. Sometimes, Ning Fan's devil sense would spread out. His devil sense actually deepened the darkness of the night by thousands of times. Sometimes, Ning Fan's Tao sense would spread out. Then, the Big Dipper star would appear in the dark sky, making the night much brighter. Sometimes, Ning Fan's Qi would cover his body. The plants in the mountain that came into contact with Ning Fan's Qi began to grow crazily. Sometimes, Ning Fan's rain intent would surround him. Then, an inadvertent night rain fell and moistened the entire mountain. The beasts, birds and insects in the mountain were all shocked by the strange phenomena that Ning Fan caused. The crickets did not dare to chirp at night. The crows did not dare to caw at the treetops. None of the living creatures in the mountain dared to disturb Ning Fan's comprehension. All of them revered Ning Fan like a heavenly god. The night passed. The moment the sun rose, Ning Fan ended his meditation. He had already absorbed all the insights from the Tao comprehension tea. Looking at the distant sea, Ning Fan fell into deep thought. If the answer I'm looking for isn't on the mountain, it might be in the sea. Thus, Ning Fan left the mountain and went to the seaside. Subconsciously, he searched the seaside. However, he did not encounter the mating of the sea turtles and the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Coincidentally, the tide of the sea was receding. The remains of some sunken ships were washed ashore. Among the remains of the sunken ships, Ning Fan actually found the remnants of a few magic treasures that belonged to ancient cultivators. All of them had lost their spiritual nature and were no longer useful. Other than that, Ning Fan also found a tattered letter among the remains of the sunken ships. It was impossible for an ordinary letter to be immersed in the deep sea all year round. It was even more impossible for it to be washed ashore and see the light of day again. This letter was left behind by an ancient immortal emperor. That was why it had not been completely destroyed by the seawater despite the passage of time. Everyone has curiosity. Ning Fan was no exception. Besides, he was currently focused on searching for unparalleled knowledge's guidance. The sudden appearance of an immortal emperor's letter was a great clue. It was impossible for him to miss this matter. Thus, he opened the letter and read it. The letter was tattered. He could only read some intermittent sentences from it. The writer was an immortal emperor named Shirgui. The recipient was called Zhang Daowu. Brother Zhang Daowu, words are like your face. The Northern Man Kingdom is in an emergency. We specially invite you to come to the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference. We will use the name of the chaotic Kun sacred sect's disciple to uphold justice. The calamity of devil monarch Ziwei. 9 days later. We will welcome you on the bronze ship. Brother, Shirgui respectfully. North Pole Dao Fruit Conference. A disciple of the chaotic Kun sacred sect. Devil monarch Ziwei. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. The letter in his hand seemed to involve some ancient secrets. Ning Fan had never been interested in these ancient secrets. However, if it's the guidance of unparalleled knowledge's fragment, he would not mind learning about it. Speaking of which, he seemed to have heard of the name Zhang Dao somewhere before. If it's just the name Zhang Dao, Ning Fan would not be able to recall it. After all, this name was too common in the cultivation world. One could easily find thousands or tens of thousands of Zhang Daos on any cultivation planet. However, if this name is related to the chaotic Kun sacred sect, Zhang Dao, Ning Fan closed his eyes and searched through the memories in his mind. Gradually, he recalled some of the past. I was originally the 7th ancestor of the Fan family. My name was Fan Ma Kong. I was abandoned by the Tribulation Spirit clan. I fought my way out of the encirclement. I seized a karma beast, I abandoned my barbarian cultivation base. I reconstructed my primordial spirit. I became the immortal emperor who controlled fate. I schemed against Zhang Dao, a disciple of the chaotic Kun sacred sect. I obtained the 5th fragment. I could fight against a 3rd-level quasi-saint in a battle with all my strength. Then, I entered the illusory world by mistake. I searched for an opportunity to take revenge on the Tribulation Spirit clan. From now on, this body will be the 2nd primordial spirit. I will temporarily stay in the desolate land. If there's a chance, I will seize the cultivation base of the 9th barbarian god, Mo, merge into the ancient barbarian tomb, and search for the 6th fragment. In the past, when Ning Fan was schemed against by old ancestor Mo, he had used the reverse spirit technique of the true dragon clan to search for the memories of Fan Makong, the 7th ancestor of the Fan clan. In those fragmented memories, he seemed to have mentioned Zhang Dao, a disciple of the chaotic Kun sacred sect. It's all thanks to the Dao comprehension tea that made my mind clear and my eyes clear. I can actually remember such a long time ago with such clarity. Ning Fan praised. Now that I think about it, I seem to have heard of the name Zhang Dao somewhere else. As Uncle Master can see, both of us are Jade Void Talisman soldiers. We are here to guard the reverse 10 extremes formation under the orders of Teacher Primordial Beginning. In the past, during the Dao fruit gathering of the myriad races of the mountain and sea realm, Zhang Dao, a disciple of the chaotic Kun sacred sect, defeated the geniuses of the myriad races and obtained the 1st place. Due to a prior agreement, Teacher Primordial Beginning had no choice but to take out an item and give it to Zhang Dao. The item he gave him was the reverse 10 extremes formation diagram. From now on, the formation diagram has changed owners. This piece of memory was what the other party said when Ning Fan subdued the Jade Void Talisman soldiers some time ago. At that time, Ning Fan was not really interested in the ancient secrets that the other party told him. However, it was different now. In addition to the letter that he picked up from the immortal emperor this time, it was already the 3rd time that Ning Fan had heard about Zhang Dao of the chaotic Kun sacred sect. This made him a little curious about this cultivator called Zhang Dao. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan finished reading the letter, the shadow of a sail suddenly appeared on the other side of the sea. With Ning Fan's eyesight, He could clearly see that the thing that was sailing towards him from afar was actually an ancient golden ship. The speed of the ancient golden ship was very slow. After spending 3 whole days, it finally reached the shore. Then, a bald young man walked down from the ship. The cultivation base that the bald young man revealed was only at the late shedding void realm. However, Ning Fan could still see through his true cultivation base with just a glance. It was the peak immortal king realm. The bald young man did not know that Ning Fan had already seen through his hidden cultivation base. He bowed to Ning Fan respectfully and said, "Junior Shi Gondang is here to welcome Senior Zhang Dao under the order of my master. Please board the ship." "Fellow Daoist, are you talking to me?" Ning Fan asked Shi Gondang thoughtfully. "Senior, you must be joking. There's only you here. Other than you, who else can I talk to?" Shi Gondang said respectfully. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Zhang Dao." Ning Fan said. "Senior, please don't joke around. My master ordered me to specially give you a portrait when I welcome you. The portrait even has a trace of Senior's chi." As he was speaking, Shi Gondang took out a portrait. It was the portrait of a young man. The man in the portrait had an ordinary appearance. He did not resemble Ning Fan at all. However, Shi Gondang insisted that Ning Fan looked the same as the man in the portrait. The chi of the man in the portrait was also slightly different from Ning Fan. However, Shi Gondang insisted that both of them had the same chi and they were the same person. "Why does this person insist that I'm Zhang Dao?" "Oh, I see." Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes as if he had seen through everything about Shi Gondang. Then, he reached out his hand towards Shi Gondang. His palm directly went through Shi Gondang's body. An illusion. This Shi Gondang was not a living person at all. He was just an illusion that had evolved from the devil seeking Steel's inner world. "No, that's not right. What I'm seeing right now isn't as simple as an illusion. It's a fragment of ancient memory that has evolved from this world." Ning Fan thought to himself. What I'm seeing right now might be something that the cultivator called Zhang Dao had experienced. How is this possible? This person has actually opened the heavenly being law eye. He can actually easily penetrate my ghost body with his palm. Ning Fan's action scared Shi Gondang so much that his soul almost left his body. He took a few steps back and did not dare to get close to Ning Fan anymore. "Why are you so surprised? You're just an illusion. Isn't it easy for me to penetrate your body with my palm?" Ning Fan said with a faint smile. "Senior, please don't joke around. Junior's body is made of flesh and blood. How can it be an illusion?" Shi Gondang did not realize that he was just an illusion. He smiled apologetically on the surface but his heart felt cold. According to the information, the disciple of the primordial Kun sect, Zhang Dao, is simple-minded and dull. His cultivation base has just broken through to the immortal king realm. Is this person really just a newly advanced immortal king realm cultivator? Speaking of which, I just picked up a letter on the beach. Ning Fan passed the letter that he had just picked up to Shi Gondang while secretly observing his expression and reaction. Shi Gondang received the letter and his expression changed drastically. Damn it! Hadn't they already intercepted and killed the messenger sent by the gargoyle? Why can this person still receive a letter asking for help? Besides, why is the content of the letter he received different from the one we intercepted? The content of the letter they intercepted said that a golden ship would be sent to fetch Zhang Dao to the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference 3 days later. However, this letter said that a bronze ship would only arrive 9 days later. Damn it! We've fallen into a trap. The messenger that we killed was just a decoy set up by the stone ghost. If that's the case. After thinking through all of this, Shi Gondang no longer concealed his cultivation. He fully released his Dharma idol and transformed into a 300-meter tall evil spirit. He raised his hand to cover the sky, and the aura of a peak immortal king swept through the world. Zhang Dao. Since you've seen through my identity, then obediently come with me. Don't force me to use force, the 1,000-foot-tall evil ghost said coldly. I'll say it one last time, I'm not the Zhang Dao you're looking for. If you insist on picking a fight with me, I won't show any mercy even if you are just an illusion. Ning Fan said indifferently. Ha ha ha. You're merely a newly ascended celestial king, but you sure talk big. I want to see how you'll show no mercy to a peak immortal king like me. The 100 zhang tall evil ghost widened its mouth, trying to swallow Ning Fan into its stomach. Then, Ning Fan also opened his mouth and swallowed half of the body of the 100 zhang tall evil ghost. His way of eating was indescribably ferocious. With another mouthful, the 1,000-feet-tall evil spirit was completely devoured. How is this possible? Between heaven and earth, the disbelieving voice of the 1,000-foot-tall evil spirit echoed as it breathed its last. A mere evil spirit actually wanted to compete with an ancient divine spirit in eating humans. How ridiculous! As the 100 zhang tall evil spirit died, the ancient golden ship that he used to come here instantly turned into a pile of mud. It turned out that the ship was something that the 100 zhang tall evil spirit transformed using its divine ability. Strange. After eating the 100 zhang tall evil spirit, Ning Fan let out a soft exclamation. As an ancient divine spirit, all living things could be considered as food. Even if the other party was just an illusion, he was confident that he could digest it in 2 mouthfuls. The problem was that this 100 zhang tall evil spirit was clearly just an illusion. It should not have a physical body. However, after it entered his stomach, it was somehow refined into a massive amount of energy. When Ning Fan completely digested the energy, he was surprised to find that his magic power had increased by 1 tribulation out of nowhere. Compared to his enormous magic power base, 1 tribulation might not be much. However, one should know that Ning Fan had just casually eaten the illusion of a peak immortal king. This is strange. Eating the illusion of this place can actually increase my cultivation level by so much. Ning Fan felt puzzled. However, he did not have the leisure to investigate further. After killing the 100 zhang tall evil spirit, he did not leave this place. Instead, he continued to wait. On the 4th day. On the 5th day. On the 6th day. In the blink of an eye, it was the 9th day that was mentioned in the letter. Finally, an ancient bronze ship came from afar to welcome Ning Fan to cross the sea. Junior Shi Gondang greets Senior Zhang Dao. I'm here to welcome Senior Zhang Dao under the order of my master. Another person who called himself Shi Gondang walked down from the ancient bronze ship. This Shi Gondang did not hide his cultivation level. He was a genuine junior who was willing to give up everything he had. I'm not Zhang Dao. You found the wrong person. Ning Fan answered him the same as before. Shi Gondang was stunned and did not know what to say. Before he set off, his master had specially reminded him that this senior Zhang Dao's personality was extremely strange. He must serve him carefully and not offend him. Now, it seemed like, what his master said was not false. This person's personality was indeed strange. He could choke people to death with just a sentence. In short, I'm here under the order of my master. Please board the ship quickly and don't miss the Dao fruit meeting. Shi Gondang said respectfully. Who's your master? Ning Fan asked. Why would Senior ask when he already knows the answer? Since he has already received the invitation letter from my master, how could he not know who my master is? Shi Gondang was speechless. Fortunately, he did not forget that the person in front of him was a person with a strange personality. Thus, he did not show any impatience on his face and answered respectfully. Senior, my master's Daoist name is Daoist Shi Gui. He is the one who sent the invitation to Senior. I see. Ning Fan nodded his head. In fact, he did not care about who Taoist Shigui was at all. "Senior, please board the ship quickly. Don't miss the Dao fruit meeting," Shi Gandang urged cautiously. Ning Fan nodded and boarded the ancient bronze ship. Seeing that, Shi Gandang heaved a sigh of relief and steered the ancient bronze ship to cross the sea. In the beginning, there would be wind and waves from time to time. The seawater was just ordinary seawater. However, as the ancient ship went deeper into the seawater gradually gained an indescribable Dao Qi. The sea began to calm down. It was as calm as the great Dao. The unfathomably deep sea gave off a heavy sense of pressure. "The seawater here seems to be a little extraordinary," Ning Fan said solemnly. "Senior is right. Now, we have already sailed into the outer sea of the defying mortal sea. The power of the seawater is unfathomable. Thus, Senior must be more careful. Don't fall into the sea if you're careless," Shi Gandang advised. "The outer sea of the defying mortal sea?" Ning Fan was stunned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he asked again. "What will happen if I fall into the sea?" This senior really likes to ask questions that you already know the answer to. Shi Gandang felt helpless inwardly. However, he still put on a respectful expression and answered. "A drop of seawater in the defying mortal sea is as heavy as a mountain. Even an immortal venerable or immortal king might drown if they accidentally fall into the sea." Just as they were talking, a gust of sea breeze suddenly blew across the originally calm sea surface. This sea breeze contained endless Dao Qi. With just a gentle blow, Ning Fan's body swayed slightly. It was obvious how powerful it was. However, it was only at the beginning when Ning Fan let his guard down. Only then could it make him sway slightly. When Ning Fan circulated his magic power, the sea breeze could no longer move him. On the contrary, Shi Gandang who was driving the ship was in trouble. As for Shi Gandang, he did not expect that the sea breeze would blow across the defying mortal sea at this time of the year. Almost as soon as the sea breeze blew, he flew out of the ship and fell towards the sea surface. He was unable to resist it. A mere shedding void cultivation realm could not resist the defying mortal wind at all. He was about to fall into the sea surface. Shi Gandang was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He tried his best to fly away, but he could not withstand the Dao Qi of the defying mortal sea. Thus, he still fell towards the sea surface. Once he falls into the sea, he would drown instantly with his weak cultivation realm. "Senior, save me." In the moment of despair, Shi Gandang only had the time to cry for help from Ning Fan. Then, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and carried Shi Gandang back to the ship while withstanding the defying mortal wind. Shi Gandang who had just escaped from death was panting heavily. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat. "That was close. I almost drowned to death. Fortunately, Senior Zhang Dao saved me. Thank you for saving my life, Senior." Shi Gandang knelt on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed to Ning Fan. He was extremely grateful. After expressing his gratitude, Shi Gandang then remembered that Ning Fan had withstood the defying mortal wind to save him. Unbelievable. That was the defying mortal wind. Even if it was just at the level of a breeze, it was enough to make an immortal emperor feel troubled. In that situation just now, even if his master, enlightened being Shigui, personally saved him, he would also need to use all of his strength. It was impossible for him to withstand the defying mortal wind with just a flick of his sleeve. Is this Senior Zhang Dao really just a newly advanced immortal king? I'm afraid many immortal emperors don't have such means. No wonder my master suddenly asked this person for help. Thinking of this, Shi Gandang's eyes became more respectful. However, there were still other things that he could not understand. It's strange. At this time of the year, there shouldn't be any sea breeze in the external sea of the defying mortal sea. Does Senior know why the weather of the external sea has become abnormal? Shi Gondang asked in confusion. This gust of wind isn't due to the abnormal weather. It's deliberately attracted by someone. Ning Fan's eyes glanced at a certain place in the sky and said meaningfully. Senior, please don't joke with me. In order to attract the defying mortal wind in this place, one must at least be an immortal emperor who is above the 8th tribulation realm. How can there be such an existence in this place? What reason does he have to attract the sea breeze to attack us? Shi Gondang shook his head. Obviously, he did not believe Ning Fan's judgment. Then, Shi Gondang was slapped in the face. Almost at the same time when Shi Gondang's words fell, an old man who had been hiding for a long time appeared in the sky where there was no one. This old man was stepping on dark clouds and carrying the 6 Paths ghost streamer on his back. His body was surrounded by gusts of chilly wind. His cultivation base was at the 9th tribulation immortal emperor realm. You're indeed a disciple of the holy sect. You have some skills. You actually saw through my disguise. The old man sneered. Shi Gondang's face turned pale with fright. Obviously, he recognized the old man. See Lord Songhai. It's actually the devil lord who kills without batting an eye. Why is he here? Judging from Shi Gondang's tone, it was as if this old man who was called Lord Songhai was a terrifying existence. Ignorant brat. Who do you think you are to call my name directly? Lord Songhai's face darkened. He opened his mouth and spat out a few ghost shadows. The ghost shadows turned into thousands of ghost heads and attacked Shi Gondang. It was an attack from a 9th tribulation immortal emperor. Of course, it was not something that a mere Shi Gondang could resist. Senior, please spare my life. Shi Gondang was almost scared out of his wits. He had just escaped the fate of drowning in the inverse mortal sea and now, he had to face the attack of a 9th tribulation immortal emperor. Why was he so unlucky? Lord Songhai clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. He did not even care about Shi Gondang's begging. Shi Gondang was about to die on the spot and be devoured by the ghost heads. Thus, Ning Fan made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful force swept across the area, causing the ghost heads to scatter in all directions. They were unable to get close to him. Then, he forcefully sucked a ghost head towards him and swallowed it. He did not care about how the ghost head was dripping with blood. This scene made Jin Shi's heart skip a beat. Even Lord Songhai was frightened by this scene. Eating the ghost heads raw. How cruel. Isn't this young man a disciple of the holy sect? How could a member of the holy sect learn such a devil technique? Lord Songhai was secretly shocked. Ning Fan, on the other hand, felt a little disappointed. The reason for his disappointment was that the ghost heads that he ate this time could not help him improve his cultivation base at all. Could it be that these ghost heads were transformed from Lord Songhai's ability? Could it be that they were not nutritious? Thus, Ning Fan stopped devouring the other ghost heads. He rolled up his sleeve and all the ghost heads that filled the sky were rolled into his sleeve. Then, he shook his sleeve again, causing rainwater to fall on the ground. What a powerful profound Tao technique. It actually purified my ghost technique into rainwater in just an instant. Lord Songhai was even more shocked. Apart from being shocked, he also felt jealous. This young man is just a newly advanced immortal king. Just because he is a disciple of the chaotic Kun sacred sect, he can learn such a powerful technique. It really makes me jealous. With such a background, even if this young man is just an immortal king, I still won't dare to kill him. After all, I can't afford to offend the holy sect. Fortunately, Master's order is to stop this Zhang Dao from going to the North Pole Dao fruit meeting. This is easy. Lord Songhai's mind raced. His expression was still as gloomy as usual. Seeing that he could not kill Shi Gondang with a single strike, he was too lazy to continue. He was just a junior who had nothing to do with the overall situation. From the beginning, his purpose of coming here was only Zhang Dao. Little Zhang Dao, let me ask you. I sent a ghost servant to look for you. Where is that ghost servant now? Lord Songhai asked coldly. I see. So that 100 zhang tall evil ghost was sent by you. Ning Fan muttered to himself. However, he completely ignored Lord Songhai's question. Being ignored by a mere, newly advanced immortal king, Lord Songhai was instantly enraged. Even though he did not dare to kill Ning Fan, he planned to teach him a lesson. Thus, he took out the 6 paths ghost streamer on his back. 5 ghost shadows flew out from the ghost streamer and turned into 5 peak immortal king realm ghost servants, rushing towards Ning Fan. The reason why there were only 5 ghost servants in the 6 paths ghost streamer was because one of them had already been killed by Ning Fan. Don't worry. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. However, I have to invite you to my cave residence for a few years. When the North Pole Dao fruit meeting is over, I will naturally let you go. Immediately, he planned to capture Ning Fan and take him away. Lord Songhai was too lazy to talk to Ning Fan anymore. Ning Fan's eyes, however, lit up. Then, under Lord Songhai's astonished gaze, Ning Fan ate the 5 ghost servants in an instant. Digest. 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 His magic power had improved by more than 5 tribulations. Since when did the chaotic Kun sacred sect give birth to such a devil? Lord Songhai was both shocked and enraged. Continue. Ning Fan's expression was cold and his tone was also cold and emotionless. Continue. Continue what? Lord Songhai did not quite understand what Ning Fan meant. Then, his heart skipped a beat and he understood Ning Fan's intention. Ning Fan wanted him to continue releasing other ghost servants. This kid hasn't eaten enough. How arrogant. You're simply too arrogant. Lord Songhai was so angry that he laughed instead. He patted the top of his head and a dark green ghost streamer flew out from the top of his head. As soon as the streamer appeared, it immediately turned into a boundless giant and stirred up countless chilly winds. You've just eaten a few inferior ghost servants and yet you still dare to be presumptuous in front of me. How ridiculous. I can have as many ghost servants as you want. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to eat them all. Then, Lord Songhai really released more ghost servants. After that, Ning Fan's magic power plus 1 tribulation magic power plus 1 tribulation magic power plus 2 magic power plus 1 magic power plus 2 magic power plus 2 magic power plus 3, he ate more than 40 immortal king realm ghost servants of Lord Songhai in a row. Then, Ning Fan's magic power plus 5 magic power plus 5 he ate another 2 immortal emperor realm ghost servants that Lord Songhai used as his trump cards. The last mouthful gave Ning Fan 20 magic power. He even ate Lord Songhai together. From the beginning to the end, his magic power increased by more than 100 tribulations out of nowhere. It's just an illusion, but it can actually improve my cultivation base. I didn't come to the wrong place. Ning Fan thought to himself. At the same time, in the deepest part of the northern border river, a catfish monster that was as large as the starry sky with only half of its body was sleeping in the deepest part of the northern border. Its injuries were too severe. Half of its body was destroyed by the demon crane who was known as the #1 heaven-defying monster since ancient times. Even if this catfish monster had extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult for it to rebuild its body in a short period of time. In its sleep, the catfish monster was swimming happily in the Yellow River. All of a sudden, a hurried voice woke it up from its sleep. Lord River Earl, wake up quickly. Something big has happened. The myrtle star that suppresses the baleful chi of the myriad races is disappearing one by one. The reason is unknown. Chapter 1269. At this moment, Ning Fan had no idea what kind of major event was happening on the North Boundary River. His mind was still in the demon-seeking tablet's inner world. The ancient bronze ship sailed on the defying world sea, and the baleful aura on the ship soared into the sky. That baleful chi originated from the 9 Tribulation Immortal Emperor Lord Songhai and the ghost slaves that Ning Fan had just killed. However, this baleful aura was only an illusion created by this place, and it instantly dissipated. Even the magic treasure storage bag that Lord Blue Sea left behind after his death turned into light and dissipated. It was as if he had never existed in the first place. Ning Fan knew. At this moment, all he could see were illusions. Whether it was the clouds in the sky or the sea under his feet, everything was difficult to bring him a sense of reality. But there are also some things that give me a sense of reality. The enlightenment tea of the demoness was so real. It is also true that I ate Lord Vast Sea and all the ghost slaves to increase my cultivation level. So, why is it that swallowing the illusory man can raise my cultivation? The devil meeting tablet has existed in the Crepe Myrtle North Palace for a long time. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who has come here. I'm very curious. Am I the only one who is raising my cultivation level here, or is it the same for everyone? He couldn't figure it out. Since that was the case, he might as well ask. Is there anyone who can answer my questions? Ning Fan raised his eyes to the sky and said to the empty sky. It was as if he was asking the demon meeting tablet itself, but it also seemed as if he was asking the illusory sky. The sky seemed to have answered his question. Unfortunately, that voice was too far away, as if it was separated by an endless cycle of reincarnation, difficult to hear clearly. Shi Gondang. Shi Gondang said, "Senior, are you crazy? Why is he talking to the sky? No, that's not right. Could it be that there were other old monsters hidden here? It wasn't just Lord Vast Sea's attack. Yes. Senior must be talking to that hidden person." The more Shi Gondang thought about it, the more nervous he became. He acted as if he was facing a great enemy, but he didn't know that all of this was just his delusion. I can't hear heaven's answer clearly. Ning Fan remained silent for a while and asked the defiant mortal see another question. Ni Chin Hai seemed to have answered Ning Fan's question. But the voice was too far away, so he couldn't hear it clearly. Shi Gondang. Shi Gondang said, "Could it be that the enemy isn't hiding in the sky, but in the inverse dust sea? What should they do?" A drop of inverse earth seawater was as heavy as a mountain. Only Tsang and the people of the Dragon Palace would dare to hide in the sea. Apart from them, only saints would dare to do so. Could it be that the person who came was a saint? Hiss. Shi Gondang sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, his paranoia rose to an unprecedented level, and drops of cold sweat kept coming out. Finally, he could no longer endure the fear in his heart and asked in a low voice. "Senior, may I ask, Senior, are there any other powerful enemies hiding nearby? Could it be that we really can't escape today?" Ning Fan didn't understand why Shi Gondang would ask such a question. However, he still explained a little. "Little friend, you worry too much. Now that Lord Songhai is dead, there's no one else besides you and me here." Because Shi Gondang insisted on not letting Ning Fan address him as fellow Taoist, Ning Fan was no longer polite this time. "Since that's the case, may I be so bold as to ask? I wonder, who was Senior talking to just now?" Shi Gondang asked. "With this sky, with this sea." Unfortunately, their answers were too far away and I couldn't hear them clearly. Ning Fan said regretfully. Shi Gondang expressed that he didn't understand what Ning Fan was talking about. Ning Fan was also too lazy to explain. He casually found a seat on the ship and sat down. Then, he took out the fragments of versatile knowledge and studied how to repair them. This was the mental world of the devil meeting steel. Without its permission, it would be very difficult for Ning Fan to bring items from the outside world into this place. Fortunately, the devil meeting steel acquiesced to everything. Senior seemed to have taken out something from his storage pouch. Was it my misconception? Shi Gandang muttered to himself. He couldn't see the fragments of versatile knowledge, just like how he couldn't see Ning Fan's true appearance. From Shi Gandang's perspective, the current Zhang Dao was sitting in front of a bronze table. Both of his hands were empty and he was fiddling with a pile of invisible things. Master didn't lie to me. This senior's actions are really strange, although I'm very curious about what this senior is doing. I think I shouldn't disturb senior. On the ancient bronze ship, Shi Gandang was wholeheartedly controlling the ship. Ning Fan was multitasking, studying the fragments of versatile knowledge. Why did he have to multitask? It was because he needed to pay attention to the situation in the real world. Last time, he focused all of his attention on the devil meeting steel, causing his physical body to behave rudely in the outside world. For example, he slept with the Xine lady and tasted the wine. This time, Ning Fan was prepared for it. Part of his attention was focused on the condition of his physical body. Fortunately, I was prepared this time. That's why my physical body didn't act recklessly in the Star Order Palace. Instead, I sat in front of the devil meeting steel and meditated. I heard from the demons of the Star Order Palace that it's very difficult for those who enter the devil meeting steel with their consciousness. Therefore, even if their physical body behaves rashly, they don't have to blame themselves. Things that others find difficult to do are already done by me after entering the devil meeting steel for the second time, as expected of me. Ning Fan seemed to be muttering to himself. It also seemed like he was talking to the fragments of versatile knowledge in his hands. So, I'm already so powerful. Why are you still unwilling to serve me as your master? I'm very curious why you reject me so much. As expected, he was talking to the fragments. The reason why I can't communicate with this sky and this sea is because we are too far apart. I can't talk to you because of your refusal. You're clearly just a broken magic treasure, but you have a will that far surpasses other magic treasures. Your abilities really astonish me. I even tried to use the myriad things recognition technique to forcefully restrain you. However, I still couldn't restrain your will. Should I say that my mastery of the myriad things recognition technique isn't enough, or that your will is too strong? The fragments of versatile knowledge did not respond. However, Ning Fan could feel that the other party was listening to him. Fine. I've already come to the heart of the devil meeting steel according to your request. It's about time for you to tell me the purpose of coming here. There was still no response. This ancient bronze ship seems to be bringing me to a certain Dao fruit conference. Is that place your purpose? Even though there was no response, Ning Fan could feel that the other party's heart seemed to have been touched. There were ripples. Do you really want to bring me to that Dao fruit conference? Ning Fan's question was 30% doubtful and 70% certain. He had already vaguely come to a conclusion. The versatile knowledge fragment's touch deepened. Is there something you need there? The other party's heart did not change. Therefore, Ning Fan guessed wrongly. Is there something or someone you want to see? The ripples in his heart deepened a little, but it was just a little. What is it? The ripples slowed down. So it's a person. The ripples intensified. Interesting. Ning Fan chuckled. He had a feeling that he had found versatile knowledge's weakness. Then, the smile on his face disappeared and his expression turned cold. The devil meeting steel was unwilling to talk to me, but it still prepared hot tea for me. It was not lacking in manners, and it did not make things difficult for me in its heart. Therefore, I guessed that it had its reasons for ignoring me and not wanting to see me. I don't mind this matter, but I feel deeply regretful. But you are different. Even if you don't say anything, I can feel that you don't approve of me. Could it be that you mind my identity as an immortal cultivator? After all, you also have the position of one of the 4 divine treasures. If you are unwilling to submit to me because of this matter, I can understand. But if you don't want to submit, why did you guide me to the heart of the devil meeting steel? I followed your instructions and came to this place. If you don't say anything, it won't be right. I want to repair you, but I don't necessarily need you. To me, you are just an external object that is a magic treasure. If I can't repair you, I can sell you to the heaven-reaching sect and earn some heavenly Tao gold. A broken piece of the heaven-opening artifact should be able to fetch a high price. Or, I can directly exchange you for a large amount of Tao comprehension tea and invite the owner of the devil-meeting steel to taste the tea. Wouldn't that be better? The more Ning Fan spoke, the more he was tempted. Perhaps it would be a good idea to sell Versatile Knowledge's fragment and exchange it for some useful things. Humph. I am the leader of the 4 divine treasures. You actually want to sell me in exchange for tea leaves? Versatile Knowledge's fragment finally spoke. It no longer pretended to be crippled and broken. Its tone and emotions were no different from a living person. It was finally angered by Ning Fan to the point of speaking. You're finally willing to speak. If that's the case, let's sit down and have a good chat. Ning Fan had just suggested to sit down and have a chat. At the next moment, something strange happened. Rays of purple starlight suddenly emerged from the fragments and gathered together, turning into an illusory old white ape that landed on the ship. That white ape was the appearance of Versatile Knowledge after he transformed into his demon form. What was even more amazing was that this old ape had 3 ears on each side of his head. It was actually the demon form of the legendary 6-eared macaque. It can actually transform into the demon form of an ancient species. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Wrong. This appearance is not a transformation. It's my original appearance. The white ape corrected him angrily while sitting on the other side of the same table. Original appearance? Ning Fan was a little bothered by the white ape's words. The white ape did not explain further and just snorted coldly. Humph. You forced me to show myself because you want to know the reason why I am unwilling to acknowledge you as my master. Since that's the case, I might as well tell you directly. I have an old master and I won't acknowledge a new one. Whether you are an immortal cultivator of Z-Do or a fart cultivator of Z-Wei, it's none of my business. Even if you are a human or a ghost, I will not acknowledge you as my master. You better change your attitude. If you are not polite, I don't mind selling you. Ning Fan shook his head. Without any warning, his eyes suddenly turned cold. A huge aura force suddenly gushed out, like an ancient divine spirit or an ancient devil lord. Shi Gandang, who was on the same ship, was already scared silly by this monstrous aura force. This was even under Ning Fan's deliberate control, making all the aura force avoid Shi Gandang. Even so, Shi Gandang was still scared silly. However, the white ape who was in the center of the aura force was actually calm and composed. He looked at Ning Fan with a mocking expression and allowed Ning Fan's aura force to penetrate his illusory body. It actually did not affect his body at all. There is indeed something strange about your body. No wonder even the master recognition technique can't do anything to you. After Ning Fan said that, his expression returned to normal. The aura force just now was just to test him. You don't need to test me, and you don't need to beat around the bush about my abilities. You won't be able to learn my abilities. The white ape said proudly. The scene slightly changed to Shi Gandang's point of view. He saw Ning Fan joking with the air at times. Sometimes, his expression turned cold and he spoke harshly to the air. Sometimes, his words carried a threatening tone, saying that he wanted to sell the empty copper table for tea. Finally, he suddenly became angry and released a supreme aura force, causing Shi Gandang to lose his balance and almost fall down. What kind of aura force is this? It is actually more terrifying than anyone I have ever seen in my life. What kind of explosive temper is this? He can even erupt with such anger towards the air. As expected, I still can't understand Senior's behavior. Although I can't understand it, I still feel that it is very powerful. The scene changed back. Sure enough, fellow Taoist has cultivated some kind of divine ability that allows you to be unafraid of external objects. That's why my methods were ineffective against fellow Taoist. However, why do I feel that fellow Taoist's method is very similar to the feeling of invincibility that Lai Yuko gave me? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. The calm change of expression made it seem as if the person who released the aura force just a moment ago was not him. Oh. You have met Lai Yuko before? White Ape cleverly changed the topic. Deep down, he was actually a little surprised. This brat has such sharp eyesight. He actually noticed that I used the unparalleled nation-holding ability. Ning Fan did not continue the conversation. Then, he asked, "Tell me, why did you ask me to come here?" He was planning to seize the initiative of the conversation. White Ape's eyes narrowed. He could see through Ning Fan's intention. Thus, he planned to continue to change the topic and seize the initiative to strike Ning Fan's arrogance. However, he heard Ning Fan say, "If you don't answer me, I will immediately leave this place with my consciousness. I will no longer take the boat to go to the Dao Fruit Conference." Ah! This! White Ape was instantly tongue-tied. He could not even utter half of the 360 insulting words that he had thought of in an instant. Then, that's it. Farewell. Seeing that White Ape still did not respond to him, Ning Fan got up and left. In a flash, his body turned into countless light spots, as if his consciousness was going to return to his body at the next moment. Aya. Fellow Taoist, please wait. We can talk things out. It's my fault. No, it's my little monkey's fault. I apologize to Great Immortal. Great Immortal, please wait. The light spots around Ning Fan's body condensed. He smiled faintly and sat down again. He thought to himself, sure enough, I've caught this old demon's weakness. This time, fellow Taoist, are you sure that you will talk nicely to me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. I'm sure. I only ask that Great Immortal take this boat and accompany Little Monkey to a place. After that, if Great Immortal wants to stay or leave, it's up to you. White Ape smiled apologetically. Just as he finished smiling apologetically, he suddenly had the misconception that he was blessed with good fortune. Why do I feel that I used to smile helplessly at this person in front of me? Where did I do that? Was it really an illusion? Wait, this feeling, in his memory, a certain supreme existence whose face could not be seen clearly said, "The world calls me Hongjun, but this is not my real name. Forget it. Today, I will use the name of Hongjun to preach the Tao to everyone. It's just that the law cannot be passed on to 6 people, the 6-eared macaque White Ape, Senior, please have mercy. Leave me here to listen. Please don't chase me away, Senior. A certain supreme existence, when I said that the law cannot be passed on to 6 people, it was just a metaphor. I'm not talking about you. Speaking of which, fellow Taoist White Ape, there is still a karma between us. Do you really not remember it, a certain White Ape? I'm finished. I actually owe Ancestral Master Hongjun karma. I'm finished. Could it be that today is the day I die? A certain supreme existence sighed. It seems like you really don't remember it. I remember now. I've really experienced a similar situation. But where exactly did it happen? My memory is muddled. Is it really because my magic treasure body was broken? Sigh. I can't think too deeply about it. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. The White Ape shook his head and withdrew all the random thoughts in his mind. When he looked at Ning Fan again, he only felt that he was ridiculous. Speaking of which, did I almost treat this kid as a certain supreme existence in my memory just now? This kid's cultivation base is just a little bit weak. How could he possibly be that kind of supreme existence? I didn't expect that after my magic treasure body was broken, even my intelligence has been reduced. The white ape criticized Ning Fan in his heart, but he still put on an apologetic smile on his face. This was the result of being manipulated by Ning Fan when he had a weakness. He finally accepted his fate. The white ape said, "Esteemed immortal's foresight is divine. This little monkey admires you very much. Just like what esteemed immortal has predicted, this little monkey indeed has some personal reasons for guiding esteemed immortal to come here. I want to achieve it before my spirit sense dissipates." Ning Fan said, "Dissipate your spirit sense? So you didn't intend to be restored by me from the beginning? You've already prepared yourself for your spirit sense to dissipate and your magic treasure to turn into scrap metal?" The white ape said, "Ah. This is a misunderstanding, esteemed immortal. I'm wrongly accused, esteemed immortal. Allow me to quibble." "Ah no. Explain." Ning Fan said, "There's no need to explain. Whether fellow Taoist is willing to be restored by me or not is your freedom. However, if you're not willing, you could have said it clearly from the beginning. Why did you create trouble with your own willpower, causing me to fail nearly 100 times and wasting countless immortal materials? That's your fault." The white ape said, "I'm wrongly accused. Esteemed immortal failed nearly 100 times. The first 42 times were because you weren't familiar with the technique. For the next 33 times, esteemed immortal's technique became more and more skillful. However, you still haven't reached the threshold of the purple myrtle dough number. Thus, it was difficult for you to connect the karmic sequence between the fragments and failed again and again. During the last 19 times, esteemed immortal gradually comprehended the profundity of the technique. This little monkey had no choice but to create trouble." Ning Fan said, "So you still created trouble in the end?" The white ape said, "It's just 19 times. Esteemed immortal is magnanimous. I believe you won't be calculative with this little monkey." Ning Fan said, "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. My master once said that you must be calculative with every single coin that you have to be calculative with. If fellow Taoist had been straightforward from the beginning and didn't want to be restored by me, I would have definitely given up. In that case, I wouldn't have failed even once. At the end of the day, the responsibility for all the failures lies with you." The white ape said, "I'm wrongly accused, esteemed immortal." Ning Fan said, "Fellow Taoist, you just said that you owe me the money for the restoration materials for 100 times. How are you going to repay me?" The white ape said, "How can there be 100 times? Even if esteemed immortal is right and all the responsibility lies with me, there are only a total of 94 times." Ning Fan said, "Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but this is the calculation method that my master passed down to me. When I encounter a difficult mathematical problem, I can always use estimation as a substitute." The white ape said, "Esteemed immortal, you must be joking. It's just 3 simple numbers. How could it be difficult to calculate? Why would I need to estimate it?" Ning Fan said, "If fellow Taoist thinks that my estimation is wrong, I can estimate it again. 42 plus 33 plus 19. Is it equal to 200 times?" The white ape said, "I understand. I understand. Esteemed immortal, you don't need to estimate it anymore. 100 times it is then. This little monkey will definitely compensate esteemed immortal. Are you satisfied with this, esteemed immortal?" Ning Fan asked, "How?" The white ape said, "As long as esteemed immortal listens to my guidance, I can let esteemed immortal's cultivation base improve tremendously in this place. Just like how you devoured Lord Songhai and the others in the past, you can improve your cultivation base out of nowhere." Ning Fan asked, "Then, how much can fellow Taoist help me improve my cultivation base?" The white ape said, "At least 500 tribulations of magic power." "No, at least 1,000 tribulations of magic power." Ning Fan shook his head and did not answer. The white ape only knew that Ning Fan was not satisfied with the number of 1,000 tribulations of magic power. Thus, he hesitated if he should increase the price. Ning Fan, however, changed the topic. Fellow Taoist, please tell me why I can improve my magic power in this world. Is this a special case for me, or does everyone who entered this world in the past have such a benefit? The white ape said, of course, everyone has such a benefit. Ning Fan said, I'll say the ugly words first. If fellow Taoist still has any lies to say, I will turn around and leave immediately. I won't stay any longer. The white ape could not help but choke on his words. Then, he recalled that Ning Fan seemed to have the mystical ability to communicate with all living beings. In addition, Ning Fan had a deep mind. If he continues to lie, it would be extremely easy for him to see through him. Thus, after a moment of silence, he said helplessly, all of these are fellow Taoists' special case. Since it's my special case, you can't guarantee how much my cultivation base will improve in this place. Because you don't have any experience in this aspect at all. This. The white ape could not refute. Just now, when he said that he could help Ning Fan improve his cultivation base by 1,000 tribulations, it was completely nonsense. He only guessed that Ning Fan could improve his cultivation base by around 1,000 tribulations after seeing Ning Fan suddenly gain 100 tribulations cultivation base out of nowhere. However, all of these were just guesses after all. They were not convincing at all. Therefore, it was a lie when he said that he could guarantee Ning Fan's cultivation base to increase to 1,000 tribulations. He could not guarantee anything at all. Before I remind you of this lie, I won't consider it as a lie. However, I don't want to hear any lies in the following conversation. Tell me, why am I the only one who can improve my cultivation base in this world? Ning Fan was a little surprised. In the beginning, he really thought that everyone had such a benefit and could improve their cultivation base in the devil-slaying steel. The white ape laughed dryly. Hee hee. That's because only high immortals dare to eat the myrtle Tao art in this world. Others can't do it. Naturally, they won't get such a benefit. Ning Fan said, you mean, the white ape said, that's right. Everything in this world is transformed by the myrtle Tao art. Without waiting for the white ape to finish speaking, Ning Fan stood up and walked to the railing of the copper ship. He stretched out his hand and broke off a large piece of copper from the railing. Then, he chewed it and swallowed it. In this mental world, there were some things that would disappear as soon as Ning Fan touched them. There were also some things that were difficult for him to cross the true void barrier to touch. However, if he used some techniques, he could still make contact with them. Shi Gandang was dumbfounded. He's eating the ship. He's eating the ship. The white ape was also dumbfounded. High Immortal's teeth are really good. Even though this ship is just an illusion, if you can see through its true void, its hardness is comparable to a 12 Nirvana post-celestial magic treasure. Ning Fan said, everything in this world is transformed by the myrtle Tao art. Eating this piece of copper can be considered as me eating the myrtle Tao art. However, my cultivation base didn't improve at all. Can I assume that you're lying to me? The white ape was speechless. How would I dare to lie to you, High Immortal? High Immortal, you're too impatient. Listen to me first. Actually, it's like this. Everything in this world is transformed by the myrtle Tao art. However, different objects have different structures of the Tao art. Can fellow Taoist understand this point? Ning Fan said, yes. The white ape said, the same material but different structures will result in a huge difference in the nature of the object. The Tao of wood can be condensed into graphite, but it can also be condensed into diamond. In terms of composition, graphite and diamond are the same. However, their nature is very different. The white ape was trying to use the knowledge that Ning Fan understood to explain to him. Ning Fan asked, the Tao of wood can condense diamond? As he was speaking, Ning Fan opened his palm and circulated the Tao of wood. In an instant, a piece of wood was condensed in his hand. Teach me how to transform it. Ning Fan passed the piece of wood to the white ape. Shi Gandang was shocked. He knows how to make wood. I have never seen a wood with such a pure Tao law. The white ape was speechless. This piece of wood of yours can't turn into diamond. There are too many impurities. Ning Fan said, but you just said that you can transform it. So, you're lying to me again? The white ape cried. I'm not. I'm not lying. Don't talk nonsense. Ning Fan said, then, make one for me. The white ape cried even harder. I don't know how to do it, exalted immortal. I really don't know how to do it. I don't know how to use the Tao of wood. I'm knowledgeable and knowledgeable. I'm unparalleled in the world. However, knowing is one thing. Whether I know how to use it or not is another thing. If I want to know everything and master everything, why would I be a magic treasure? Why don't I become an immortal sovereign? Ning Fan said, you said that you know but you don't know how to use it. I can't judge whether what you said is true or not. The white ape was stunned at first. Then, he sighed and understood. He condensed his spirit sense and formed an illusory jade slip and passed it to Ning Fan. The white ape's face was filled with helplessness. This is the method to condense the purified Tao of wood into diamond. You're proficient in the Tao of wood. You'll know whether it's true or not with just one look. I can only say that the Tao of wood can really condense into diamond. However, the conditions are extremely harsh. The most important thing is to separate and purify the Tao of wood. Next time, just tell me what you want. Don't say that I lied to you again. If I say that I want something else, will you give it to me? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Of course I will. It just happens to be enough to compensate you for 100 times. The white ape nodded. I see. Ning Fan nodded but he did not say much about the matter of compensation. He sent his spirit sense into the jade slip and found out that the content written inside was very profound and complicated. Just the matter of separating the components of wood and purifying the Tao of wood was far from what he could do with his current strength. However, even though the content inside was difficult to understand, it was not fake. As a wood deity, Ning Fan could still judge whether it was real or fake. Great immortal, look. The method of turning wood into stone is so exquisite. It should be enough to compensate for 10 times of refining materials, right? The white ape smiled apologetically. This jade slip wasn't created because of compensation. It was created because I asked it casually. Therefore, it can't be considered as compensation. Ning Fan explained seriously. But forget it. The white ape was convinced. The white ape said tactfully, continue talking about the structure of this world. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Indeed, in order to subdue a rascal, one must be even more rascally and shamelessly than the rascal. The white ape said, everything in this world is formed by the purple myrtle Tao technique. However, the minute details are vastly different. For example, when it comes to creating humans, the components of humans are mostly the same. However, there are differences between each of them. The white ape did not dare to continue speaking. He was afraid. He was afraid that Ning Fan would make him create a human on the spot. What kind of ghost can he create? Ning Fan asked, did you just say, create a human? The white ape burst into tears. I really won't. I won't lie about this. Ning Fan's senses were extremely sharp. He could tell the truth from the white ape's expression and heartbeat. Since he knew that the white ape was not lying, he no longer pestered him endlessly. Thus, he waved his hand and said, you don't have to lecture me anymore. Even though I'm interested in the knowledge you're talking about, it's not the most important thing right now. Just tell me, which things in this world can increase my cultivation level and which ones can't. Are there any hidden dangers if I use this method to increase my cultivation level? Are there any other benefits in this world? Since you said that I'm the only one who can increase my cultivation level in this world, others won't have such benefits if they come here. Then, what are the other people's intentions in coming here? The devil meeting stele is located at the core of the Star Order Palace. Obviously, this stele is extraordinary. It must be of great use to the Z-Way Immortal Realm cultivators in the past. What is that great use? Anne. The series of questions made the white ape's head hurt. He did not want to reveal too many secrets of the devil meeting stele to Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan's series of questions had almost exposed everything about the devil meeting stele. If he dares not to answer, Ning Fan would definitely see through him. If he tells Ning Fan the truth, it would be the same as revealing all the secrets of the devil meeting stele. How should he choose? How should he choose? Sighed at in the end, the white ape told Ning Fan everything about the devil meeting stele. Only now did Ning Fan know that the inner world of the devil meeting stele could actually connect different spaces and reincarnations. In the era when the Z-Way Immortal Realm still existed, only the sacred son of the Z-Way Immortal Realm was qualified to enter this stele and accept the test set by the Z-Way Immortal Emperor. The content of the test would be randomly selected from millions of scenes from the ancient memories, and the question would be that. The sacred sons who participated in the test would play different roles and complete different experiences. In the end, they would be evaluated. If they could pass the test, they would obtain different levels of benefits according to the degree of success. Even if they die in battle in this world, they would only lose a trace of their mind. Their lives would not be in danger. There was no need to worry about their safety. The only benefit that the sacred sons could obtain was the inheritance of the Z-Way Dao art. However, the Z-Way Dao art was also divided into different grades. According to the legends, the true form of the Z-Way Immortal Emperor was a crepe myrtle flower. The crepe myrtle flower bloomed with crepe myrtle star. The flower had 6 petals. Each petal was a type of Dao art. In other words, if I can pass the test of this world, I can obtain 6 types of Immortal Emperor Dao arts. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. He was a little interested in the Immortal Emperor Dao arts in this world. It's not 6. It's just one of the 6. Of course, it's also possible that the result of the High Immortal Realm test isn't good and you won't be rewarded with any Dao art. The white ape explained nervously. He had no choice but to explain. If Ning Fan only gets one type of Dao art in the end and asks, why aren't there 6? You lied to me, wouldn't he be finished again? The white ape continued, speaking of which, I didn't lie when I guided High Immortal to this place. If fellow Daoist obtains any of the Dao arts in this world, it will be greatly beneficial to repairing unparalleled rumors. After all, the broken fragments need the Z-Way Dao art to reconnect them. If fellow Daoist uses your half-baked Z-Way Dao art to repair them, even if you succeed in the end, you will only be able to restore half of the original power of the magic treasure or even less. Ning Fan said, but you didn't want me to repair you from the beginning. The white ape said, Ning Fan continued, I'm very curious. Why do you have the determination to die and why do you insist on coming here to meet someone? The white ape was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. While laughing, he could no longer hold on. In the end, sorrow came from his heart and turned into tears. My story is very long. The white ape closed his eyes and said sadly. Oh. Then let's not talk about it. I don't like to touch other people's sad memories. Ning Fan decisively cut off the white ape's words. The white ape whose words were stuck in his throat. He thought to himself, why is this brat in front of me not playing by the rules? In the beginning, he did not want to talk to Ning Fan. Now, however, he had done so and lost all his face. What else could he do? As long as Ning Fan asks, he would be more than willing to tell him about his past. Only God knew how many years he had kept this in his heart. He did not even tell any of the little demons in the North Pole Palace who knew him. To pour out one's heart, one would need a suitable trash can. No, a suitable tree hole. You can't talk to people you know. You can't talk to people who don't understand you. You can't, in short, Ning Fan was quite suitable. As long as Ning Fan asks, he would definitely tell him. However, Ning Fan refused to ask. He couldn't possibly take the initiative to tell him, could he? Forget it, I have a story but you don't even have wine. I won't tell you anymore. I won't tell you even if you beg me to tell you in the future. Speaking of which, the test in this place will be randomly selected from millions of ancient memories. How would you know whose memory I will get? If I don't get Zhang Dao's memory but someone in another spacetime, how would you know that I can bring you to meet the person you want to meet? Ning Fan continued to ask. The white ape's random thoughts immediately stopped. You might not know this, High Immortal. Although there are millions of ancient memories here, most of them are related to the experiences of immortal sovereign Zi Wei before she attained the Tao. They are all the things that happened in the defying Earth realm. During that period, no matter which ancient memory you get, the person I want to meet is in her hometown. Halfway through his words, the white ape's sorrow was triggered again. He sighed and changed the topic subtly. Even though he wanted to find a trash can to talk about his story, he did not want to talk about this part of the story. Speaking of which, High Immortal, eating the illusions of this realm might cause some trouble in the outside world. Oh. What kind of trouble? Ning Fan was stunned. He did not dwell on the previous topic for too long. Then, he thought of his physical body sitting in front of the devil meeting steel obediently. He thought that it would not cause any trouble. Thus, he was not too worried. It's just a possibility. It might not happen for sure. If there's no trouble in the outside world, High Immortal can't judge that I'm lying. I've already told High Immortal that this realm is formed by Zi Wei's Tao art. It can connect different spacetime and reincarnation. I heard that the 3-star lords of the Realm River had once followed the order of Old Ancestor River and used the connection characteristic of the devil meeting steel to connect many sealing formations together to suppress a certain ominous land. The reason behind it is a long story. Then, let's skip this part first. As expected, Ning Fan was not interested in the secrets of heaven and earth. At least, he was not interested at the moment. He just wanted to focus on passing the test of the devil meeting steel and obtain the 6 types of Zi Wei Tao arts. At the same time, he would bring old demon Polylore to meet the person he wants to meet and gain a wave of favorable impression from the person. Then, he would try to persuade him with reason. Finally, he would gain his approval and successfully repair Polylore's divine weapon. Even though Ning Fan said that he was not interested in Polylore, magic treasures were all external objects. It did not matter if he had one more or one less. However, it also depended on the grade of the magic treasure. The combination of the 4 divine weapons of Zi Wei was comparable to a heaven-opening treasure. How powerful was a heaven-opening treasure? In the past, Ning Fan could already defeat old ancestor En Mo with this treasure when he only had the 6th fragment. Even though he borrowed the power of the eyeball monster, it was undeniable how powerful a heaven-opening treasure was. It was different from the fragment of the god-destroying shield. What Ning Fan obtained was 1/6 of the god-destroying shield, which was a fragment. If Polylore is to repair it, it would be complete, 1/4 of it. Moreover, judging from his tone, it was the strongest of the 4 divine weapons. Putting aside the fact that Polylore was very knowledgeable and could casually take out a profound technique that could turn wood into stone, the fact that this treasure even had the divine ability of Yuko, which was almost invincible, was enough to make Ning Fan envious. That Yuko seemed to have relied on one of the 4 divine weapons of Zi Wei to possess nearly invincible power. However, Polylore was different. The abilities of the other divine weapons were directly in his hands. Perhaps when the divine weapons were first created, Polylore only had the ability of one type of divine weapon. However, the current Polylore already possessed the power of at least 2 types of divine weapons of Zi Wei. 2 out of the 4 divine weapons would make up half of it. In other words, Polylore was at least equivalent to half a heaven-opening treasure. The reason why Ning Fan said, at least, was because he felt that Polylore was very good at hiding his strength. If he didn't force him to reveal his trump card, he would never be willing to do so. If he didn't forcefully use the all-living things recognition when he repaired the divine weapons, Ning Fan definitely wouldn't be able to tell that this pile of Polylore's fragments had the ability to resist the divine techniques of ancient divine spirits. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan's repeated coercion, he didn't even plan to talk to Ning Fan. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan's persuasion, he definitely wouldn't be willing to take out the secret technique that could turn wood into stone. This old demon really liked to hide his strength. I heard that in order to repel the group of devils on the Devil Conferral Summit, Polylore sacrificed his life and detonated the Sea of Origin lightning in the lightning pool of the North Pole Palace, hee. This fellow was already almost invincible like Yuko. Even if he couldn't defeat the group of devils on the Devil Conferral Summit, how could he be forced to sacrifice his life? Even if he detonated the Sea of Origin lightning, he should still be in an invincible state and wouldn't die from the explosion. Moreover, based on his unwillingness to be repaired by others and his desire to die, the reason why he detonated himself back then was probably because he was tired of living and wanted to commit suicide. The problem was, why did he choose to commit suicide when the group of devils invaded the Devil Conferral Summit? Could it be that it would be more handsome to die like this? No. It shouldn't be such an absurd reason. Perhaps, this demon had a deeper level of consideration. With this demon's talent, he probably knows all the abilities of the other three divine weapons. If that's really the case, I just need to subdue Polylore and it would be equivalent to gathering all four divine weapons of the Z-Way divine weapons. So, how am I going to convince a magic treasure that only wants to die to be repaired by me obediently? This demon is not afraid of death. A person like him should have very few weaknesses. When he detonated the lightning pool back then, it's impossible for him to only repel the group of devils on the Devil Conferral Summit. He must have also killed many of the lesser demons of the North Pole Palace. Originally, he had other methods to repel the intruders and also other methods to commit suicide. However, he chose to detonate the lightning pool, which has a wide range of effects. It's obvious that he doesn't care about the lives of the other lesser demons. The lesser demons of the North Pole Palace all say that Polylore is a selfless person. However, this rumor is basically the same as the rumor of Zhao Jian being a kind person for 10 lifetimes. It can't stand up to scrutiny. The rumor can't be trusted. If I threaten him with the lives of the lesser demons of the North Pole Palace, he definitely won't give in. Until now, I only know one weakness of his. His weakness is at the destination of the ancient bronze ship, the Dao Fruit meeting at the North Pole Mountain. If I get there, I might be able to think of a way to subdue this demon. Ning Fan's thoughts raced. In just a few seconds, he had thought of no less than 10 possible methods to force Polylore to submit. When the white ape met Ning Fan's faint smile, he faintly felt that Ning Fan was thinking of something bad even though he did not have any evidence. This devil-slaying steel is of great significance to the myriad of races in the North Border River. If High Immortal devours the Tao art of Z-Way here, it will very likely cause some unforeseen events. High Immortal, don't ask. I also don't know if there will be any unforeseen events or what will happen. After all, this has never happened before. Since ancient times until now, no saint child of Z-Way has ever dared to devour the Tao art of this place. I understand. I will pay attention to the outside world. If there are any unforeseen events, I will immediately detach my consciousness from this world to avoid triggering a deeper disaster. Ning Fan promised. No, no, no. High Immortal, you've misunderstood. That's not what the little monkey meant. What I mean is, no matter what happens in the outside world, High Immortal, you don't have to care about it. There's no need for you to detach your consciousness and leave this world for some trivial matters. You should know that the test of the Saint Child of Z-Way is a once-in-a-lifetime event. From the moment High Immortal picked up the Immortal Emperor's letter, the test has already begun. Once you detach yourself from it, you won't be able to get the reward of the Tao art of Z-Wei. You won't be able to reopen the test and meet the person you want to see, right? Ning Fan directly exposed the white ape's intention. That's right. Yes. Ending the test will not benefit Upper Immortal or me. So, as for what to do. Hee, Upper Immortal, you should know. White Ape smiled apologetically. I understand. I will consider your suggestion carefully. I will not leave this world easily. But if you lie to me. No. On this point, the exalted Immortal can rest assured. I can make a great heart devil oath about this matter. The White Ape made a solemn vow. In his heart, he thought, I'm just a broken magical treasure. I don't even have a heart. I'm not even afraid of death. I have a heart devil, I'm afraid of a heart devil oath. Go ahead. This. I'm just being polite. Fine, I'll swear the most venomous oath. White Ape did not swear the great demon oath. Ning Fan did not believe it either. White Ape only had one weakness. The great oath of the heart demon was useless against it. As soon as the oath was made, the two of them had a pleasant conversation. Of course, in Shi Gandang's eyes, Ning Fan was happily chatting with the air. I can't understand it, but it's really powerful. Shi Gandang exclaimed from time to time. Was there really no change in the outside world because of Ning Fan? The myriad of races that were in a mess had already explained everything. Even old ancestor Riverbow, who was in a deep slumber due to severe injuries, was awakened by the chaos. Under the order of old ancestor Riverbow, the three celestial lords temporarily put aside the mending of the heavens to investigate and prevent the situation from getting worse. This matter could only be verified. It was impossible to deduce it from the heavenly secret. Ning Fan's heavenly secret could not be deduced. How could he deduce it when there was only chaos? Without a choice, Lai Yuko, Chu Ping and the great Kun of the Northern Sea had no choice but to rush to the scene of the incident with solemn expressions. To be more precise, Chu Ping was the only one who had a solemn expression. Lai Yuko was a person with facial paralysis for 10,000 years. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Even though the great Kun of the Northern Sea was in chaos right now, it was still under his control. Thus, he would not show any unnecessary emotions. As for the great Kun of the Northern Sea, she was not concerned about the chaos in the Realm River at all. She only felt unhappy. One should know that she had been busy mending the heavens recently and did not even have enough to eat. Today was the important day where she only had one meal every 10 days. It took her a long time to finish her work and was just about to eat, however, the mission came. She was afraid that she would directly miss the important meal that she had to eat every 10 days. How could she not be angry? Whoever was angry would be angry. The first scene of the incident was the Water Ghost clan of the myriad clans in the Realm River. The great Kun of the Northern Sea was extremely displeased. He was even more displeased than the last time he met Ning Fan. There's no need to investigate further. I already know the truth. Other than Ning Fan, who else would hide and cause trouble in the Realm River? There is only one truth. The murderer is Ning Fan. Let's go back and eat. Let's go home and eat. In the Water Ghost clan, the great Kun of the Northern Sea did not listen to the narration of the incident from the cultivators of the Water Ghost clan at all. Then, he turned around and wanted to go back to his cave residence for another meal. Seeing the great Kun of the Northern Sea being so certain, Lai Yuko's eyes moved slightly. He waved his hand and calmed the cultivators of the Water Ghost clan who were discussing among themselves. Then, he asked calmly, "Do you have any evidence?" Before he had any evidence, he would not make any judgment. He only believed in the truth. Old ancestor Chu Ping let out a long sigh. According to his understanding of the great Kun of the Northern Sea, she always acted according to her intuition. She probably did not have any evidence. However, he felt that the instinct of the great Kun of the Northern Sea was right. He also felt that the incident in the Realm River was definitely related to Ning Fan. In order to destroy the Z-Wei star which was suppressing the Sea Qi, one must at least be a quasi-saint realm being. Moreover, that person must be a powerful being among the quasi-saints. The Northern Sea god counted and found that there were only a few quasi-saints. He could roughly eliminate them by using the method of elimination. Among them, the most suspicious person was Ning Fan. Of course, there were a few other people who were suspicious, but Chu Ping eliminated them one by one. First of all, it could not be old ancestor I Devil who was guarding the battlefield in the Realm River. That person was being monitored day and night by the spies in the Realm River. Thus, there was no time for him to commit the crime. Besides, that person had always been a flamboyant person. If he really wanted to destroy the Z-Wei star, he would certainly attack with great fanfare. He would shout while destroying the star as if he was afraid that the whole world would not know about it. Also, it could not be the omniscient old man who committed the crime. The omniscient old man's actions were 10,000 times more flamboyant than old ancestor I Devil. Moreover, if it really was the omniscient old man, he wouldn't have only destroyed the North Star in the sealed grounds. Every time that person attacked, he would use a powerful move. With a casual strike of his crane claw, the entire Water Ghost clan, along with a few other water creatures nearby, would disappear from sight. There was no such thing as a first and second crime scene. Similarly, it couldn't have been done by the group of devils from the Demon Conferral Summit. When it came to suppressing the Death Qi, the demons were on the same side as the 10,000 races in the Border River. They would not destroy the North Star at this critical juncture, even if they really coveted the way of the North Star. After a round of elimination, only Ning Fan had the strength, motive and time to commit the crime. Now, all they needed to do was to collect evidence and then they could arrest Ning Fan. Arrest my ass. Old ancestor Chu Ping did not think that the myriad of clans in the World River would dare to capture Ning Fan. Aren't you afraid that the Realm River will be overturned by that renegade crane again? Therefore, no matter how much they investigated, it was impossible for them to find any results. In the end, they would probably just settle the matter hastily. Sigh, what an eventful time. Do you have any proof? Seeing that the Northern Sea's Great Kun did not answer, Lai Yuko asked again. If the Great Kun of the North Sea did not answer, according to his character, he would ask again and again at the same interval. Stop asking. It's so annoying. I don't have any proof, alright? But my intuition tells me that the murderer is Ning Fan. If you believe me, go and arrest him immediately. He should still be hiding in the North Star Palace. Go quickly. Don't disturb me when I go home for dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, the Northern Sea's Great Kun turned into a ray of blood light and flew back to his cave residence. He did not give Lai Yuko any chance to ask him to stay at all. Intuition can't be trusted. Looking at the disappearing traveling light of the Northern Sea's Great Kun, Lai Yuko shook his head. He overruled the judgment of the Northern Sea's Great Kun. He also did not care if the Northern Sea's Great Kun had escaped in advance. It was enough for him and Chu Ping to handle this matter. Then, he ordered his men to bring all the witnesses of the Water Ghost clan to him. He asked. Did any of you see who destroyed the North Violet Star? Milord, we saw it. The North Star that was sealed here was destroyed by a phantom that appeared out of nowhere. Phantom? What kind of phantom? Lai Yuko continued to ask. There is a recording restriction around the area where our clan is sealed. Everything that happened here is recorded in this jade slip. Please have a look, Lord. The cultivators of the Water Ghost clan presented the recording jade slip. Lai Yuko scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense. After a long time, he withdrew his spirit sense and his expression finally changed. When Chu Ping saw that, he was instantly shocked. How could he not know that something had gone beyond Lai Yuko's control? That was why he had such an expression. Who exactly is the murderer? Isn't it Brother Ning? Chu Ping asked. He could not tell whether he was relieved or nervous at the moment. If the murderer was Ning Fan, Lai Yuko would not feel that it was out of his control. After guessing that Ning Fan was not the murderer, Chu Ping heaved a sigh of relief. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to antagonize Ning Fan too much. He cherished the brief Dao discussion and friendship they had. However, if Ning Fan was not the murderer, who else could the murderer be? Take a look at this jade slip. Lai Yuko handed over the jade slip. Chu Ping scanned it with his spirit sense. After a while, his expression changed drastically. The scene was recorded in the jade slip. When the incident happened, an illusory figure appeared out of nowhere at the place where the Water Ghost clan was sealed. That illusory figure was condensed from the Myrtle Dao technique. That illusory figure's specific cultivation base could not be seen. However, every move it made was surrounded by the supreme Myrtle Dao technique. It was profound and unfathomable. Who exactly was it that had actually learned the Myrtle Dao technique in secret and cultivated it to such a high level? That person did not conceal his qi at all. Thus, he was also captured and sealed in the recording jade slip. That qi did not match Ning Fan's. Moreover, it did not match any of the residents of the Yin world in the illusory dream world. That person had the Yang world qi that was unique to the cultivators of the true world. The place where the Water Ghost clan was sealed was set up by 3 Star Lords. However, it could not hold on for too long in the hands of that illusory figure. In just a few attacks, the seal was broken. After that, the 10+ myrtle stars in the sealed place were directly devoured by that illusory figure. It did not destroy them but devour them. The myrtle star was filled with endless Dao techniques. Who actually dared to devour this star? What great capabilities! However, there was one thing that was strange. That illusory figure was destroying the seal and devouring the myrtle star while speaking in a language that no one could understand. You're just a mere evil ghost. How dare you stop me? Since you know that I'm Zhang Dao, the disciple of the chaotic Kun sect, you should know what kind of capabilities I have. Stand down. Otherwise, once I use my ocean-defying sword, you will certainly die. If that's the case, I won't show any mercy. I have a sword that can overturn the sea and slash 1,000 mountains. Prepare to die. The murderer is actually the disciple of the chaotic Kun sect, Zhang Dao. Wait, who is Zhang Dao? Chu Ping was confused. He looked at Lai Yuko, trying to see what kind of expression the latter had on his face. In the end, he only saw confusion in Lai Yuko's eyes. Lai Yuko also did not seem to know the disciple of the chaotic Kun sect, Zhang Dao. Damn it! Damn it! Who exactly is this Zhang Dao? Why did he attack the northern border river and destroy the seal that suppresses the baleful qi? According to Lord River Earl's deduction, the murderer is in the northern heaven. We can't find his exact location. Lai Yuko seemed to be stating a fact. Is there any other way to find the whereabouts of this person? Chu Ping asked in a deep voice. Before Lai Yuko could answer, an urgent report came. Bad news. The sealed land of the Blue Waves clan is under attack by an unknown figure. The Myrtle Star in the sealed land is in imminent danger. Requesting for reinforcements from the 3 Star Lords. Hearing that, Patriarch Chu Ping's eyes immediately turned cold. On the other hand, there was a hint of surprise in Lai Yuko's eyes. This Zhang Dao actually dares to show himself in public. He's really arrogant. Chu Ping said coldly. Let's go to the Blue Waves clan, Lai Yuko said indifferently. With just a step, he disappeared without a trace from the Water Ghost clan. Patriarch Chu Ping's figure also swayed and followed. Obviously, he planned to join forces with Lai Yuko to take down this Zhang Dao. Chapter 1270. The demon-slaying tablet was the trial ground for the Purple Myrtle Holy Princes. In the past, Celestial Emperor Ziwei had used a supreme Daoist art to construct the internal world of the demon tablet and used this world to test the abilities of the Saint Princes. She had also chosen 6 Daoist arts from her collection as rewards. But later, the Ziwei immortal realm was destroyed. Thus, the Saint Trial was sealed in the River of Time, and no one came to open it again. However, on this day, the trial of the chosen saint, which had been sealed for countless years, was quietly reopened due to Ning Fan's arrival. On the ancient bronze ship, Ning Fan was mumbling some unknown mnemonic incantation. This was the mnemonic chant that Polylore Unparalleled had taught him. It was used to summon a certain essential item from the chosen trial. After reciting the incantation, nothing happened. Twice, nothing happened. When he repeated it for the 9th time, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, followed by a bolt of purple lightning striking down from the sky. Thunder? Why is there thunder in the defiant Earth Sea? Shi Gandang, who was driving the ship, was startled by the thunder. Although he could hear the thunder, he couldn't see the lightning coming, so he didn't know why. Only Ning Fan and Old Monster Duo Wen could see the approaching lightning. The lightning was extremely fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to strike the ancient bronze ship, it abruptly stopped falling. Then, it began to spin violently, forming a black hole-like vortex of lightning. Vaguely, something was slowly forming in the lightning vortex. Ning Fan reached out his hand and made a grabbing motion. From the vortex, he took out an illusory ancient book which was flashing with lightning rays. "Is this the Saint Child's Thunder book that you mentioned?" Ning Fan asked. "That's right." Many rumors smiled apologetically. "This book seems to be condensed directly from the Purple Myrtle lightning art. If I eat this book, I wonder if my cultivation base will increase." Ning Fan muttered to himself. "You can't eat that. You can't eat it. This book is an indispensable item for the trial of the chosen saint. Once it's damaged, the trial can no longer be carried out." Old Monster Duo Wen was shocked by Ning Fan's strange train of thought and repeatedly dissuaded him. "Don't worry, I'm just saying." Ning Fan smiled and flipped open the book. The book was originally blank. However, after Ning Fan flipped it open, many words immediately appeared. Trial taker's name, unknown, saint sequence, unknown, current result, 11 stars, event 1, picked up the Celestial Emperor's letter and obtained the medium to open the trial. Points increased by 1 star. Current score, 1 star. Incident 2, you did not summon Saint Lei Shu immediately, violating the rules of the trial. Points decreased to 5 stars. Current score, -4 stars. Incident 3, seeing through the disguise of the ancient golden vessel and slaying the immortal king evil spirit. Score increased, 2 stars. Current score, -2 stars. Incident 4, you were welcomed by Shi Gandang and boarded the correct ancient bronze ship. Points increased by 1 star. Current score, -1 star. Incident 5, seeing through Lord Vast Sea's whereabouts. Score increased, 2 stars. Current score, 1 star. A branch of fate has appeared. Branch 1 obeyed Lord Vast Sea's orders and left with him, staying away from the disputes of the North Pole Dao fruit meat. Points reduced, from 1 to 10 stars. 2 branches, ignoring Lord Vast Sea's orders and repelling him. Points increased, from 1 to 10 stars. 3 branches, using a glib tongue, telling Lord Vast Sea about the pros and cons and persuading him to leave without shedding blood. Points increased from 1 to 20 stars. With his glib tongue, he explained the pros and cons to Lord Vast Sea, turning an enemy into a friend, and successfully invited Lord Vast Sea to the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference. Points increased, from 1 to 50 stars. Incident 6, killing Lord Vast Sea. Points increased, 10 stars. Current score, 11 stars. I see. Ever since I picked up the Celestial Emperor's letter, everything that happened to me has been recorded in the Lei Shu. Different experiences and choices will result in different results in the trial. After some changes, my current score is 11 stars. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Getting 11 stars at the beginning of the trial is not bad among the saints. However, if Exalted Immortal's goal is to obtain the reward of the Ziwei Dao art, this score is far from enough. According to what Little Monkey knows, if you want to obtain the Ziwei Dao art after the trial ends, you need to get at least 500 stars. Exalted Immortal still needs to work harder. Old Monster Duo 1 encouraged him. 500 stars, is it? I'll remember that. However, there's one thing that I don't quite understand. What is the branch of fate recorded here? Ning Fan pointed at the 4 choices recorded in the Lightning Book and asked. The so-called branch of fate refers to the events and experiences that are extremely important to the person that Exalted Immortal is impersonating. They are enough to affect the destiny of that person's entire life. Similarly, they also have an impact on the trial taker. Different choices will not only affect the trial taker's results but also the direction of the trial. Duo Wen answered. Enough to affect the destiny of that person's entire life? What do you mean? Ning Fan was a little concerned about what Duo Wen mentioned. Duo Wen, on the other hand, only chuckled and did not explain further. Instead, he wore an inscrutable expression, as if he was waiting for Ning Fan to ask him again and again before explaining to him reluctantly. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not dwell on this issue for too long. Instead, he began to ponder. When encountering a branch of event, different choices will result in different results. What surprised me was that when I killed Lord Songhai when he appeared just now, it was actually not the best choice and I only got 10 stars. If I use my eloquence to persuade him to give up, the highest I can get is 20 stars. If I directly persuade him to go with me, the highest I can get is 50 stars. Ning Fan closed the Lightning Book and frowned slightly. From this branch of fate, Ning Fan could roughly see the main points of the trial of the chosen saint. The chosen trial did not just test the cultivator's strength, but also the cultivator's decisiveness and choice in the face of events. If the trial taker only fought recklessly when encountering an enemy, they would not be able to get the best result even if their strength was astonishing. Only the person who made the best choice when encountering an issue would be able to get the highest score. Only then would he be the sacred son that immortal sovereign Ziwei recognized the most. I always feel that this trial is very troublesome. It doesn't really suit my style. Ning Fan shook his head. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and asked Duo Wen. Duo Wen, tell me. Is there really the best choice in this world? Duo Wen was stunned. He did not understand why Ning Fan would ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he answered cautiously. There probably is. Is that so? Ning Fan did not express his opinion. Then, with a thought, the Lightning Book turned into a ray of lightning and flew into his sea of consciousness. In this way, he no longer needed to summon or read the contents of the book. He could just read it directly from his sea of consciousness. It was much more convenient. Of course, there was another benefit to keeping the book in his sea of consciousness. As soon as the book entered his sea of consciousness, countless fragmented memories appeared in Ning Fan's mind. They were the memories of the person Ning Fan was currently impersonating, the disciple of the chaotic Kun sect, Zhang Dao. Those who participated in the trial had to impersonate someone in order to activate the trial. If they could understand the person they were impersonating, it would be beneficial for them to grasp the direction of the plot in the trial and make more accurate choices and judgments. The disciple of the chaotic Kun sect, Zhang Dao. Ning Fan closed his eyes and received the additional memories of Zhang Dao in his sea of consciousness. Scenes of memories flashed through his mind like a lantern, slowly playing out. Memory Fragment 1. In an immortal country called Southern Yang Country, a foolish young man begged on the streets all day long. This young man did not know how to cry, laugh or speak. He did not even understand human language. No one knew where this young man came from and no one knew who this fool was. Some busybodies gave this young man a name, Mutu, mocking him for being as dumb as a rotten wood. Memory Fragment 2. The foolish young man named Mutu gradually grew up by relying on the food he obtained from begging. Suddenly, one day, the young man was enlightened. He learned how to speak and communicate with others. Only then did the people of his country know that this young man was not a fool. Instead, he was extremely intelligent. Memory Fragment 3. In Southern Yang Country, the culture of chess was prevalent. The cultivators here did not attach importance to cultivation. Instead, they paid more attention to honing their chess skills. The young man named Muta began to display his astonishing talent as a chess player. Relying on an old chess book that he picked up from the roadside, he only used 10 days to learn the basics of the game. Then, Muta began to play against the people around him. 1 month later, Mutu obtained his first victory in the game. Half a year later, Mutu obtained his 100th victory. 3 years later, within a radius of 100 miles, there were no chess players who were his match. Memory Fragment 4. Along with Blockhead's reputation growing, even the South Liang chess court had heard of this matter. As a result, the chess hall sent out a teacher to play against Mutu, testing his skill and talent in chess. That teacher was a 9th-grade chess player, but he had lost to Blockhead in the middle game. The teacher was not convinced. He felt that he had lost because of his carelessness. As a result, he arranged to play 10 rounds of chess with Blockhead. In the end, he only played 6 rounds before he lost 6 in a row. For a time, Blockhead's reputation spread throughout Nanliang. Memory Fragment 5. The famous Blockhead was accepted by the South Liang Chess Academy as an exception and became a student of the academy. Moreover, he was bestowed the name Zhang Dao by the dean. Zhang Dao was diligently practicing chess in the chess hall. A year later, Zhang Dao became one of the top 10 in the academy. 3 years later, Zhang Dao became the top student in the academy. After another 10 years, Zhang Dao became the youngest 5th-grade chess player in the history of Nanliang. Memory Fragment 4. Because he'd participated in the chess bet and violated the rules of the Southbridge chess courtyard, Zhang Dao was expelled from the courtyard. As a result, Zhang Dao left Nanliang country and began to travel around the world. After 10 years of traveling, Zhang Dao's chess skills had improved further. He went to the holy land of chess players, the Rosy Clouds Temple. He met his friends in chess and invited the monks in the temple to a duel. None of the monks in the temple was a match for Zhang Dao. This matter alarmed the Buddhas of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect. As a result, Buddha appeared and played 100 rounds with Zhang Dao. However, Zhang Dao couldn't even win a single round. Memory Fragment 5. In order to improve his chess skills, Zhang Dao acknowledged Buddha as his master. Because of this, he became a disciple of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect. However, because Zhang Dao was obsessed with chess skills and neglected cultivation, he could only cultivate to the immortal king realm even though he had great resources. It was difficult for him to improve any further. Moreover, because Zhang Dao was not interested in worldly affairs, he was not shrewd and did not know much about the ways of the world. Memory Fragment 6. Zhang Dao's master passed away. In order to fulfill his master's last wish, Zhang Dao left the chaotic Kuan sacred sect and traveled down the mountain. Memory Fragment 7. Zhang Dao received a letter from his good friend Daoist Stone Ghost and decided to go to the North Pole Dao fruit meeting, after a long time. He absorbed all of Zhang Dao's memory fragments. Even though most of the memory fragments were incomplete, they still gave him a general understanding of Zhang Dao. This disciple of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect, Zhang Dao, seemed to be an out-and-out chess fanatic who did not care much about cultivation. However, He did not seem to be a virtuous chess player because he was expelled from the South Liang chess house because of a chess bet. Am I acting as such a character? Zhang Dao's strength is average but his chess skills are indeed quite good. If I were to compare him with Master Ancient Chaos's chess skills, he would probably give Master Ancient Chaos a handicap. Ning Fan had obtained the inherited memories of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, which included all of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's chess skills. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's chess skills could be considered as a first-rate expert among the cultivators. However, compared to a chess cultivator like Zhang Dao who was obsessed with chess skills, he was still slightly weaker. After all, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos only treated chess skills as a hobby while Zhang Dao treated it as his lifelong pursuit. The two of them could not be compared. While Ning Fan was absorbing Zhang Dao's memories, old demon Duo Wen's body dispersed into a ray of demonic light and flew back into the divine tool fragment. The reason was that he was just a broken voice now and could not leave the divine tool fragment to maintain his demon form for a long time. Whether the reason was true or not, Ning Fan was too lazy to find out. It was because there was something more important than this that required Ning Fan to make a decision. Event triggered. Unfinished event, deciding the sailing route. Suddenly, new information appeared in the Saint Child's Thunder book that Ning Fan kept in his sea of consciousness. Just as he was wondering how he should deal with this information, he saw Shi Gondang approaching him respectfully with a sea map in his hand. Senior, there are 3 sailing routes that lead to the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference. May I know which route Senior wants to take? Please tell me. Using the sea map, Shi Gondang marked out the 3 sailing routes and told Ning Fan about the advantages and disadvantages of each route. The first sailing route would pass through 9 immortal kingdoms. It was less dangerous but it would take a long time. It would take 3 years to reach the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference. The second sailing route would pass through 4 immortal kingdoms. It was more dangerous. The most dangerous one would be passing through the nest of sea demonesses. However, it would only take 2 years. As for the third sailing route, there was no place to stop at. Moreover, it would need to cross the sea region where the Azure Sea Dragon Palace was located. It was extremely dangerous but it would only take 6 months. Since it involved the sailing route, Ning Fan did not make a rash decision. Instead, he seriously considered the matter. At the same time, a branch of fate appeared in the Thunder Book. A branch of fate has appeared, choose the first sailing route and you will get points ranging from 10 to 50 stars. Additional reward, the immortal force of 9 nations. Choose the second sailing route and you will get points ranging from 5 to 20 stars. Additional reward, the bone sword of the sea demoness. Choose the third sailing route and you will get points ranging from 2 to 10 stars. Additional reward, a Dao fruit of the azure beast. Oh. There's an additional reward for making this choice? Ning Fan asked in surprise. After chatting with Duo 1, Ning Fan already knew that there would be additional rewards for certain special events in the trial. However, he did not expect that the choice of the sailing route would actually trigger the additional reward. It seemed like the choice of the sailing route was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Duo 1, if it's you, how would you choose the sailing route? Ning Fan asked casually. After a while, Duo Wen's answer came from the fragment of the divine tool that Ning Fan was carrying. He seemed to have pondered for a while. I choose the second sailing route. Duo Wen said. What's the reason? Ning Fan asked. At first glance, the first sailing route seems to be the safest and will get the highest points. However, its disadvantage is that it will take the longest time. I remember that some of the Purple Myrtle Saint children had triggered similar missions before. They chose the safest and most time-consuming option. In the end, many of them arrived at the destination too late and missed many events. Their final points were not high. As for the immortal force of the 9 nations that is rewarded by the first sailing route, it's a good thing. If you accept it, your magic power will skyrocket to the 100 tribulations realm. However, it will slightly affect your foundation. I don't want something that will affect my foundation. Ning Fan answered. Cough cough. Kid, are you only considering the sailing route based on whether the additional reward is generous or not? Duo Wen was speechless. He accidentally said what he was thinking. Then, he realized that his words were too rude. Immediately, he changed his tone and smiled apologetically. I misspoke. I misspoke. What the High Immortal said makes sense. We can't accept something that will affect our foundation. Hence, we won't choose the first sailing route. We won't choose it. Seeing that Ning Fan did not seem to mind his slip of the tongue, Duo Wen heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he continued his analysis. The third sailing route is a little too urgent. Putting aside the fact that the reward for this choice is low, it is almost a situation where you will definitely die. Do you know what kind of existence the Azure Sea Dragon Palace is? It's the lair of the Azure Beasts, the overlords of the defiant mortal sea. A drop of seawater in the defiant mortal sea is as heavy as a mountain. There are beasts in the sea called the Azure Sea. Anyone who tries to take away the seawater of the defiant mortal sea will be attacked by the Azure Sea. Just a small matter like taking away seawater would anger the Azure Sea Dragon. From this, it can be seen how tyrannical and brutal these Azure Sea Dragons are. If you choose the third sailing route, you will immediately get a Dao fruit of the Azure Beast as a reward. You will pass through their lair and you even have a Dao fruit of the Azure Beast with you. Asterisk tut asterisk asterisk tut asterisk I'm afraid you will attract the wrath of the entire Azure Beast clan. Immortal Emperor Ziwei probably set up this choice to let those greedy people understand that some things can be greedy but they won't have the life to take them. Of course, putting everything else aside, the Dao fruit of the Azure Beast itself is a good item. Even if it's of the lowest grade, it can still increase your magic power by more than 200 tribulations. At the same time, it can also greatly increase your chi and blood. Moreover, it doesn't have any side effects like the immortal power of the 9 nations. In that case, the Dao fruit of the Azure Beast is really not bad. Ning Fan seemed to be tempted. This brat. As expected, he only cares about the value of the additional reward, right? Duo Wen criticized inwardly. This time, he had learned his lesson. He did not blurt out what was on his mind. The reason why I chose the second sailing route is because I used the method of elimination. After eliminating the 2 worst choices, I came up with the most reliable answer. Duo Wen gave his final conclusion. You haven't told me what's so precious about the Sea Maiden Bone Sword. Ning Fan reminded him. The Sea Maiden Bone Sword is really not bad. It's an extremely powerful high-grade innate magic treasure. With your cultivation base, you can easily kill an immortal emperor with a single slash of this sword. Duo Wen said. Kill an immortal emperor with a single slash. In that case, the Dao fruit of the Azure Beast is more practical. Ning Fan naturally did not lack magic treasures of this level. In that case, he was somewhat inclined to choose the third sailing route. Ugh! Exalted Immortal, don't tell me you really want to choose the third sailing route. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Even though you won't really die in the trial of becoming a chosen saint, if you die during the trial, it will be considered as the end of the trial. How can you treat such an important sailing route as a joke? Duo Wen became anxious and quickly tried to dissuade Ning Fan. At this moment, another voice joined the discussion. Brother Ning, trust your intuition. I also think that the third sailing route is the best. It was actually the voice of the Lord Ant Sage's voice. Why is there a sage's voice on your body? Duo Wen was shocked. With his abilities, how could he not tell that it was a sage's voice? Even if the Lord Ant was just a trace of the sage's remnant soul, it was still a genuine sage. You can hear her voice. Ning Fan was surprised. Then, he understood what was going on. Duo Wen's demon form was a six-eared macaque. Perhaps he had used the innate ability of the six-eared macaque to be able to hear the voice of the Lord Ant. I can hear a little. Besides, this senior sage did not purposely hide it from my eyes and ears. No. This little monkey is wrong. This little monkey did not hear anything. Exalted Immortal, please don't overthink it. Duo Wen was afraid that his eavesdropping would anger Ning Fan. Thus, he hurriedly changed his words and denied it repeatedly. However, would Ning Fan believe him now that he had changed his words? Hence, Ning Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this old demon who was used to hiding his abilities. Instead, he began to converse with the Lord Ant. I thought you didn't care much about my matters recently. Why are you suddenly talking to me again? Ning Fan knew about it. Recently, the Lord Ant would go and possess Ji Fuyao's body from time to time. She had rarely asked about Ning Fan's matters. However, she chose to speak at this moment. It's because I haven't seen the sky of the true world for a very long time. Even if what I see here is just an illusion, I still want to borrow your mind to look at it a few more times. The Lord Ant sighed in disappointment. She did not find an excuse to answer him perfunctorily. Instead, she told him the truth. After all, her mind was connected to Ning Fan's. It was meaningless to lie. It was rare for her to sound so desolate. It touched Ning Fan's heart. Inwardly, he thought that even though this ant is not a good fellow, it still knows how to miss its hometown. Humph. I can hear you cursing me. The Ant Queen harumphed. I'm sorry. It's not wrong to listen to me. Just choose the third sailing route. Isn't it just passing by the Azure Sea Dragon Palace? Even if you get ambushed, you don't need to worry about your own safety with your abilities. The strength of those azure beasts lies in their physical defense, which is strong enough to withstand the pressure of the sea. Even ordinary saints would find it difficult to kill the azure beasts. However, the azure beasts can't kill saints either. However, the weakness of the Azure Beast clan is equally obvious. Their spiritual intelligence is low and they are just like wild beasts. They lack powerful offensive methods. They only know low-damage attacks such as stirring up the sea and devouring their prey. There's no need to be afraid of them. The Lord Ant said proudly. In the eyes of a saint like her, the Azure Beast clan was just as so. Great minds think alike. After careful consideration, I also think that the third sailing route is the best. Ning Fan said. Nonsense. You're just eyeing the Azure Beast Dao fruit in the reward. Duo Wen had no strength to complain. He could only accept the fact that Ning Fan chose the third sailing route. If Ning Fan really can't defeat those azure beasts. Sigh. I have no choice but to bleed again and teach Ning Fan some secret techniques to repel the azure beasts. Feeling that Duo Wen who was in the divine tool fragment gradually calmed down, Ning Fan's eyes twitched and revealed an, as I expected, expression. This bastard really has a way to deal with the azure beasts. He is not afraid of the third sailing route at all. If I don't force him a little, he won't take out the good stuff on him. Just like that, Ning Fan chose the third sailing route under Shigandang's persuasion. Senior, do you really want to take the third sailing route? Forget it. Even though the third sailing route has its disadvantages, it also has its advantages. At least, a pursuer like Lord Blue Sea would never dare to go to the third sailing route to kill us. Let's just do as Senior says. Thus, Shigandang steered the ancient bronze ship and advanced along the third sailing route. Then, the information on the lightning book began to be updated. Incident 7, selected the third sailing route. Obtained points, 2 stars. Current result, 13 stars. Choosing the third sailing route could give him points ranging from 2 to 10 stars. However, it did not mean that Ning Fan would definitely get 10 stars. Instead, it needed to judge the reasonableness of Ning Fan's reason for choosing the third sailing route and then give him points. Obviously, Ning Fan's reason was not reasonable at all. He actually chose the most dangerous route just for the Azure Beast Dao fruit. Obviously, the chosen Saint Trial did not approve of Ning Fan's decision. Thus, Ning Fan got the lowest score, 2 stars. Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to be happy about getting the lowest score. Fortunately, a ray of lightning descended from the sky and turned into a fruit with mysterious patterns, falling into Ning Fan's hand. It was the extra reward of the third sailing route, the Azure Beast Dao fruit. So this is the Azure Beast Dao fruit, huh? A single fruit can increase one's magic power by more than 200 tribulations. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he swallowed the Azure Beast Dao fruit in one gulp. You can't. This is the Azure Beast Dao fruit. You can't devour it directly. Even ordinary saints wouldn't dare to. Why didn't you explode because of the Azure Beast Dao fruit? Duo Wen was astonished. Eating the Azure Beast Dao fruit raw. Is he still human? What exactly is this brat? In just half a day, Ning Fan had completely refined the enormous energy of the Azure Beast Dao fruit. His magic power had increased by 270 tribulations. It was a much greater increase compared to the 200 tribulations that Duo Wen had expected because Ning Fan had absorbed it more perfectly. His blood qi had also increased by a large margin. Similarly, his cultivation base of rain had also improved by a lot. Perhaps because the Azure Beast clan lived in the defying mortal sea, their bodies possessed boundless water elemental power. Thus, their Dao fruit could also greatly increase a cultivator's water elemental cultivation base. If Ning Fan's cultivation base of rain dragons is used to measure it, the number of rain dragons that he could control now had increased from the original 9 to 10. Ning Fan was very satisfied with this result. As expected, the third sailing route was not chosen wrongly. This brat's speed of refinement is just too frightening. Duo Wen felt that Ning Fan was becoming more and more unfathomable. Even so, Duo Wen still did not think that Ning Fan would be able to pass the third sailing route smoothly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Perhaps it was because they had chosen the third sailing route, the ancient bronze ship did not encounter any more attacks after Lord Vastsea's attack. It had been peaceful for several months. The flow of time in the trial was not the same as that in the outside world. Even though a few months had passed in the trial, only a small amount of time had passed in the outside world. Of course, that was not the main point. The main point was that on this day, the ancient bronze ship finally sailed into the sea region where the Azure Sea Dragon Palace was located. Shi Gondang, who was in charge of driving the ship, did not even dare to breathe loudly as he was afraid that he would startle the Azure Beast underwater. Ancestor Shi, please bless me. Please bless these Azure Beasts so that they won't notice a ship passing by. Shi Gondang prayed silently in his heart. Unfortunately, Ancestor Shi did not bless him. Not long after he sailed the ship into the sea region, the defying dust sea that was originally dead silent suddenly had waves. No. Those are not waves. Those are some living beings stirring up the waves underwater. Damn it. These Azure Beasts have noticed a ship passing by. What should I do next? Oh right, throw some sacrificial offerings into the sea. If we're lucky, we might be able to appease the anger of these Azure Beasts. An idea flashed across Shi Gondang's mind. He took out the sacrificial offerings that he had prepared beforehand from his storage pouch and threw them into the sea one by one. However, it was useless. The waves became even more turbulent. Those sacrificial offerings did not have the slightest effect. Even though Shi Gondang had a rich experience in sailing, he also felt despair at this moment. Senior, let's run. That's right. Turn the ship around immediately and sail out of this sea region. If we're lucky, we might be able to. Shi Gondang wanted to suggest something to Ning Fan. However, it was all too late. All of a sudden, the sky darkened. It was as if there was a boundlessly huge shadow that was cast down from the heavens. Shi Gondang raised his head in shock and saw a scene that almost made him faint. The originally empty surface of the sea was suddenly filled with countless huge shadows, surrounding them from all directions. They were the azure beasts. They were gathering from all directions. There was no way to retreat at all. Each of the shadows was as huge as the sky. Innumerable heavy whale-like sounds resounded from all directions, causing Shi Gondang's eardrums to shatter. 50 of them? 100 of them? No, I can't even count them. How many azure beasts are attacking us? But how is this possible? Even if they are attacking a passing ship, the Azure Beast clan would not send out such a large force. There must be some reason that angered this clan. What exactly is the reason? Shi Gondang really wanted to know. However, no matter how hard he thought, he could not imagine that Ning Fan had picked up an Azure Beast Dao fruit for free and had even devoured and refined it. Every person who had killed or eaten an Azure Beast would have a unique water element chi on their body. Ordinary people would not be able to sense that chi. Only the members of the Azure Beast clan could. The undisguised Azure Chi on Ning Fan's body was the proof that he had killed or eaten an Azure Beast before. Roar! Roar! Countless angry roars resounded from all directions. Their killing intent was locked onto Ning Fan. Almost at the same time when the roars resounded, the Azure Beasts began to raise waves that were 10,000 zhang high, attempting to sink the ancient bronze ship into the eternal desolation sea. The 10,000 zhang high waves crashed down. Its heavy aura force distorted the surrounding space. These were not ordinary waves. They were the waves of the defying mortal sea. In the defying mortal sea, a single drop of seawater was as heavy as a mountain. The 10,000 zhang high waves were enough to easily crush an immortal emperor to death. The momentum of the waves was definitely not inferior to the power of a world being flooded. It was just that the scale and the area of effect were different. I can't stop it. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Just when Shi Gondang was in despair, a ray of treasure light suddenly shot up to the sky. It was Ning Fan who secretly took out the Drowning Realm bottle. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last used the Drowning Realm bottle. Ning Fan was a little curious. He wanted to see if the Drowning Realm bottle could withstand the 10,000 zhang waves of the defying mortal sea. After all, the Drowning Realm bottle was refined using the seawater of the defying mortal sea. The inside of the bottle contained boundless seawater of the defying mortal sea. Although the scale of the seawater in the bottle was far inferior to the real defying mortal sea, it was still much larger than the 10,000 zhang waves in front of him. Within the treasure light, the Drowning Realm bottle emitted a boundless suction force. The 10,000 zhang waves were instantly sucked into the bottle. Roar! Roar! The Azure Beasts became even more furious. The Azure Beasts with low spiritual intelligence did not have many offensive methods. When they saw that their attacks on the 10,000 zhang waves were ineffective, they raised more and taller waves. 100,000 zhang waves. 1,000,000 zhang waves. 1,000,000 zhang waves. The power of the waves was already huge enough to suppress a quasi-saint realm expert. Unfortunately, it was still no match for the Drowning Realm bottle. Boundless seawater was sucked into the Drowning Realm bottle. Unfortunately, the seawater that was sucked in was just an illusion created by the Zi-Wei Dao art. It was not the real defying mortal sea. In this way, even if the Drowning Realm bottle absorbed an endless amount of seawater, the volume of seawater inside it did not increase. Then, where did the fake seawater that was sucked in go? As soon as the fake seawater entered the Drowning Realm bottle, it immediately disintegrated into countless amounts of water primordial force. It wanted to escape from the Drowning Realm bottle and return to the illusory world of the Chosen Saint's trial. However, it could not escape. The Drowning Realm bottle did not reject anything. All the water primordial force that entered its stomach was devoured and refined by it. Every time it devoured a mouthful of water primordial force, the chi of the Drowning Realm bottle would increase by a little. The hidden injuries that it had suffered in the past were also reduced by a little. As the amount of water it devoured continued to increase, the patterns of the sea on the Drowning Realm bottle began to increase. The treasure light around it became brighter and brighter. It was as dazzling as a blue sun. Could it be that this kid's magic treasure is going to advance to the next level? But how is this possible? It is extremely difficult for a magic treasure that has already been fixed to advance its level through external strengthening unless special methods are used. However, it is obvious that this kid did not use any methods. He only devoured the defying mortal sea water and the magic treasure showed signs of advancing. So that's how it is. I understand now. This treasure bottle is an unfinished work from the very beginning. Many rumors' thoughts raced and gradually found some clues. The person who designed this bottle is undoubtedly a genius. The fact that he successfully refined this bottle using the defying mortal sea water as the material is already an unprecedented idea. It is a pity that the cultivation of that person was too weak. He should not have surpassed the limit of an immortal emperor and could not control the defying mortal sea water. Therefore, he could not complete the bottle completely. In fact, this bottle is just an unfinished work. But at this moment, this bottle is absorbing a huge amount of water primordial force from the defying mortal sea water here. If it was absorbing the real defying mortal sea water, the chi of the magic treasure would not increase. However, it is absorbing the seawater that immortal Emperor Ziwei simulated with his own Tao art. Under such absorption, it is as if immortal Emperor Ziwei is using his own Tao art to simulate the defying mortal sea water and nourish this bottle. The person who created this bottle does not have the strength to complete this bottle. However, if immortal Emperor Ziwei personally takes action, it would be a piece of cake for him to complete this bottle. Immortal Emperor Ziwei naturally would not be so kind as to help Ning Fan refine a magic treasure. However, the illusory defying mortal sea water that immortal Emperor Ziwei set up here had the same effect. This kid is so lucky. He actually managed to get something out of this treasure bottle by accident. Many rumors was filled with envy. The Ant Lord also saw through the reason behind the water flooding bottle's advancement. There was also Ning Fan. Ning Fan was a little surprised. His original intention of using the water flooding bottle to deal with these azure beasts was to test if the bottle had any restraining effect on them. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. I actually never knew that the water flooding world bottle that the water flooding emperor refined is just an unfinished work. However, in this case, things have become more reasonable. In the past, the water flooding emperor refined the water flooding world bottle when he was just at the second step. This matter is obviously suspicious. The amount and weight of the seawater in the bottle alone is not something that an immortal emperor can control. To refine such a large amount of seawater into a small bottle, even if the water flooding world uses the help of the ancient devil spirits in the devil abyss, the difficulty is still too great. However, if he only managed to refine an incomplete water flooding bottle at that time, everything can be explained. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. Anyone who encountered such a good thing out of nowhere would feel happy. In the past, the water flooding world bottle was only comparable to a mid-grade innate magic treasure. But now, as the light of the water flooding bottle continued to strengthen, its chi was no longer any weaker than a real high-grade innate magic treasure. Moreover, it was still increasing. Seeing the water flooding bottle becoming stronger, Ning Fan felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that this treasure is trying to break through to the supreme grade innate magic treasure in one go? At this moment, even the Ant Lord felt envious. After all, most of the saints use supreme grade innate magic treasures. However, even a saint would not have too many supreme grade innate magic treasures. Under heaven opening, supreme grade innate magic treasures were the strongest. It was not an exaggeration to say that supreme-grade innate magic treasures were the weapons of saints. Senior, you are thinking too much. It is impossible for this treasure to break through to the supreme-grade innate magic treasure in one go. Many rumors said to the Ant Lord. Oh. Why do you say so? The Ant Lord asked. The Ant Lord did not look down on many rumors who was just a junior. She was connected to Ning Fan's mind. Naturally, she knew that many rumors had many hidden techniques. Even though the power of this treasure is constantly increasing, it is in a disorderly and autonomous manner. Without the guidance of a weapon refinement master, the difficulty of breaking through to the supreme-grade innate magic treasure with its own will is no less than an ancient great cultivator breaking through to the saint realm in his sleep. Many rumors answered. Could it be that Ning Fan's current weapon refinement realm is not enough to guide this bottle to the supreme grade? Do you know that this brat has even successfully refined the virtue umbrella? It shouldn't be difficult for him to guide the bottle to the supreme grade innate magic treasure, right? The Ant Lord frowned as if she did not like others looking down on Ning Fan's ability. She and Ning Fan were one. If others looked down on Ning Fan, it would be the same as looking down on her. Refining the virtue umbrella? This brat actually has such an ability. Many rumors was surprised, but he still had a pessimistic view. Even if he can refine the virtue umbrella, it is still not enough to achieve this. The difficulty of this task is more than 10 times higher than refining the virtue umbrella. What if I, a saint, help him from the side? Will it be enough? Even though I'm not a professional weapon refinement master, I still have some experience in the Tao of weapon refinement. The Ant Lord snorted coldly. Forgive me for being blunt. Even with Senior's help, it is still not enough. If I'm not mistaken, Ning Fan must have had Senior's help when he refined the virtue umbrella, right? Senior might know how to refine the virtue umbrella, but you might not know the direction of this bottle's advancement. Even though this bottle is an unfinished product, its final form must have been designed a long time ago. Unless one is the creator of this bottle, no one would be able to know what the direction of advancement of this bottle would be. Unless. Many rumors paused and did not say anything else. Unless what? The Ant Lord asked. Unless there is a weapon refinement master of a higher level guiding it. Only then would it be possible to correctly guide the bottle's advancement without knowing the original intention of the bottle's design. Many rumors sighed. Even though he was jealous of Ning Fan's good luck, it was also a blessing to be able to witness the formation of a supreme-grade innate magic treasure. If possible, he also wanted to witness this miraculous scene with his own eyes. Unfortunately, where can I find a weapon refinement master of a higher level in a barren place like the Purple Battle illusory world? What is a higher level? In order to directly see the advancement of a supreme-grade innate magic treasure without knowing the design's intention, one would need a higher level. It is one level higher than a supreme-grade innate magic treasure. Only a weapon refinement master of the heaven-opening level would be able to accomplish this. However, how could there be such a peerless person in the Purple Battle illusory world? A weapon refinement master of the heaven-opening level would be able to become an esteemed guest of any saint defier. Could they be found anywhere? Putting aside the fact that it is impossible to find a weapon refinement master of this level, even if you find one, you will not be able to invite him to help you with their status. Even the dignified saint defier needs to treat others with respect in order to invite them to help you. What do you have to invite them? Impossible. Impossible. What's more regrettable is that this treasure has absorbed too much water elemental power in this place. It is already very close to breaking through to the supreme grade innate magic treasure. It is almost set, but because the direction of the formation is wrong, it has missed the chance to become a supreme grade innate magic treasure. Before this treasure was an unfinished product. From today onwards, this treasure will be a completed product. There will no longer be a chance for it to be set, and there will be no chance for it to advance further. In the future, even if we can find a weapon refinement master of this level, it will already be too late. Duo Wen sighed continuously. Detestable. The Ant Lord gritted her teeth. She was unhappy. Very unhappy. Ning Fan was clearly just a step away from obtaining a heaven-defying opportunity. However, he actually lost this opportunity right before her eyes. Even though what she lost was Ning Fan's opportunity, she and Ning Fan were one. That feeling was as if she had lost her own opportunity. So, we just need to find a weapon refinement master of the heaven opening level to help us? Ning Fan suddenly interrupted. The conversation between the Ant Lord and Duo Wen was not kept from him. Naturally, he heard everything clearly. In the beginning, he also thought that the water drowning bottle was going to break through to the supreme grade innate magic treasure in one go. Of course, he was happy about it. However, Duo Wen's words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed on his head, waking him up. That's right. How could it be so easy to advance a supreme grade innate magic treasure to the next level? Ning Fan knew his own limitations. He knew that his tool refinement technique was not enough to complete this task. Of course, he could talk to the water drowning bottle. However, even the water drowning bottle itself did not know how to break through to the supreme grade innate magic treasure. What was the point of talking to it? Since I can't break through, I can only give up. Even though Ning Fan was stubborn, his stubbornness was never about external things like magic treasures or divine abilities. If it was possible, he would be more than happy to get a supreme grade innate magic treasure for free. However, if it was impossible, he could also let it go. After all, there were still many benefits to be gained from this trial. There was no need to hang on to one tree. After all, it was a free benefit. It was already very good that the water drowning bottle could advance to a supreme grade innate magic treasure for no reason. The problem was, Ning Fan could let go of this matter. As the person involved, he could not let go of the water drowning bottle. At this moment, Ning Fan heard the water drowning bottle crying. The drowning bottle was weeping, regretting, and remorseful. As an unfinished product, the water drowning bottle had been waiting for its completion for far too long. It longed to become a finished product. It was happy that it had the chance to complete itself at this place. But in the end, this happiness was replaced by disappointment. It couldn't break through. It couldn't rely on itself to break through the grade of the magic treasure. It needed the help of a refiner. But no one could help it. Even though its master, Ning Fan, wanted to help it, he couldn't do much due to the limitations of the refiner's technique. Wah wah wah, the water drowning bottle's cries intensified. Walala, it was raining in the bottle world of the drowning bottle. However, what was falling was not rain, but its tears. Alright, stop crying. Ning Fan knitted his brows. After all, he had developed feelings for the water drowning bottle. When it cried, Ning Fan's stubbornness was born. You just want to break through to the supreme grade innate magic treasure. I'll help you. Ning Fan's words were directed at the water drowning bottle. Of course, Duo Wen also heard these words. However, he didn't believe that Ning Fan could help the water drowning bottle. Life was helpless. Some things wouldn't be understood unless they were badly battered. Or perhaps, this kid plans to use his life as a sacrifice in exchange for a chance for the bottle to advance. Duo Wen was obviously thinking too much. He thought of some fanatical refiners who used themselves as a sacrifice and jumped into the cauldron. Instead, he shook his head. He didn't think that Ning Fan would be crazy enough to sacrifice his life for a magical treasure. Therefore, this was destined to be an impossible task. Sob sob sob, master, you don't have to comfort Ping Air. Ping Air appreciates your good intentions, but you can't help me. I have already resigned myself to my fate. The more complete the water bottle was, the higher its spirituality would be. It even gave itself the name Ping Air. However, it was also because of the increase in its spirituality that it felt more sorrowful. Don't worry. I've already found the refiner you need. Isn't it just a heaven-opening grade refiner? I know where to find one. However, I can't guarantee that she can help you succeed. But if you don't give it a try, I think you won't be satisfied. Ning Fan said seriously. At the same time, Ning Fan's physical body that was sitting cross-legged beside the devil-meeting steel suddenly stood up. Under Ning Fan's control, the physical body closed its eyes and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, Ning Fan's figure appeared in the 7th Arctic Palace, the Quail Head Palace. At this moment, inside the Quail Head Palace, the 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors were sitting upright on their seats like students listening to someone's lecture. The person in charge of the lecture was the girl named Chi-E. Chi-E was talking about the art of mechanisms. Due to the 5 Valleys' sovereign emperor's pleas, she reluctantly agreed to give the lecture. She had tried her best to make it as simple as possible. Unfortunately, the 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors were still confused. Even the Millet sovereign, who was the most knowledgeable in the art of mechanisms, was at a loss, as if he was listening to a heavenly book. It couldn't be helped. They couldn't understand it at all. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. They weren't even on the same level. The knowledge involved in the art of mechanisms had already exceeded their common sense. They could clearly recognize every word that Chi-E said, but when they put them together, what the hell? Who am I? Where am I? What is she talking about? While the 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors were in pain, they suddenly saw Ning Fan approaching them. Seeing this scene, the 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors no longer dared to sit still. They stood up and greeted Ning Fan respectfully. However, Ning Fan didn't talk nonsense with them. He just said hurriedly, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. I need to borrow your teacher." Then, without waiting for the 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors to react, he directly carried Chi-E and disappeared without a trace. The 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors were at a loss. The 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors gradually recovered from their shock. Ah! This! How long has Senior Ning been holding back? He's actually so impatient. Clearly, our class will end in a little while, forget it. What's the difference between ending class early or late? Anyway, you and I don't understand what teacher is saying. Take a guess. Senior Ning said that he wants to borrow teacher. How do you want to borrow him? He. I can't say it. I can't say it. Chi-E, who was being carried horizontally, also had a blank look on her face. She had lost too many memories. When she was suddenly carried horizontally by someone, she inevitably felt a little uneasy and did not know how to deal with it. Master, Chi-E's face was expressionless. However, there was a hint of nervousness in her words. What's wrong? Ning Fan asked. I'm not ready yet. Chi-E said. Ning Fan was speechless. But if this is Master's will, Chi-E will work hard. Even though my memory is incomplete, I remember that this is my first time. I hope Master will take pity on me. Ning Fan. It had been a long time since the Azure Beasts attacked. The Azure Beasts launched a series of wave attacks, but they did not hurt the water bottle at all. Seeing this, even if the Azure Beasts had low spiritual intelligence, they knew that this kind of attack would not work. Thus, they decided to change to another attack. At this moment, on the ancient bronze ship, an illusory figure suddenly appeared beside Ning Fan out of nowhere. Of course, Shi Gondang and the Azure Beasts could not see this figure. Ning Fan actually forcefully brought a trace of Chi-Yi's consciousness into his trial as the chosen saint. Do you want to do it here? Chi-Yi was in a dilemma. Even though she did not understand the situation, she still gritted her teeth and undid the first jade button on her collar. Then, Ning Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. He grabbed her hand and fastened the button again. Don't misunderstand. I didn't ask you to come here to do these things. Ning Fan said helplessly. After hearing his words, Qi was stunned. She understood that she had misunderstood Ning Fan's intention. Thus, she nodded her head and squatted down. She pursed her lips and began to undo Ning Fan's belt. So, I have to use my mouth. Even though she did not understand this, if this is Master's will, she will work hard. No. I'm not asking you to do this. Speaking of which, you have clearly lost your memory. Why do you remember all these messy things? After Ning Fan spent a lot of effort, Qi finally understood the situation. Master, did you ask me to come here just for this magic treasure? Qi blinked her eyes and looked at the water bottle which was shining brightly in the sky. With just a glance, she felt as if she could directly see the depths of the water bottle's soul. So, it's just for such a trivial matter. She thought that she would need to do this and that. Chapter 1271. Is there anyone else who wants to become a barbarian? Who is it? I heard that it's an ancient immortal venerable called Qi. Unbelievable. This woman's berserker initiation ceremony was personally hosted by the god of berserkers. She didn't even need to hand over the soul order to become a berserker. Could it be that this woman is a disciple of Saint Defire? Otherwise, how could I have such a special encounter? No, this woman's identity is even more special. She comes from the dreamy cloud lake and is Gongshu Xing's disciple. He is cultivating the title of divine craftsman. How terrifying! The great white sage of the borer flies was defeated by Master Qi's mechanical formation. Have you heard? Lord Qi only needed a little more to refine a heaven-opening artifact. How regretful, I heard that it was Lord Scarlet Ebony who chose to give up on it. He didn't want this heaven-splitting artifact to appear in the world. Why would she do that? There seemed to be someone talking in Qi's ears, but in fact, there was no sound at all. It was just the fragmented memories that caused an illusion in her damaged sea of consciousness. It was so far away. Those voices were so far away. I can't hear it clearly, I can't hear it clearly. I just feel that it's so noisy. Don't be noisy. I'm about to refine a treasure for Master. Your voices are disturbing me. Qi stared at the water bottle while muttering to himself. Fortunately, the voices in his ears soon disappeared. Qi felt his sea of consciousness relax. Thus, her eyes became focused and pure again. A wisp of green flame began to burn in her eyes. Under her gaze, everything in the water bottle was exposed. I can see everything, the past and future of this vase. With just a glance, Qi had seen through everything about the drowning bottle. Scared, the water bottle revealed an expression of fear. It did not recognize Qi, but it could feel the pressure of a superior being from Qi. It was the aura of a divine blacksmith that was suppressing it. Don't be afraid, she's here to help you. While Ning Fan was calming the emotions of the water flood vase, he formed hand seals with his fingers. Once again, he used the power of the water flood vase to keep away the countless waves that were created by the azure beasts. Seeing that the overturning sea and rivers couldn't deal with Ning Fan, the azure beasts finally changed their way of attacking. They stopped stirring up trouble and decided to attack with brute force. Roar, 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 countless giant shadows slammed into the ancient bronze ship. They've changed their attack, huh? Upon seeing this, Ning Fan immediately formed a hand seal. Both his body and the ancient bronze ship instantly vanished from where they were and flashed to the surface of the ocean that was countless miles away. He avoided the encirclement and attack of the azure beasts. Then, he took back the flooding bottle and handed it to Qi, asking, I hope that Miss can help with the advancement of the flooding bottle. Afterwards, I will surely thank you. His tone was very polite. He did not treat Qi as a mere servant just because Qi had casually called him master. Instead, he chose to treat him with courtesy. Qi doesn't need any generous thanks. It is Qi's honor to be able to serve Master. Qi shook his head, but still obediently took the water-drowning bottle. She was willing to do anything for her master, but she didn't want her master to talk to her in such a distant tone. After waking up in a strange world, she had lost all her memories. Ning Fan was the only person she could rely on. He was the master that she had acknowledged. If the only person she could rely on treated her like a stranger, it would make her even more afraid of this strange world. Roar, 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 roar. Seeing that the ancient bronze ship had fled far away in a flash, the azure beasts immediately roared and chased after it. Since time was tight, Ning Fan naturally did not have much time to talk to Qi. In a flash, Ning Fan had already flown away. Almost at the same time, a gigantic azure beast that was the size of an island caught up to them from behind and rammed into the ancient bronze ship. However, before it could touch the side of the ancient bronze ship, it was sent flying by Ning Fan's punch. Ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. What a tough body. After sending the azure beast flying with a punch, Ning Fan felt his fist go numb. That oceanic beast that was the size of an island had a weight of nearly 50 stars. It was definitely not an easy task to send such a gigantic beast flying. It was difficult to do it with brute force alone. Moreover, he needed to use all of his magic power. What was more frightening was that the defense of this azure beast's physical body was way too strong. It actually gave Ning Fan the illusion that he had just punched the Dao Mountain of the Ant Lord. Even though the azure beast was not sent flying, it did not suffer any damage at all. Ning Fan could not help but sigh. So this is the azure beast that even saints find it hard to kill. This level of defense is really frightening. I will be responsible for dealing with the azure beasts. You continue to steer the ship towards the Dao Fruit Assembly. Ning Fan's words were directed at Shi Gandang. Shi Gandang was stunned after hearing Ning Fan's words. He thought to himself, Senior has been talking to the air for a long time. Now, he is finally willing to talk to me. He could not see Qi or old demon Duo One. He also could not hear the voice of the Ant Lord. As such, when Ning Fan was talking to these people, Shi Gandang would only think that Ning Fan was talking to the air. Roar! Another 3 azure beasts caught up to them and rammed their heads into them. Each of these 3 azure beasts was as large as a few islands. Their momentum was far more violent than the previous azure beast. Boom boom boom. Ning Fan threw out another 3 punches, one after another. The force of his punches gradually increased. Just as the 3 azure beasts were sent flying by Ning Fan, 9 more azure beasts swung their tails, rammed their heads and waved their claws at the ancient bronze ship, not giving Ning Fan any chance to catch his breath. After repelling the 9 azure beasts, another 12 azure beasts caught up to them. They opened their gigantic mouths and roared as they launched their attacks. Circles of dark golden sound waves spread out, shattering the space and reaching them in an instant. At the critical moment, Ning Fan's body shone brightly with fiend god light. He let out a furious roar as if an ancient fiend god had appeared in this world. He used his own devil roar to resist the roars of the azure beasts. Even though the roars of the azure beasts were powerful, how could they resist the furious roar of an ancient fiend god? What a terrifying roar! Shi Gandang was so frightened that his legs went soft. What scared him was not the roars of the azure beasts but Ning Fan's roar. Even though Ning Fan's roar had avoided the ancient bronze ship, Shi Gandang was still slightly affected by it. All of a sudden, he felt the fear and inferiority that came from the depths of his bloodline. Duo One also felt his bloodline shuddering. Duo One, who was knowledgeable, could vaguely recognize the might of the fiend god on Ning Fan's body. It was precisely because he had some understanding of it that he felt even more astonished. Immortal Emperor Zi Wei wanted to cultivate both immortality and devil cultivation at the same time. He had 2 spirits in his body, but he still failed miserably in the end. He had no choice but to abandon his devil cultivation to seek immortality. Even the Saint Defier immortal realm can't possess 2 spirits. How could this man achieve this with just the magic power of a quasi-saint realm expert? Duo Wen was stunned. The hundreds of azure beasts that were chasing after him were also shocked by Ning Fan's roar. Unfortunately, the spiritual intelligence of these azure beasts was too low. Even though they were afraid of Ning Fan, they were still driven by the bloodthirsty impulse in their bodies. Thus, they continued to chase after him. After blasting away another dozens of azure beasts, Ning Fan no longer used the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike against them. His fists were already numb and had lost all feeling. The physical bodies of these azure beasts were too tough. It was very disadvantageous for him to face the enemies with his physical body. Thus, Ning Fan waved his sleeves. 10 rays of light flew out from his sleeves and turned into 10 rain dragons. They clashed head-on with the hundreds of azure beasts. Then, he summoned the Karma Umbrella, Ocean-defying sword, True Martial Broken Sword and other treasures to resist the attacks of the azure beasts with the might of these treasures. The battle lasted until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. The sound of the battle shook the clouds. However, because the battle took place in the Azure Beast Sea area, the cultivators of the true world did not dare to step into it. No one knew about the battle that took place there. Half a month later, the ancient bronze ship sailed out of the Azure Beast Sea area. Seeing Ning Fan leaving the sea area, the azure beasts roared furiously. However, they did not continue to chase after him and chose to give up. Phew! I'm finally safe. Only then did Shi Gondang let out a sigh of relief. Then, he asked Ning Fan with great respect, "Junior, may I ask you a question?" "Senior, are you really not a saint? Fighting against the entire Azure clan with his own strength. With such elegance, isn't he a saint?" "No." Ning Fan answered casually. "Even if Senior isn't a saint, you're not far from it." Shi Gondang said respectfully. "No. I'm still far from being a saint." Ning Fan did not forget his own capabilities just because of the flattery of others. Even though he could resist the attacks of the azure beasts, he did not have any way to kill them. For the time being, he could only fight them to a draw. If a true saint comes, no matter how difficult it is, there should be some ways to kill the azure beasts. Unfortunately, the abilities of these azure beasts are lower than what I expected. Before I could get some divine abilities and secret techniques from Duo Wen, the azure beasts had already retreated. Ning Fan felt regretful in his heart. However, considering that there were more important rewards in this trip, it did not matter if he felt regretful. So this is the final form of the water flooding bottle. Ning Fan caressed the warm body of the water flooding bottle and smiled with satisfaction. After half a month of hard work by Qi Yi, the water flooding bottle finally broke through to the supreme grade innate realm. He still remembered the moment when this bottle broke through to the next realm. The treasure light shot up to the sky and the powerful supreme grade innate realm aura swept across the surface of the sea within 3,000 li. Fortunately, the Azure Beast Sea area that he passed through previously was an uninhabited sea. Thus, it did not attract any powerful existences to kill him and seize his treasure. If Ning Fan did not choose the third route but chose the first or second route to break through to the next realm, perhaps the treasure light of this bottle might attract some saints from the true world. No, that's not right. If I chose the first or second route, I wouldn't have encountered the Azure Beast's attack and the endless waves. I also wouldn't have coincidentally taken out the water flooding bottle to fight against my enemies and accidentally caused this bottle to break through to the next realm. Of course, if I chose the first or second route, perhaps there would be new opportunities and opportunities, different choices would lead to different destinies. It was the same for the trial of the chosen saint. So was life. Ning Fan continued to look at the water flooding bottle. Before the advancement, the water flooding bottle had the appearance of a mutton fat jade bottle. There were 3 water droplets on the bottle. After the advancement, the number of water droplets on the bottle increased to 7. One should know that these water droplets were not decorations. Instead, They were the units to measure the power of the water-flooding bottle. By injecting magic power into the bottle, the water droplets on it would light up. When the first water droplet is completely lit up, the power of the bottle would be enough to repel an immortal king. When the second water droplet is completely lit up, it would be enough to severely injure most immortal emperors. As for the third water droplet, it would be enough to severely injure a first-level quasi-saint. Then, what kind of power would the water-flooding bottle have after the fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh water droplets are lit up? Ning Fan was looking forward to it. Other than the change in the number of water droplets, the current water-flooding bottle also had some mysterious Dao Qi. This Dao Qi was somewhat similar to the Dao Qi of the Ziwei Myrtle but also the Dao Qi of the barbarian race. It seemed to contain the unique Sea Qi of the defying mortal sea and also a bloodline Qi that was similar to the Qi-Yi Qi. Eventually, under the guidance of the title of Divine Craftsman, all the Qi merged into one and harmonized perfectly. I see. The reason why this bottle had advanced was because it had swallowed a large amount of water elemental energy from crepe myrtle. In this way, even if this vase advances to the next level, there will inevitably be some interference and influence from the Ziwei Dao art. In order to eliminate these influences, Qi-Yi chose to harmonize the Qi of various Dao arts with the Ziwei Dao art, making this vase perfect in the end. It's truly a marvelous technique. Ning Fan was full of praises for Qi-Yi's technique. Hearing this, Qi-Yi, who rarely revealed her emotions, revealed a sweet smile. Obviously, Ning Fan's acknowledgement made her very happy. Your complexion seems a little pale. Ning Fan suddenly frowned. Only now did he notice that Qi-Yi's complexion did not seem to be in a good condition. It was as if he had consumed a lot of his energy. Master only brought a trace of my spirit sense to this place to refine a weapon. That's why I feel a little tired. Qi-Yi explained as if he was afraid that Ning Fan would be worried about him. Using a wisp of one's mind to refine a tool was rather difficult. If it was in the outside world, Qi-Yi would not feel tired if he used all his mind to refine this bottle. Everything happened so suddenly that I didn't consider your feelings. It was indeed my negligence. I'm sorry. Ning Fan apologized. Master, you don't need to blame yourself. This level of mental exhaustion can be recovered after a good sleep. It's not worth mentioning. Qi-Yi comforted him. All right then. I will bring your spirit sense away from this monument and send you to rest. Ning Fan said seriously. Master, you don't need to do this. Qi-Yi still has some strength left. If I stay here, I can still help Master more. Qi-Yi did not want to leave Ning Fan's side. She still wanted to stay here and help Ning Fan more so that she could receive more praise. Unfortunately, the weak could not win against the strong. In the end, Qi-Yi's opinion was rejected. Ning Fan sent a trace of Qi-Yi's spirit sense out of the devil-seeking steel. Then, he controlled his physical body and sent Qi-Yi to rest. This scene was coincidentally seen by the sovereign lords of the 5 valleys who came to look for their teacher. Ah! This! Why does teacher Qi-Yi's face look so pale? Could it be that Senior Ning has gone too far? It's understandable. Senior must have been holding it in for too long. It's just a pity for teacher. How can he continue to teach us in such a condition? Even if he continues to teach us, we won't be able to understand it. Let's just let teacher rest for a few days. We can use this opportunity to review the content that teacher has taught us. As Ning Fan passed through the Azure Beast Sea area, the information of the Saint Child Thunder Book in his Sea of Consciousness was updated. Incident 8, repelled the Azure Beasts and successfully passed through the Azure Beast Sea area. Obtained score, 10 stars. Current score, 23 stars. After going through half a month of tough battles and fending off the attacks of the Azure Beasts countless times, I'm actually only given a score of 10 stars for such an achievement. As expected, the trial of Saint Child Ziwei doesn't focus on strength. Ning Fan analyzed. In the following days, Ning Fan practiced using the water-flooded realm bottle every day. With his current cultivation base, he could light up 3.5 water droplets in his normal state without suffering any damage. If he reverts to his true form, he could activate the power of 4 waters. If he also uses the ancestral awakening of the ancient devil and uses the water-flooded realm bottle with 2 devil tails, he could barely light up 5 water droplets. However, he would have to suffer a certain degree of backlash. The power of 5 waters was Ning Fan's limit. As for the power of 6 and 7 waters, Ning Fan could not use them at all right now. Only if he paid a heavy price or even died would he have a slight chance of using them. When studying this bottle alone, I can only roughly understand the limit of my ability to use it. If I want to accurately understand the power of 4 and 5 waters, I still need an opponent to serve as a foil. Ning Fan felt a little helpless. If he only used the water-flooded realm bottle on the empty inverse mortal sea, he would not be able to see the power of this bottle at all. It would be great if there are more enemies like Lord Songhai coming to attack. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Shi Gondang was speechless for a while. The way a senior thinks is really not something a junior like him can understand. Isn't it better to sail in peace? He is actually looking forward to an enemy attack. This is really, unfortunately, I'm afraid Senior Zhang Dao will be disappointed. This place is only a few days away from the North Pole Dao fruit meeting. At this place, no matter how powerful the enemy's background is, they won't dare to launch an attack openly. Shi Gondang thought to himself. However, the changes in the situation were often unexpected. Just as Ning Fan was looking forward to the enemy's attack, he felt the chi of countless battles coming from the distant sea. Not good. Senior really hit the nail on the head. Another enemy attack is coming. Shi Gondang wanted to cry but had no tears. Along the way, he had encountered Lord Songhai and hundreds of azure beasts. He really did not want to run into any more dangers. Don't be afraid. The battles in front have nothing to do with you and me. Ning Fan comforted him. His spirit sense was far stronger than Shi Gondang's. He could easily sense everything that was happening in the distance. That's good. If that's the case, allow me to change the route and avoid the battles in front. Adhering to the principle that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, Shi Gondang decided to detour around the fighting sea area in front of him. However, Ning Fan did not agree. If we change the route, we will need to spend a few more days to reach the Dao fruit meeting. Just drive the ship there directly. Ning Fan ordered. But, Shi Gondang could not persuade Ning Fan. Feeling helpless, he could only move forward along the fixed route. Thus, the information of the Saint Child Thunder book was updated again. Incident 9. Not changing the route to avoid the potential danger. Points decreased by 1 star. Current points, 22 stars. Ning Fan's points were actually deducted because of his choice. This made Ning Fan a little unhappy. He had a vague feeling that he was being targeted by the chosen saint. Or perhaps, the chosen saint did not deliberately target him. It was just because the two of them had different beliefs and temperament. As the ancient bronze ship continued to get closer, the two parties who were originally fighting in front of it temporarily stopped their battle. They wanted to see who was coming. When they saw that it was just an inconspicuous bronze ship and there was only an empty house and an immortal king on the ship, both parties had different reactions. Old Sixth Wu felt that he had encountered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He had been a rogue cultivator for his entire life. A few days ago, he had exhausted all his savings and used many connections to join a third-rate sacred sect, the Golden Dart sect, ending his life as a rogue cultivator. Initially, he thought that he could enjoy the shade under a big tree. However, it turned out that he had thought too much. The life of a disciple of a sacred sect was not as good as he had imagined. The reason for this was that he was just an outer sect disciple. Moreover, he was an existence that did not make the cut among the outer sect disciples. His status was too low and he could not obtain too many resources from the sect. Moreover, because his status was too low, he was ordered around by the deacons of the outer sect all day long. His days were really sullen. What was worse was that he was busy breaking through the bottleneck of his cultivation method. Halfway through his seclusion, he was targeted by the deacons of the outer sect. The deacons forced him to accept a certain sect mission. If he disobeyed, he would be expelled from the sacred sect. Helpless, old Sixth Wu could only lower his head. All his previous efforts went to waste. Then, he came out of seclusion and accepted the mission. The content of the mission was to protect a woman to the North Pole Dao fruit meeting. Old Sixth Wu was not the only one who carried out the mission. There were also more than 60 outer sect disciples of the Golden Dart sect. Each of them had a strong physical body and a large saber hung on their waist. Each of them dressed like an escort who traveled the Jianghu in the mortal world. That's right. The Golden Dart Saint of the Golden Dart sect entered the Tao with the identity of a mortal escort. In the end, he cultivated all the way to the Saint realm. The sacred sect that he established was naturally based on the Tao of escorts. Many of the sect's missions were related to escorting precious treasures and protecting nobles. Alright, I'll accept the mission then. Old Sixth Wu thought to himself, isn't it just protecting a woman? With the protection of the sacred sect of the Golden Dart sect, they would not encounter any danger along the way. At most, they would have to sleep in the wilderness and suffer a little. Wasting a few years of time on the road was not worth mentioning at all for cultivators. It was a good idea, but unexpectedly, they were suddenly attacked when they were close to the Tao fruit meeting. Otherwise, why would old Sixth Wu be said to be unlucky? Ordinary people did not dare to attack disciples of a sacred sect. Even a third-rate sacred sect had a saint in charge. Who dared to provoke the karma of a saint? The problem was that the person that the Golden Dart sect was protecting this time had some problems with her identity. Fuck, these bastards are so blind. How dare they rob the darts of the Golden Dart sect? Kill. Among the people from the Golden Dart sect, the outer sect senior who was the leader had the worst temper. At his command, the Golden Dart sect's ship immediately collided with the enemy ship. When the boarding battle began, the outer sect disciples immediately raised their sabers and fought with the enemy. All of them were extremely brave. Those who did not know would have thought that they were the robbers. Among the disciples, old Sixth Wu's cultivation was relatively low, so he did not have to fight with the enemy. However, his mission was also very difficult. He needed to protect the woman who was on the mission. Why do I have to protect this woman? I also want to charge and kill with my senior and junior brothers. Old Sixth Wu held the saber in his hand and wished that he could charge and kill with them. However, he also knew that his cultivation was still low. If he rashly charged and killed, he would only be a burden to his senior brothers. He looked from afar and saw that there were about 100 enemies. All of them wore ghost masks and cloaks. They hid their heads and tails, so he could not see their specific aura and appearance. When they attacked, these people were also very careful. They used the divine powers that were commonly seen in the real world. He could not tell which force they belonged to. There was no doubt that this was a premeditated robbery. The people who came knew that they were from the Golden Dart sect, but they were not afraid at all. There was only one reason: the other party's background was greater than the Golden Dart sect's. Among the 100 enemies, there were 2 celestial kings and 4 celestial venerables. On his side, only the senior brother who was the leader was at the celestial king realm. There were 3 celestial venerables. Whether it was the number of people or the high-end combat power, his side was at a disadvantage. Old Sixth Wu sighed and turned to look at the woman who was on the mission. The woman was wearing a cloak and a veil, so he could not see her face clearly. Old Sixth Wu had only seen the woman take off her veil and reveal her face once. From her appearance, she seemed to be a 13 or 14-year-old girl. However, a cultivator's appearance was the most deceiving. Therefore, Old Sixth Wu did not know the woman's specific age. The woman's aura was very cold. It was not just indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. It was more literal. This woman seemed to have cultivated some kind of ice and snow divine power. The 10 steps around her was as cold as winter. This woman seemed to be blind and mute. Because she was blind, it was inconvenient for her to travel. That was why she needed the Golden Dart sex escort. As for the fact that she could not speak, perhaps this woman simply did not like to talk with a group of boorish men like them. That was why she did not speak all the way. Old Sixth Wu was also not sure about this. After all, the Golden Dart sect was the most trustworthy and would not ask too much about the privacy of their guests. The person who came is definitely not a good person. I'm really curious how this little girl provoked this group of people. Old Sixth Wu muttered to himself. As if she heard Old Sixth Wu's words, the woman turned her gaze over. Her eyes were so clear and bright, but they were a pair of blind eyes that could not see anything. Could not see. Her world, from the beginning, was filled with darkness. Because she had never seen light, she could not understand what light was and what the world was. Her world was only chess. On her slender fingers, there were chess cocoons left by the erosion of time. That was the proof of her lifelong love for chess. Although I know that you will not talk to me, I still want to ask. Why do you have to go to the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference? You are a chess player, right? Could it be that it is for the chess player title that the Dao Fruit Conference here will reward? Old Sixth Wu asked. The woman did not answer. She could not speak. Thus, Old Sixth Wu scolded himself for being stupid. Why did he ask when he knew that the other party would not answer? He was really stupid. After a round of killing, 15 disciples of the Golden Dart sect died while 7 of the cultivators in the Devil Mask cloak died. Damn it! They are just outer sect disciples of a third-rate sacred sect, but they are so difficult to deal with. They actually lost 3 of my disciples. The 4th Tribulation Immortal King, who was the leader of the group of cultivators in the Devil Mask cloak, snorted coldly. I also lost 4 of my disciples. How unlucky. If it wasn't for His Honor's order to not expose our identities, we could have used all of our natal techniques. These people are actually no match for us. Another ghost-faced Immortal King, who was a 3rd Tribulation Immortal King, complained. Shut up. Are you questioning His Honor's order? The 4th Tribulation Ghost-faced Immortal King was shocked and stopped the 3rd Tribulation Immortal King from complaining. After being reminded, the 3rd Tribulation Immortal King knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He no longer dared to question His Honor's order. Thus, he stopped talking and continued to fight. At this moment, Ning Fan's ancient bronze ship was approaching. Killing people and robbing their escorts was not something to be proud of. When the 2 ghost-faced Immortal Kings saw the intruders, they were startled. Fortunately, after scanning the area with their spirit sense, they realized that the intruders were just a broken ship, an Immortal King and an empty house. They immediately felt a little relieved. You and I have been spotted by others when we were doing something. Don't leave anyone alive. You deal with the Immortal Kings of the Golden Dart sect. I will go and sink their ship. After the 4th Tribulation Ghost-faced Immortal King gave the order, his figure flashed and flew towards Ning Fan's ancient bronze ship. These despicable birds are really bold. They didn't even ask for the identity of the intruders, and they just directly killed them to silence them. They are so unscrupulous. Could it be that there is a Saint Defier behind them? The Immortal King, who was the leader of the Golden Dart sect, was shocked by the ghost-faced Immortal King's ruthless behavior. Even though he was shocked and angry, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Ning Fan's ancient bronze ship. My friend, leave quickly. Don't get involved in the dispute here. He was actually not asking for help. Instead, he was warning Ning Fan to leave this place. This was the way the Golden Dart sect did things. When they were escorting escorts, they did not like to involve the innocent. This rule was even written in the sect rules of the Golden Dart sect. Interesting. These people are obviously in danger, but they didn't ask for help from me. Instead, they advised me to leave. Ning Fan smiled. He ignored the warning of the immortal king of the Golden Dart sect. At the next moment, a fourth tribulation immortal king realm cultivator with a ghost face arrived and landed on the ancient bronze ship. No matter who you are, you must die today. The ghost-faced immortal king sneered. With a flip of his hand, he took out an ancient sword that was engraved with the runes of the Big Dipper. It was his natal magic treasure. Initially, he did not plan to use it. However, in order to kill Ning Fan, who was an immortal king, as soon as possible, he could not care less about it. The chi of this sword, and your ghost face. Ning Fan was a little concerned about the ghost face and magic treasure of the other party. Unfortunately, the other party did not have the intention to talk more. His first move was already a killing move. Thus, Ning Fan did not plan to talk anymore. He swallowed the opponent's ancient sword with a single bite. Then, he swallowed the ghost-faced immortal king whole. My magic power didn't increase after swallowing the enemy this time. What a pity. Ning Fan shook his head inwardly. He did not realize how terrifying the scene of him swallowing an immortal king was. Even Shi Gondang, who had seen such actions many times, was still shocked by Ning Fan's ferocious way of doing things. The group of cultivators with ghost faces and the escorts were also shocked. Hiss. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? An immortal king was actually eaten alive. The immortal king of the Golden Dart sect was dumbfounded. Not good. Senior brother Lu Chen is actually not a match for this person. The plan has changed. Retreat now. The only remaining ghost-faced immortal king did not know that he had kicked an iron plate. He reacted quickly and immediately decided to give up the mission and retreat from this place. However, before the group of cultivators with ghost faces could escape, Ning Fan took out a water bottle. Endless ocean current rushed out from the bottle. In an instant, all the cultivators with ghost faces were drowned to the point that not even their bones were left. Too weak. I don't even need to use the power of one water to kill these people. I can't even test the power of 4 or 5 waters at all. Ning Fan was filled with regret. At the same time, the Holy Sun's Thunder Book was updated. Incident 10, killed 108 immortal cultivators from the Big Dipper. Points obtained, 5 stars. Current score, 27 stars. Wait. The people I just killed are immortal cultivators from the Big Dipper. The subordinates of immortal sovereign Beidou. Ning Fan's expression suddenly became a little complicated. His feelings towards the immortal cultivators from the Big Dipper were very complicated. On one hand, he was the disciple of immortal sovereign Zidou. He had to consider things from the perspective of immortal sovereign Zidou, while all the cultivators from the Big Dipper were his enemies. On the other hand, he was the master of the Slaughter Palace, the 8th Slayer Emperor. All the descendants of the Big Dipper in the palace were his subordinates. Fine. Even though I'm the 8th Slayer Emperor, these people are not the descendants of the Big Dipper. Naturally, they are not my subordinates. Besides, they were the ones who started this. There's no need for me to dwell on this matter. Ning Fan shook his head and suppressed the emotions in his heart. Then, he felt a little doubtful. In the previous incidents, the Holy Sun Lei Shu did not reveal the identity of his enemies. Only this time did he. It seemed like he was not the only one who was targeted by the Thunder Book. Even the immortal cultivators from the Big Dipper who appeared in the trial were also targeted. Maybe it's just my illusion. I always feel that immortal sovereign Zi Wei doesn't like these immortal cultivators from the Big Dipper. All the disciples of the Golden Dart sect were stunned. At first, they thought that they would not be able to escape today's calamity. However, they did not expect an immortal king who had the ability to see through the heavens and earth would suddenly appear. In just a blink of an eye, he had wiped out more than 100 ghost-masked cultivators. After Ning Fan had killed all the people, he was not interested in the people of the Golden Dart sect anymore. Thus, his bronze ship directly sailed away. Upon seeing that, the people of the Golden Dart sect became anxious. They immediately drove their ship and chased after him. While they were chasing after him, many of them shouted, "Benefactor, please wait. And, it won't be too late to leave after we thank you. It seems to be the ship of the Golden Dart sect. Should we slow down a little and wait for them to catch up to us to thank us?" Shi Gondang asked. "No need." Just as Ning Fan's voice fell, he was suddenly stunned. The ship of the Golden Dart sect was getting closer and closer to them. Then, he sensed two extremely familiar yet strange chi from the ship. "Stop the ship. Wait for them," Ning Fan ordered. Then, the ancient bronze ship stopped. The ship of the Golden Dart sect that was behind them finally arrived. The group of disciples of the Golden Dart sect thanked Ning Fan profusely. Of course, they thanked him for saving their lives. Ning Fan's eyes, however, did not stop on most of them. His gaze fell on old Sixth Wu and it stopped on him for a very, very long time. It's very familiar yet strange. This feeling. Could this person be? Ning Fan shifted his gaze away. Eventually, his eyes fell on the cloaked lady. This fiery red cloak looks very familiar. It was actually the same as the cloak that the Lady of the Devil Meeting Monument was wearing. Even the patterns on it were exactly the same. "It's you." "No, it's not right." Ning Fan hesitated and eventually shook his head. The lady in front of him looked very similar to the cloak worn by the Lady of the Devil Meeting Monument. However, her chi seemed to be different. At the same time, the heart of the cloaked lady was filled with raging waves. Her world had always been filled with darkness. However, at this moment, a ray of light was so dazzling that it pierced into her world. "This is light. It's so warm." The cloaked lady suddenly felt inexplicably touched and exclaimed in the depths of her heart. For the first time in her life, she felt light. However, that light might just be an illusion because she was still blind and could not see anything in the world. However, she could only see the blurry outline of the person in front of her. It seemed illusory and real, like a dream and waking up. Who is this person? Who is he? What did you say just now? You called me light? Ning Fan, who was proficient in the mind-reading technique, unintentionally heard the lady's inner voice. That voice was so familiar yet so strange. It was so close, but now, it was far away. Many years ago, there was also a lady who called him this way. "He can hear me?" The cloaked lady was surprised. "Yes, I can hear you," Ning Fan said. "This is impossible. In this Avakania realm, it's impossible for anyone to hear you. Why can you?" The cloaked lady found it hard to believe, but the truth was right in front of her. She had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere in the windless forbidden mortal sea. Ning Fan's hand that was hidden in his sleeves would never admit that the wind was related to him. The wind blew away the cloaked lady's hood and veil. Then, Ning Fan saw the lady's appearance clearly. For a moment, he was dumbfounded and cried out involuntarily. "Wei Yang! It's really you." "That's right." The cloaked lady in front of him clearly looked exactly the same as Mu Weiliang, the daughter of the Heaven Sovereign. Even if Ning Fan's Dao heart was as firm as a rock, he could not help but feel excited at this moment. Why would a lady who looks like Ao Yang appear in this trial of the chosen saint? Is this lady an illusion of the trial triggered by the obsession in his heart, or does she really exist in the history of the true world? Or, is this lady really Ao Yang? Does the ancient heavenly court exist in the true world of this era? Is there a heaven sovereign? Is there a heaven sovereign's daughter? As her cloak and veil were blown away by the wind, the lady immediately let out a cry of pain. When the sunlight of the forbidden mortal sea shone on her face, she actually showed signs of melting away like snow. Not good. At this moment, Ning Fan realized that he might have made a grave mistake. He was too reckless. He moved the wind and blew away the veil of the lady. He knew that she was unwilling to show her true face to others. However, he had never imagined that the reason why she covered herself like this was just because she was afraid of the sunlight. She did it to protect herself and she did not want to be burned by the sun. Because of his recklessness, the lady in front of him was hurt by the sunlight. Indescribable self-blame and heartache came out of nowhere and instantly drowned his entire heart. Without hesitation, Ning Fan helped the lady to put on the cloak and veil. It was really magical. As soon as the veil and cloak were put on, the lady's flesh that was melted by the sunlight immediately solidified again like water turning into ice. "I'm sorry." Ning Fan blamed himself. "Why should I apologize? You are obviously my benefactor. If you can really hear my voice, I actually want to say thank you to you. Thank you for repelling those bad guys and saving me the first time. Thank you for helping me put on the cloak and saving me the second time." The lady thanked Ning Fan in her heart. She did not seem to be repelled by this stranger who emitted a warm aura. Unlike those violent and annoying sunlight, the light on this person's body was really gentle and gentle. "Oh yeah, I'm not Mu Weiliang. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Bai Ling. I come from the Hongjun Snow Valley. You can call me Ao Ling or Xiao Bai. Speaking of which, you seem to have the aura of the Hongjun holy sect on you. You must be a senior brother of the sect, right?" Can I call you senior brother? If you can also call me junior sister. The lady called Bai Ling said happily. "Bai Ling, is it? Bai Ling, Bai Ling. Qing Ling. Hongjun Snow Valley." Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. His expression kept changing as if he had figured out many things in an instant. However, there were still many crucial points that he could not figure out. Unbelievable. Those who cling to the devil's sense will meet with the devil's fate. Could this sentence that immortal sovereign Zi Wei said when he erected the monument in the past be true? But why is this lady's aura so similar to Master's? Could it be that she is? At the same time, the fragment was secretly shocked. It had vaguely seen through many things from the encounter between Ning Fan and Bai Ling. It's the power of fate. Is the world of the devil seeking steel actually so profound and unfathomable? The Ant Lord, who also felt the power of this world, was a little shocked. Chapter 1272. Life is a grand meeting. Ning Fan had never thought that he would meet a woman called Bai Ling in the Saint Prince's trial. He saw Mu Weiliang's shadow on Bai Ling. That was why he was very concerned about this woman. Another person who caught his attention was the cultivator called Wu Lu, who was one of the disciples of the Golden Dart sect. Ning Fan could see Wu Chen's shadow in Old Sixth Wu. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's thoughts flew back to the Eastern Heaven, the Rain World, and the moment when he first met Wu Chen. "I am Wu Chen, the lawless Wu, the murderous Chen. Bai Ling, Qing Ling, Wu Lu, Wu Chen, I initially thought that everything I see in the Saint Prince's trial is nothing. But perhaps the trial world built by the demon-slaying steel is not as simple as it seems." Green light flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. His gaze occasionally fell on Bai Ling, Wu Lu, and the world of the Saint Prince's trial. He did not deliberately conceal the green light in his eyes, causing the disciples of the Golden Dart sect to exclaim in surprise. "It's actually the heavenly being green light. This senior is actually a heavenly being realm cultivator. This person actually has the aptitude to surpass millions of people. He's really amazing. What? This senior is actually a disciple of the Holy Rock sect. He's from the Chaotic Rock sect. Incredible. This person must be a genius among his peers. Could he be one of the 9 sons of the Chaotic Rock sect? Huh. This senior is called Zhang Dao. I've never heard of this name before. To Ning Fan, killing the assassins of the Northern Dipper Immortal region was just a spur of the moment. However, to the people of the Golden Dart sect, it was undoubtedly a life-saving grace. In order to repay this kindness, they decided to hold a grand banquet to welcome Ning Fan. Therefore, everyone took out the fine wine that they had kept for many years without hesitation. What was worth mentioning was that the cultivation method that the disciples of the Golden Dart sect cultivated was called the Divine Blade Wine Art. It was created by the Golden Dart Saint. When cultivating this cultivation method, not only would one need to practice their blade techniques, but they would also need to drink a large amount of wine. Therefore, every disciple of the Golden Dart sect would carry a large amount of spiritual wine with them in case of emergencies. When everyone took out all the wine in their storage pouches, thousands of wine jars appeared on the escort ship. The jars were filled with immortal wine with overwhelming spiritual energy, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. After that, the people of the Golden Dart sect invited Ning Fan to a banquet. Ning Fan did not reject them. Firstly, he did not want to embarrass old Sixth Wu and the others. Secondly, he also wanted to take this opportunity to have more contact with Bai Ling and old Sixth Wu. This banquet lasted for 7 days. On the first day, the disciples of the Golden Dart sect took turns to toast Ning Fan. Their relationship with each other was still unfamiliar. On the second day, everyone began to get familiar with each other, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. The promised toast gradually turned into a drinking competition. On the third day, the disciples of the Golden Dart sect were beaten down by Ning Fan one after another. Fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, by the 7th day, other than Wu Lao Lu, the rest of the Golden Dart School's disciples were drunk and collapsed on the ground. Speaking of which, this 6th brother Wu was clearly the one with the lowest cultivation among the Golden Guard's disciples, but he had the best alcohol tolerance and was still able to hold on until now. He saw old 6th Wu holding the table with one hand to support his swaying body. His other hand was pointing at Ning Fan's and his mouth was pouting as if he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, his tongue was tied and he couldn't say a word for a long time. "Brother Wu, you are drunk." Ning Fan laughed. Different from old 6th brother Wu, Ning Fan was still not drunk at all. His alcohol tolerance was already close to the Tao. "No, I'm not drunk. I recognize you. Your name is not Zhang Dao. You are. You are the one who I met in my dream. I forgot." Old 6th brother Wu said dizzily. "Oh. Brother Wu actually met me in your dream? This is very interesting. However, I don't know what is outside the dream and what is inside the dream. Who is outside the dream and who is in the dream?" Ning Fan said with a smile. "No, I'm not drunk. Don't make fun of me." Old 6th brother Wu who was drunk did not listen to Ning Fan at all. Seeing this, Ning Fan could only smile helplessly. He lifted the wine cup and slowly drank it without saying anything else. "I, Wu Lu, have no respect for the law. Wu. 1,000 cups of wine." 6. Old 6th brother Wu was still talking nonsense that was unclear. He gestured with his fingers, not knowing whether he should make a 6 or 1,000. Suddenly, his drunken eyes became a little sober. With a loud bang, he slammed the table and pointed his finger at the sky in anger. "What is there to be afraid of in the mortal world? I want my 6 senses to be impure, tainted. I want." Before he could finish his words, a loud thud was heard. Old 6th brother Wu was already drunk on the table, snoring loudly. Event 11, defeat 49 outer sect disciples of the Golden Dart sect in a drinking competition. Obtained points, 5 stars. Current points, 32 stars. Additional reward, 12 outer sect chapters of Divine Blade Strong Wine Technique. This kind of thing can actually trigger an event and even give me 5 stars points and additional rewards. Ning Fan was speechless. So, what exactly is this trial of the chosen saint trying to test? To compete in drinking with others, it was a known fact that Jiang Yi had gone through several bitter battles to cross the Azure Beast Sea region and suppress the Azure Beast race, but he only obtained 10 points. After killing 108 Big Dipper assassins, he only obtained 5 points. However, this time, he only drank some wine and easily obtained 5 points. The feeling of disparity was very strong. Perhaps to that immortal Emperor Ziwei, alcohol tolerance is also an extremely important ability. The Ant Lord guessed. As expected, the trial of the chosen saint places more emphasis on the overall qualities of the chosen saint. The strength of his combat power is not the main point. Many rumors analyzed. Or perhaps, the main point of obtaining points is not the competition of drinking but the opponent he defeats. The Ant Lord continued to analyze. Speaking of which, before immortal Emperor Ziwei achieved his Tao, he really seemed to have some karma with the Golden Dart Sage. Many rumors recalled. Heh. So, as long as I defeat those whom immortal Emperor Ziwei dislikes, I can easily obtain a lot of points. This trial is really interesting. The Ant Lord sneered. It doesn't matter. Who knows what that immortal Emperor Ziwei is thinking? Compared to this matter, I am more interested in this Divine Blade Strong Wine Technique. Ning Fan flipped through the leather scroll that appeared out of nowhere in his hand. The content of the leather scroll was the Divine Blade Strong Wine Technique of the Golden Dart Sect. It was a cultivation method of a sage. Unfortunately, Ning Fan only obtained the 12 outer sect chapters. The content was not profound. The highest level was only the first grade Immortal King realm. Even so, Ning Fan still gained a lot from reading this cultivation method. First of all, he gained some understanding of blade techniques. Unfortunately, the Dao weapon that Ning Fan was used to using was not a blade. This kind of understanding was better than nothing. After that, Ning Fan gained a deeper understanding about drinking wine. That Golden Dart Sage seemed to be a person who was proficient in the Tao of wine. Even though he only learned a few words about the word wine, Ning Fan still felt that he had gained a lot. Indistinctly, his alcohol tolerance had deepened to the point that it was almost at the level of the Tao. It was night time. The moonlight shone like water on the inverse mortal sea. Under the moonlight, 2 ships were sailing side by side towards the North Pole Tao fruit meeting. One of them was the ancient bronze ship of the Stone Golem clan while the other was the escort ship of the Golden Dart sect. In the real samsara, the 2 ships that originally did not have any interaction with each other met by chance in a strange world because of Ning Fan's intervention. No one knew the meaning of this encounter. Whitey also had no idea. In the guest room of the escort ship, Whitey was sitting in front of the window as usual. She was facing the chessboard and playing the game quietly. To a chess player, playing the game day after day was an essential practice. There was no light in the room and there was no need for it. To a blind woman, the light was meaningless. The moonlight shone through the window and into Whitey's clear eyes. However, she knew nothing about it. She was too focused on the game that she did not notice that there was a pair of eyes staring at her from outside the window. Outside the window, Ning Fan looked at Whitey quietly without disturbing her. When old 6th Wu was also drunk, the banquet finally came to an end. There were no more noises from the banquet. Only the continuous snoring sounds were heard, which sounded especially ear-piercing. The content of this Divine Blade Strong Wine art is very interesting. It's a good book that is worth reading. After reading the 12 outer sect chapters, Ning Fan kept the leather scroll into his storage pouch and casually commented. Speaking of which, are these disciples of the Golden Dart sect really professional escorts? There are obviously people on the ship that they need to protect, but all of them are drunk and sleeping on the ground. Aren't they afraid that the assassins of the Northern Dipper sect would come again? Compared to escorting people to practice their blade skills, perhaps the Golden Dart sect loves to drink more. Ning Fan glanced at the drunkards on the ground and began to doubt the professionalism of the Golden Dart sect. Forget it. At least I'm not drunk. With me here, there's no need to be afraid of any assassins. Or perhaps, these disciples of the Golden Dart sect have already taken everything into consideration before they set up the banquet and firmly believe that nothing bad will happen as long as I'm not drunk. Ning Fan did not leave the escort ship. He temporarily stayed on the escort ship and walked aimlessly. Unknowingly, he arrived outside of Whitey's room. Through the door, he could hear the sound of chess pieces being placed. The sound of the chess pieces was crisp and pleasant. Obviously, the quality of the chess pieces was excellent. However, it sounded a little lonely in the night. Ning Fan went to the window and silently looked at Whitey, who was playing the game seriously. She did not realize that someone was looking at her and was still playing the game wholeheartedly. 7 days of banquet, 7 days of clamor and noise did not disturb this serious girl at all. She was a true chess player. Her heart was clear of all distracting thoughts and she was as calm as still water. She really likes playing chess. Ning Fan muttered to himself. When she's not playing chess, her appearance reminds me of Wei Liang. However, when she's playing chess, her focused eyes are somehow similar to Xiaoman's. When she can't speak and is in a daze, she reminds me of Feng Shuiyan. I can see the shadows of many more people in her. Ning Fan remained silent. At this moment, Whitey, who was playing chess seriously, was more like Bei Xiaoman in his eyes. Even though Bei Xiaoman was unreliable, her eyes seemed to glow when she held the chess pieces in her hand and played the game of 6 games. It was the same for Whitey. Even though she was a blind girl, when she played chess, her blindness seemed to have a luster and a soul. After she finished playing the game, Whitey took out an ancient book with life and death questions and began to study the questions. The name of the book was Immortal Treasure Vault. It was compiled by the Nanliang Chess Hall. There were 100 life and death questions recorded in the book. It was said that as long as one could solve all of them, one would have the chance to apply for the Nanliang Chess Hall and become a true chess cultivator. Whitey, who was blind, could not read the book with her eyes. She could only use her hands to explore the book. She seemed to have studied the secret technique of reading with her hands. She could read the words and pictures that she touched with her mind. Immortal Treasure Vault, huh? I've seen this book in Zhang Dao's memory. Before that Zhang Dao joined the Southbridge Chess Hall, he seemed to have only used a month to solve all the life and death questions. To Zhang Dao, this Immortal Treasure Vault was not difficult at all. However, people could not be lumped together. To Whitey, this book was indeed a little difficult. It had been 15 years since she started learning chess. As for the Immortal Treasure Vault, it was only 7 years ago that she obtained it. She studied it for 7 years but only managed to solve the 79th question. Moreover, she had been stuck on this question for several months without being able to solve it. It's really difficult. Since she started learning chess, she had been exploring it alone. Perhaps it's time for her to find a teacher. The North Pole Mountain is one of the 9 mountains of the Star Luo continent. The Dao Fruit Conference is held here once every 1,000 years. Each time it is held, it will attract powerful chess experts. If I go there, I might be able to find a famous teacher. My senior sisters said that the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference this time will be dangerous and I shouldn't go. I didn't believe it at first, but a few days ago, I really encountered many assassins. Should I give up? Should I go back to the Hongjun Snow Valley or continue moving forward? But if I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I will be able to find a famous teacher again. Whitey's heart was in a dilemma. Her mind was filled with distracting thoughts and she could no longer solve the life and death questions. However, she did not know that her thoughts were all seen by someone outside the window. So the reason why she went to the North Pole Dao Fruit Conference is to find a famous teacher to learn chess. Ning Fan's eyes moved slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Whitey finally noticed that someone was peeping outside the window. Because she was inside the house and did not go out, she did not wear a cloak or a veil. At this moment, she had a small oval face which made her delicate and pretty. Her hair was tied up in a bun and her bangs reached her eyebrows. She was wearing a moon-white robe and a very short white skirt. She was not wearing stockings but white silk stockings and moon-white embroidered shoes. Her taste in dressing is exactly the same as Bei Xiaoman. The only difference is that Bei Xiaoman likes to wear red while this girl wears white. Ning Fan thought to himself. His eyes were moving around Whitey's legs and he felt that he could not move away. Fortunately, Whitey was blind. Otherwise, she would probably blame Ning Fan for being a lecher. Senior brother is also interested in chess. Have you been watching here for a long time? Whitey asked in her heart. Yes, I am indeed interested in chess. Although he said that he was interested in chess, his eyes did not look at the chessboard at all. However, Whitey believed Ning Fan's nonsense. Thus, her face was filled with smiles. Since senior brother knows chess, can you teach me how to play chess? Ning Fan's words stopped. Can't I? Whitey felt a little regretful. Alright, Ning Fan could not bear to let Whitey down. Although he did not like to play chess, he had the memory of great Emperor Ancient Chaos in chess. It would not be difficult for him to guide her. Whitey was very happy to get Ning Fan's approval. She invited Ning Fan into the house but did not ask for his advice immediately. Instead, she poured a cup of tea and respectfully handed it to Ning Fan. Thank you. After drinking for 7 days and 7 nights, Ning Fan was indeed thirsty. Thus, he took the cup and drank it in one gulp. It was not a particularly precious tea leaf. However, Ning Fan could taste a special taste. He felt that the taste of this girl's tea was somewhat similar to that of a little demoness. Is it an illusion? The tea was finished. Of course, it was time to get down to business. Whitey first asked Ning Fan for advice on the 79th question of the Immortal Game Vault. Ning Fan looked at the question and suddenly frowned. No wonder Whitey was stumped by this question. For an amateur chess player, this question was indeed very difficult. Even for an orthodox chess cultivator, it would be quite difficult to solve this question. Even a 9th grade chess player would need more than 20 hours to understand the changes within. Ning Fan explained. The chess players in the true world were ranked according to 9 grades. The first grade was perplexity, the second grade was meditation, the third grade was concrete, the fourth grade was nether passage, the fifth grade was intellect, the sixth grade was ingenuity, the seventh grade was fighting power, the eighth grade was foolishness, and the ninth grade was defense. Whitey's level was not even at the 9th grade. After all, she had only studied chess for 15 years. Which true chess cultivator did not spend thousands of years to study the art of chess? In terms of the overall standard of the true world, Whitey's 15 years of chess skill was indeed not strong. Then, how was Ning Fan's chess skill? He had inherited the memory of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos in chess. Even if Great Emperor Ancient Chaos did not specifically learn chess, he had at least played chess for hundreds of years in his long life. It was not an exaggeration to treat Ning Fan as a chess player who had hundreds of years of chess skill. Ning Fan might not be able to win against a first-grade peri-celestial chess player of the true world, but he was still far stronger than those 9th grade or 8th grade chess cultivators. Look at the upper half of the chessboard. There are 3 black and white chess pieces that are attacking each other. Where is the priority? That is the first thing you need to consider. Then, you need to consider the local changes. If the black chess piece is placed at the 13th of 2, it is indeed a protective measure. However, if the white chess piece is placed at the 9th of 10, it will make the first move. Then, the white chess piece will come alive. Next, I will show you some changes in the contest of the corner land. Ning Fan spent 4 hours on just one question of life and death. Bai Ling listened attentively, very seriously. She was not stupid and she was quite talented in chess. The only thing she lacked was the guidance of a great master. Now that she had Ning Fan's guidance, she could not help but learn a lot. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. After he finished explaining the question, Whitey's face was filled with happiness and admiration. She felt that Ning Fan's chess skill was unfathomable. It was something that she had never seen before in her life. All right. She had not seen many powerful chess players in her life. It was not strange for her to have such thoughts. You're welcome. Ning Fan smiled. At this moment, he suddenly liked playing chess. Senior brother, can you teach me more? Whitey obediently handed him a cup of tea. Sure. Is it still a question of life and death? No. This time, I want to ask senior brother to play a game of chess with me. Do you need to teach me chess pieces? Not for now. I want to see how far the gap between me and the orthodox chess cultivators is. You're wrong. I'm not an orthodox chess cultivator. My chess skill is actually not something that I cultivate on my own. Senior brother is really humble. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard of senior brother's name somewhere. Zhang Dao. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere. Could it be that senior brother is a famous chess player in the origin world? Actually, my name is not Zhang Dao. Huh. Then, what's your real name? My name is. Ning Fan wanted to tell Whitey his real name. However, he could not say it. There seemed to be a limit to the Saint Child's trial. No matter how Ning Fan said his real name, what he said in the end would only be, my name is Zhang Dao, and I come from the chaotic Kun sacred sect. In the end, he could only give up. It was not that he did not have other ways to tell her his real name. However, Ning Fan pondered for a while and did not insist on it. The restriction of the Saint Child's trial seemed to be to protect the trial taker. If he forcefully said his real name during the trial, it might cause some bad consequences. Event 12, Teaching a Question of Life and Death. Obtained points, 1 star. Current points, 33 stars. Even though it was just a game of chess, Whitey took it very seriously. Before the game, she purposely washed her hands clean to show her respect. In the end, Whitey lost miserably without any suspense. Her fingers that were holding the chess pieces turned pale and trembled violently. Finally, she slowly placed the 2 chess pieces on the chessboard. That was a sign of admitting defeat. I've lost. Whitey's heart was filled with tears and her face was instantly covered with them. Is this the feeling of losing a game of chess? Ever since she started learning chess, it was her first time playing against such a strong chess player. The feeling of losing is really unbearable. It was no wonder that Whitey cried so miserably. Ning Fan could only blame himself for not knowing how to be lenient. It was supposed to be a game of chess guidance, but Ning Fan actually killed Whitey in the beginning and easily won the game in the middle. What was worse was that Whitey did not have a single living chess piece. You're telling me that this is a game of chess guidance? Where is the guidance? The Ant Lord was speechless. This is what a human should do. Playing a game of chess guidance without giving a single living chess piece. Are you trying to traumatize the young lady? Many Rumors was speechless. This is my first time playing a game of chess guidance. I don't know how to do it and I don't have any experience. Ning Fan was also very embarrassed. This was really not his intention. He only used a portion of his strength, but his opponent lost so miserably. Perhaps he should have put more water or an ocean. Fortunately, Whitey was still strong and stopped crying after a short while. She wiped away her tears and sincerely thanked Ning Fan for his guidance. So this is a game of chess guidance. Whitey, who was being guided by someone for the first time, thought that all games of chess guidance would be so cruel. Through the game of chess, she could feel his seriousness. He was really serious in playing chess with her. She was very grateful for this. "I'm sorry, this is my first game of chess guidance with you. I wanted to test your strength, so I didn't show any mercy." Your strength is not bad. Your calculation during the middle game is excellent, which proves that you are very talented in chess. The main problem lies in the layout stage, which is a common problem of amateur chess players. Ning Fan seriously praised Whitey's chess skill. He would never admit that it was his fault for not doing a good job in the game of chess guidance. Event 13, Victory in a game of chess guidance. Obtained points, 1 star. Current points, 34 stars. Because Ning Fan did not guide her throughout the game, Whitey did not learn much. Thus, she wanted to ask Ning Fan to play another game of chess guidance with her. This time, she would not overestimate herself and say that there was no need to give her a piece. Instead, she obediently asked Ning Fan to give her 3 pieces. After that, Event 14, Victory in a game of chess guidance. Obtained points, 1 star. Current points, 35 stars. Ning Fan made Whitey cry once again. Even though he gave her half of the ocean this time, it still seemed like it was not enough. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Ning Fan often played chess with Whitey. While he was getting to know her better, he also got a lot of points from her. At this moment, the event of the St. Child's Thunder book had already been triggered to Event 55. Event 55, Victory in a game of chess guidance. Obtained points, 1 star. Current points, 76 stars. Gradually, Ning Fan had learned how to play chess guidance. During the game, he would deliberately guide Whitey to the correct position. As such, under his guidance, Whitey's chess skill improved day by day. She had also learned all 100 life and death questions of the Immortal Game Library under Ning Fan's guidance. She was originally a talented chess player. Now that she had a master like Ning Fan to guide her, the problem of layout had also been greatly improved. Even though her chess skill was still not as good as a 9th-grade chess player, the gap was gradually narrowing. During these 3 months, the thing she and Ning Fan did the most was playing chess. She could not see Ning Fan's face, but she could feel the light and heat from his body. She could feel the temperature of his chess pieces. That temperature made Whitey feel nostalgic and reluctant to part with him. She did not know why, but she began to be absent-minded when she played chess with Ning Fan recently. In the past, playing chess was everything to her. But now, there seemed to be something else that could disturb her mind. "Senior brother, can I be your disciple? I want to learn chess from you for the rest of my life." After a certain game, Whitey suddenly mustered up her courage and said in her heart, "You want to be my disciple?" Ning Fan was surprised. He's dumbfounded. He's dumbfounded. He's lusting after someone else's body, but she only treats him as a teacher. The Ant Lord found it funny. This. I don't know what to say. Senior Ning, please restrain your grief. Old Demon Duo One also found it funny. Can't I? Whitey's heart was beating wildly. I'm sorry. I can't be your master. Ning Fan remained silent for a long time. In the end, he still rejected Whitey's request. It was not like what the Ant Lord and Duo One had guessed. It was not because she was lusting after her body and did not want to be a teacher. Ning Fan also had his own considerations. He was willing to teach Whitey how to play chess, but the word master was too heavy. He could teach her for a while, but he could not teach her for the rest of her life. He was just a passerby in this trial. After the trial ends, he would leave while Whitey still had a vast life ahead of her. She needed a better and more responsible master to teach her how to play chess. I understand. Whitey lowered her head. No one could see her expression clearly. However, Ning Fan could see that she was sad. It seemed like this little girl really liked this master of hers. Unfortunately, this was just the trial of the chosen saint. He could not teach her for the rest of her life. Speaking of which, why would a girl like you like such a boring thing like playing chess? In order to ease Whitey's mood, Ning Fan began to find a topic. Huh? Whitey was stunned. For a moment, she forgot about her sadness as if she did not expect Ning Fan to ask such a question. Is there any special reason that made you like playing chess? Ning Fan continued to ask when he saw that the question was effective. No, there is no special reason. It has nothing to do with love. I also don't know why I chose this path. It's interesting. When I touched a chess piece for the first time, I had an indescribable feeling. I just felt that there is one thing that I must do in this life. I must learn how to play chess and I must reach the peak of the chess world. That feeling was as if there is someone waiting for me at the end of the chess world. Waiting for me to save him. Ning Fan was a little surprised. He had guessed the reason why Whitey liked playing chess, but he did not expect it to be like this. Must she achieve this? At the end of the chess world, there is someone waiting for her to save him. Save? What save? Save who? Is there anything that needs to be saved by playing chess? Playing chess, saving, Ning Fan suddenly had a feeling that he had forgotten something important. He had a feeling that he had forgotten some important details. His expression suddenly turned cold. He kept thinking and recalling, trying to figure out where this feeling came from. All of a sudden, an ancient nursery rhyme came to his mind. You clap one, I clap one, butterflies fly 90,000 li, you clap two, I clap two, girls cut their pigtails in front of Buddha. You clap three, I clap three, gong gong knocks down Mount Buzhou. You clap four, I clap four, Duanhua's soul breaks the Skanda temple. You clap five, I clap five, five spirits chess game devil suppressing bone. You clap six, I clap six, what does the five spirits chess game devil suppressing bone mean? Why did Ning Fan feel like his mind was being torn apart when he thought of this nursery rhyme at this moment? It's this feeling again. Brother Ning, could it be that you want to comprehend fate at this moment? You're crazy. The Lord Ant's face turned pale with fright. She was so frightened and shocked as if Ning Fan was doing something crazy and dangerous. Fortunately, Ning Fan calmed down very quickly. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he had regained his usual calmness and composure. At this moment, he seemed to have figured out something and guessed something. It was as if he could see the past and the future. However, he did not want to think about it anymore. He did not want to guess or look at it anymore. It was night time. The starlight was like water. However, when Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky, he felt that the stars in the sky were not stars at all. They were clearly chess pieces that had fallen on a chessboard. The starlight in the sky shone in Ning Fan's eyes, reflecting the starry sky in his eyes. Dense purple starlight began to circulate in Ning Fan's eyes. However, Ning Fan was not aware of all of this. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan was observing the stars, at the place where the North Pole Dao fruit meeting was held, a purple-robed old man stood on the peak of the North Pole Mountain. He seemed to have sensed something amidst the wind and snow. Interesting. This person is not the Saint Child Zi Wei, but he can actually see traces of Zi Wei's Do number in the stars in this world. This is something that most of the saint children of Zi Wei can't do. Zi Do has indeed found a good disciple. Unfortunately, if this is all, it is far from enough to break the samsara of fate. It's because everything you do and think is within the control of fate. No one can break the fate. The only thing we can do is to compromise to a certain extent. If Ning Fan was here, he would certainly notice that this purple-robed old man who seemed to have seen through everything and was muttering to himself actually had the appearance of Lai Yuko, the Star Lord of the Three Platforms. However, compared to Lai Yuko, this old man was countless times older. His chi was also weak and dispirited like a mortal. A few days later, Ning Fan and his group arrived at the destination of their journey. The place where the North Pole Dao fruit meeting was held was the Northern Man country. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.